are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds to land. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already.
Well, a very good morning, everyone, and welcome to Barcelona for the season finale. It is the final day of the 2026 Winter Series, and boy, do we have a day for you. It is set up perfectly in the GT Winter Series. Well, the title contenders come in on equal points. You couldn't have written it more perfectly, could you, between Orange Racing and SR. We are so excited to see what happens with that today in the GT4 Winter Series. Well, last year's champion Mackenzie Cresswell is going to be going head to head this morning in race 2 with this year's champion Enrico Federer. We'll see what happens in that race. And then in the Formula Winter Series, well, Road and Motorsport are looking to do the triple. They are looking to take the team's title, having already secured the drivers and the rookies title last weekend in Aragon. It's a perfect day set up for you. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you stay with us all day long. Well, plenty of racing starting with the GT4s. And Adam Weller has been busy chatting to lots of people from around the paddock. He loves the opportunity to chat to some legends of this sport, and he did indeed get to chat to one. He spoke to Frank Biela earlier in the weekend.
We are delighted to be joined by a racing legend, a 5-time Le Mans winner in the form of Frank Biela. Frank Biela will be a regular in the paddock with us in the GT Summer Series this year, acting as the driver mentor for the new championship. Driver mentorship, it's something that we see quite a lot, Frank, in junior single-seater competitions and junior racing generally. It's a fairly new concept, at least to my knowledge, to have it for a GT racing series that's kind of amateur-facing. It makes a lot of sense to me, and clearly it makes a lot of sense to you too.
Yes, definitely it does. I think the thing is, I mean, if you talk about the mentors working with one driver, of course they concentrate on the weekend, they go through the data and they try to improve the performance, let's say. And having somebody, and I see myself in this role, in between the drivers then and race control, for example, for amateurs and gentlemen drivers, let's say, I think makes a lot of sense because they do not have that much experience. I mean, most of the time, if you talk about younger drivers being in the Formula 4 or something, they do have normally, I don't know, 5 or 10 years or whatever in karting, so they are quite experienced and they know how to handle it. And then the mentor is just to improve performance, yeah, and make them more familiar with working with the data, setting a car up and this kind of thing. And in my case, I think it's more about, yeah, in a way, how to behave on the racetrack. What can you do wrong? What can you do right? How do you approach, maybe how do you approach a race weekend? And for all these things and questions, I'm there. I'm open to help and share my experience, let's say. Of course, things have changed, there's no doubt. I mean, my active career is a few years ago, but I was around for 30, 40 years, let's say. And for sure, one or the other thing, it can be very, very helpful for drivers which are not so experienced and or maybe even new to the series.
And from what I understand, there will be some formal opportunities for the drivers as a collective to learn from you, but also, by the sounds of it, being an intermediary between them and race control, it's going to be very kind of informal and hands-on as well. I think you're in for quite a challenge.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But I'm very happy to be part of it. And the GEDLICH team, they were just talking to me a few weeks ago, and they asked whether I'm interested in doing it, and I definitely am, and that's why I'm here this weekend, just to get used to it, to see the people, meet the people, and to get prepared for the summer series. And yes, I'm pretty sure it can be a very tough thing. Let's see what happens. It also depends a little bit on the drivers and the teams themselves. I mean, whenever they have a question, I'm there for it, yeah, and happy to help. And if they don't approach me, I have to approach them. So let's see how it works. But as I said, I'm very happy to be part of it, and I hope we can make this thing running as smooth as possible during the summer series.
And we discussed at the top, I suppose, your leading headline credential as a Le Mans winner, but you've done so much more beyond that. You've won Sebring numerous times, you won the American Le Mans Series numerous times. Before that, in touring car racing, you won DTM, you won BTCC. But I'm curious, in your mind, does anything come close to that Le Mans win? Because obviously it's such a huge goal for people.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I look at it now, sure, Le Mans was the biggest thing. There's no doubt. I mean, an LMP car was the biggest challenge, definitely. Le Mans is a very important, tough and long race. So to win it was fantastic. To win it 5 times was super fantastic. But I have to say, whatever we did, each single project at its time was very important and was a lot of fun. And the nice thing those days definitely was being involved in development all the time, you know. So we were, no matter what project we were doing, I was involved right from the beginning, you know, from starting with some rollouts where maybe engine, suspension, whatever was not working that well maybe, and then improving it to get it ready for racing, and then most of the time very successfully. Yeah, so that was a very exciting time, no doubt. But overall, definitely the Le Mans wins were the most important ones, no doubt.
And during that time at the Le Mans 24 Hours, obviously the first wins came with the R8, which was known to be a bit of a knife edge car, especially in the early years. Then the R10, and we were talking off camera about the torque and the challenges of handling that car. That's a whole other world from the customer racing programs, and you were there at the very start of customer racing for Audi. So tell us a bit about the differences.
Absolutely. I mean, when we approached the touring car things, or then in '99 or end of '98, the LMP thing, there's a lot of work to do, you know, and you are, almost every day you are in contact with the engineers, with the people. What can we do? What do we have to do? How to improve things? And then customer racing, actually, after my my last LMP season, then I was jumping into the i8 project, first GT3 car. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's a very similar thing. Just let's say resources are limited, yeah, or let's say possibilities are limited, yeah. But it's very restricted, so you cannot do so many things. And but at the end of the day, to make this car running and to make it competitive and reliable, is a very similar issue, let's say, yeah, and or approach. And of course, everything is a little quicker, probably because it's based on a road car, let's say, with some extra parts and an end. And at the end of the day, if you look at the very first one, and then at the very last one, even there they did a lot of big steps, yeah, and more aero and an end. But this is always depends on the rules, of course, yeah. And but of course, if we talk about the GT3 thing, early days, it was meant to be a gentleman series, yeah. And how it ended up, I don't have to tell you. Yeah, it's very professional, and a lot of factories involved, and very professional teams, and an end. So. There was a lot of development going on in the last or in the following 10, 15 years, let's say, after we started with the very first ride in GT3, of course.
And I think there's some interesting parallels, I suppose, between developing a car for customer racers, for gentleman racers to use, and indeed this role as a driver mentor. There's kind of similar mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talking about the technical things, of course, if you develop a GT3 car, it should be easy to handle, easy to drive, easy to set up, you know, because the idea was there are people coming not so experienced and they want to have fun. They have to have a safe car, yeah, with a good performance. So that's the main things you are working on. And of course, if you look at the LMP project, for example, it's pure performance. Yeah, whether you can handle it or not, it's up to the driver. Yeah, if you cannot handle it, you're not good enough. Let's say that's how easy it is. And so this approach is a little different. But then, yeah, somehow coming back to this thing now and working with amateurs or less experienced drivers. I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, I do a lot of things with Audi driving experience where we have driver trainings, and it's very nice to see how they improve. Let's say during a day or maybe 2-3 days when we are working together. And I hope and I wish we have the same results working here with the drivers, because I think one thing is for sure. No matter how much experience you have, you can always learn, yeah, and you can always improve. And let's say, I'm pretty sure they are not coming into the series as a driver with tons of experience. So I think with the experience I have, I might be able to give them a hand. And whenever they have a question or they want to know something, they shouldn't hesitate to ask. That's a very important thing. But actually, I think when we go for the first round, we will have a meeting and talk to them anyway, so that everybody knows we are there. I am there to help, not to fight with them, you know, or not to blame them if something didn't go the right way. But we definitely want to try to avoid mistakes and to talk to them beforehand if necessary. But of course, in a way, it's also up to them to come up to me and or us, or in that case myself, to explain and to discuss what to do, how to approach a race weekend, or how to approach the race from whatever position you are on. I mean, there are always different things, whether you are in front or at the very last position on the grid. Maybe you should have a different strategy to enter the race. And anyway, I think during the weekends we will see what's going on, and then where are the biggest issues, and where can we give a hand, where can we support them, or where can I support them. And yeah, I'm very happy to be part of it, and I hope I can help, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I'm delighted that you're part of the team for the summer series, the GEDLICH Racing GT Summer Series, starting in a month's time as of this talking at Hockenheim in April. I look forward to seeing you there, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good. That's all.
And we'll be hearing from Frank, I'm sure, during the summer series broadcast as well, to give us some insight in the broadcast booth. But for now, great to talk to such a racing legend.
Well, what an opportunity for Adam to speak to a legend of the sport, and I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed that chat and hearing all about how Frank will be involved in the GEDLICH Racing paddock. Great to have him in our paddock. Great to have so many incredible faces in our paddock this weekend. You can see behind me the GT4s just getting ready to go out. Now, if you saw any of our coverage yesterday, I'm sure you were glued to our live stream. You would have seen that we have a new face with us this this weekend, and that is Kieran Mogg, who has been busy chatting to a bunch of people in the brand new Heroes Arena, an area of the paddock which has been marked off to basically allow lots of people to go down there and meet people from the paddock, people that we don't often get to speak to, and we have kept Kieran mighty busy just as the GT4s are about to head out. Well, Adam spoke to someone who's already made a name for themselves in our sport, and Kieran spoke to somebody who was hoping to make a name for herself in the sport. He did, of course, speak to Janevra Panzeri from the Formula Winter Series. We'll be seeing them out on track in the second race of the day, just after the GT4s. Let's hear her thoughts.
So we're joined down here in the Heroes Arena by Janevra Panzeri. Janevra, you just mentioned to me before this is your first interview in English.
Yes, it's the first in English. Oh, I'm a bit shy.
Well, I'll try and speak as clearly as I can for you. So this year has been, the competition has been incredible. How have you found the competition from the driving point of view?
It's really good. I really love this championship, especially this track. And for sure in this race is the first championship if I do completely. And I'm learning a lot of things with the drivers and a lot of overtake, how to overtake, and I'm learning very well and a lot of things. This is the important things.
So is there a track that you think that you've gained the most experience from?
I don't know, every track is fundamental. You learn different things in every track, and it's the base drive in every track for learn different things.
And you mentioned also to me before this interview that you've driven Barcelona before, and so do you think this is your most enjoyable track, the one that you feel the most comfortable
Yes,
with?
yes, I really love this track. Maybe because in the first race I did here last year in Formula Winter Series, I win the trophy for the first time. I think maybe it's for that, or I don't know, this track make me really happy, I really love this track.
And one last question. So obviously as we go into the rest of the season, for the 2026 season, are there some things that you've learned from the Winter Series that are going to help you as you go through the year?
Yeah, every race can help me for sure, and no, I need just race. I need the race, race again for learn everything.
Well, hopefully we can see the same as you did last year and get that trophy once again. Thank you very much for joining us here in the Heroes Arena.
Well, the GT4s have been released from the pit lane. They are heading round to the grid. The first race of the day coming up, and it is set up very nicely. As I said earlier in the morning, well, Mackenzie Cresswell, last year's champion, he is back on the grid, and he will be going head to head with many competitive drivers on this grid, but not least, of course, Enrico Federer, our champion from this year. Let's head up for the first time today to commentary with Adam Weller and Andy McEwen.
Well, a contrast of conditions from Saturday to Sunday. Welcome to a sunny Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. The mountains in the background overlooking what promises to be an exciting day to conclude our 2026 season. This will be the championship deciding day in the GT Winter Series. The Formula Winter Series and the GT4 overall titles have already been determined, but there's still a lot of action to bring you today. Myself, Adam Weller, as always, joined by Andy McEwen in the commentary box, and we have been eagerly awaiting the GT4 Winter Series after one of the most intriguing races of the year last time out on Saturday. Let's see what they deliver to us in the second sprint of the weekend. 4.657 kilometers this circuit, 14 corners. More elevation change than you might expect. I walked it on Friday, I know. Established all the way back in 1991, celebrating 35 years of operation this year. A consistent path as well, of course, of the Formula One calendar and many other
international calendars across sports cars, touring cars and much more besides. Clear skies scheduled for the next few hours at the very least, and it looks like that's going to continue all through until the final checkered flag of the day. So we're delighted with that. What a way to conclude the 2026 season. And a bit cold this morning. We had ice on our windscreen, which we're all a bit confused about in March, but you can see the snow cap still on the mountain, so maybe we shouldn't be too surprised after all. The cars are making their way down onto the grid then for this GT4 race. It will be half an hour. It will be the drivers that we didn't see yesterday, and that means that Mackenzie Cresswell, our 2025 GT4 Winter Series champion, is back on the grid for the first time since he won the title here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It's also his first time in the car since October. Let's see how he does in race conditions, and let's go down to Izzy to find out what's going on the grid.
Yes, well, welcome everyone down to the grid for the first time today. The GT4s will kick us off today on this season finale of the 2026 Winter Series. And as Adam has said, we welcome back last year's champion, Mackenzie Cresswell. We are going to dive in and have a chat. I spoke to Mackenzie earlier in the weekend. He said it was great to be back in the car, just to dust off a few cobwebs. Well, Charlie Hart dusted off a few cobwebs yesterday, didn't he? Managed to start with the win, and Mackenzie will be hoping to do the same. I'm just going to dive in once Charlie is done. Just last minute words. Thank you very much, Charlie. Well, welcome back, champ. Great to see you back on our grid. I know you said to me earlier in the weekend it was important for you to be back in the car to dust off a few cobwebs. How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, feeling good. I'm quite cold, to be honest, but yeah, everyone's in the same boat. It's same track conditions for everyone, so should be quite challenging, but should be a fun race.
Yeah, it certainly is a lot colder than maybe we were expecting, especially for Spain. I mean, it is March, but they don't call it a winter series for nothing, do they? Charlie did a fantastic job yesterday. You've got a big competitive grid behind you. I know you're used to that from the European series. How confident are you that you can convert this to a win?
Yeah, the car's been really good all weekend, so there's no reason that we can't go and get a good result today. Yeah, as you said, Charlie did a really good job, so now the pressure's on for me to go and do the same.
All right, best of luck. Have fun out there. Great to welcome back Mackenzie to the grid. Right, we're going to continue back because we do have the number 71 L'Espace Bienvenue car of Charlie Robertson. Now, these guys are not only fighting for the Pro-Am title, they are also fighting for P2 overall in the standings, and Charlie will be getting his head down in this race, yet to take an overall win. I know last weekend in Aragon that was something that Charlie said to me on the grid that he was quite keen to try and do. I think he is being spoken to at the moment. I don't know if I can dive in, but we've got Ravi here, so I'll get Ravi's thoughts. Well, Ravi, final day of the season, final day to seal this Pro-Am title. How are you guys feeling?
Oh, we're good actually. As long as we finish ahead of the moat, we'll be good. But he wants to have a scrap with Zebus, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm certainly expecting things to get a little bit spicy out there. Am I able to just grab a quick word with Charlie? Thank you very much. Well, Charlie, Ravi's just said to me that you want to have a good scrap with Frederick ahead of you. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good. It's a bit slippy out there, to be honest. I thought it was fully dry, but it's in the shade. It's still a little bit damp, so it's certainly going to be an interesting start. Try and stay out of trouble. You see 20 odd cars this weekend, so a bit of a busier grid. Yeah, we've got to try and wrap up this Pro-Am title. We still have one eye on the overall as well, but it's just nice to be up here fighting in the top 5, multiple different manufacturers. So I'm excited to go and get stuck in and see how we go.
How careful do you have to be, given that there is a very big grid behind you?
I don't know. I'll tell you afterwards. I don't know. Yeah, just do what I always do. Try and stay out of trouble and see where we go.
All right, best of luck, and most importantly, have fun out there. Thank you for speaking to me. Right, and then we do come to, of course, championship winning car from this year. Now, I'm really interested to see the fight between this year's champion, Enrico Federer, and Mackenzie Cresswell, last year's champion, just ahead of him. Here we go.
the GT4 Winter Series kicking off our day of racing. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a cold one out there. Charlie Robertson references a bit slippy out there. It was damp when the sun rose this morning, but I think it could just be a lack of temp in the tyres, quite frankly, with the feel in the air. Mackenzie Cresswell starting this one from pole position in the orange and black Elite McLaren. He is joined by Frederick Zebis on the front row of the grid. WNS Motorsport looking to try and take the Vice Championship today. Charlie Robertson in third position in the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW. Enrico Ferderer alongside in fourth position, looking to match Joel Mesh's performance yesterday. Harry Reynolds starting from fifth place. He'll be running both races then, both sprints, which wasn't necessarily what I was expecting, but he's there fifth on the grid, and he was a bit of a firecracker yesterday, so keep an eye on him. Maximilian Schreier from sixth position. Jaden Kelly for Greystone and Colin Cronin for Race Lab. Keep an eye on both of them, particularly Jaden. I think the car was a bit off in qualifying, and we can expect him to come through the field, already winning a race this year, of course, at Portimao, the first round of the season. Row 5 of the grid, Joachim Bulting, the AM pole sitter, joined by Mattis Plushkel, who once again has put in a great qualifying session in the first generation Aston Martin, and we'll see how he does in the older car. Tom Pappenberg from 11th on the grid. He will be joined by Cedric Fuchs on row 6. Santiago Valve for the NM Racing team in 13th position alongside Matthias Fereisel. Ryan Naker for BMW Team Booker Motorsport, I think the last minute addition to the grid, Ryan. Helga Tam in 16th place, that's the first of the Cayman Trophy cars. Daniel Drexel in 17th place, he's alongside Alexander Danza in the number 33 WNS entry. The Alex Wendt-driven SMC McLaren starting 19th alongside Paul Huschberger. Valentin Klus, he will be another one to keep an eye on, the number 16 Mercedes AMG GT4, the driver returning to racing, having not competed since 2024. This is his first time outside of single-seater racing. His last campaign was Euro Cup 3. We'll see how he adapts to the world of GT4s. He's got a lot of work to do from 21st on the grid. 2 formation laps then for the drivers, so they will get an additional lap here to get some heat into the tyres, since the race was declared wet in case there was any return to precipitation, but I don't think that's too much of a concern. The conditions, though, have significantly changed from yesterday, and indeed it hasn't been this cold all week, even though we did have sun in testing. I think this is going to be a bit exploratory for everybody.
Yes, I think you're right. We've already heard from Charlie Robertson that the grip levels are not necessarily where he expected them to be, despite the fact the track is now dry. But of course, it's also a completely green racetrack. We had so much rain yesterday, it will have washed all of the rubber that had been laid down previously away, or the majority of it anyway, and they've got to sort of start from scratch now. So tricky conditions still, and it will take them the first few laps, I'm sure, just to get themselves into a rhythm. Of course, it was also a wet qualifying session and now a dry race, so the order that we had at the end of the qualifying sessions yesterday isn't necessarily going to be the same order as far as pace as we see in the races today. So we'll wait and see exactly who comes out on top. We're riding on board here with Frederick Zebis in the WNS Motorsport Porsche. So Frederick Zebis then coming into this race just 2 points behind Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramneed's L'Espace Bienvenu BMW in the fight for vice champion, second in the GT4 overall championship standings. And where does the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW start? Well, right behind them. Charlie Robertson, who I spoke to briefly as he was wandering through the paddock this morning, said that his sole intention is to get ahead of the Porsche. He was working out just how close the points could end up, and if it went to count back who would win, and then eventually decided it would just be simpler to get ahead of the Porsche and not have to worry about the complicated mathematics.
Yeah, that sounds right. So 2 points in it in the runners-up consideration, the vice championship, if you will. Robertson and Ramneed also not yet sealed in the Pro-Am class, although Cedric Fuchs would have to put in quite a race to do anything about it. He'd need to finish at least 2 places clear of Charlie Robertson in this one within the Pro-Am class for the title to go into race 3. So the Pro-Am title could well be sealed in this one, as will the Am class, so long as Joachim Bulting reaches the checkered flag. So then, dry conditions our largest grid of the season in the GT4 Winter Series. The safety car has stayed out. Now that would imply to me that something has happened around the circuit, because it was meant to be coming in. Extra formation lap says race direction, but no clarification as to why. Incidentally, the Team VRT Mercedes-AMG GT4 that of course had an incident before the green flag yesterday, that car has not taken the start. I think the weekend over for Alexander Bobrovs, and that will hand the AM title over to Joachim Bolting. I know that the AM class McLaren Artura of Alex Wendt has only just emerged onto the main straight, and I do think that that might be something of an indicator as to why we had an issue out there on track. It was a spin, we're being told, for Alex Wendt, and frankly, in these temperatures, I'm not too surprised. We've heard how slippy someone like Charlie Robertson thinks it is out there on the circuit, and obviously he's driven at just about every level of GT and sports car competition there is. So for some of these other drivers without the breadth of experience, I think this is a bit of a new challenge, because it looks dry. Your head tells you, oh, these tyres will have temperature, and then you hit the throttle.
Yeah, absolutely. Temperature, and as I said, the fact there is a lot of rubber laid down on the circuit is just going to combine, I think, to give the drivers a little bit more of a challenge this morning than perhaps they were anticipating. And I would venture that maybe Alex will not be the last person we see over the course of this race have a bit of a moment. The race, by the way, has started officially, so we have 25 3/4 minutes left on the clock. We should go green flag racing at the end of this lap. The time, importantly, has already started ticking down, so this eats into the race distance a little bit, and that gives those who are starting a little bit out of position. Cedric Fuchs, for example, definitely someone we would expect to move up the order. Jaden Kelly, Adam mentioned earlier on, gives them a bit less time to actually make the progress through the field that they were sort of hoping to be making. But all being well, we should go racing properly this time by, and it's going to be a fascinating run down into that first corner. Frederik Zebis with the Porsche that always runs well at the end of the straights. Can he clear Mackenzie Cresswell's McLaren and seize control of the race?
Well, we're about to find out. Charlie Robertson looking racy. You can see him there putting heat through the brakes. Everyone doing it, but Charlie's car, maybe it's just the sheer size of the M4 and height of the M4, but it's quite obvious that he's working the pedals hard going there through turn 12 and 13. It was a wet qualifying, which will explain some of the eccentricities on the grid, such as Matis Plushkel again doing some giant killing in the club class out of homologation Aston Martin GT4. So what effect does that have on the standings in a dry race? Let's find out now as we get the race underway. Mackenzie Cresswell will be on the inside line running to the first corner, but we know how quick the Cayman is as the speed ramps up. Best start of all, though, from Enrico Ferderer. He's swallowed up the Cayman. He's wiggling there on the brakes. Oh, too much from the brakes for Mackenzie Cresswell. He's gone straight onto the gravel. He is going to fall all the way to the rear of the field. Our 2025 GT4 Winter Series champion, his first race start in half a year, and unfortunately it didn't quite go to plan.
And it's Ferderer who benefits from that by grabbing the lead. Zebis went too early and hit the brakes because he'd accelerated before the lights went out, and that lost him all of his momentum, and that's opened the door for Ferderer to sweep to the outside. There was Cedric Fuchs in the sister SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaun car coming up alongside Matis Plushkel in the Aston Martin, who actually fends off the Mercedes driver for now. Matis is, I think, in 6th position as they get halfway around the opening lap.
Insane stuff from him. Daniel Drexel and Helga Tam look to be getting into it a little bit further back as well. Cayman Trophy and Pro-Am entries respectively. Jaden Kelly still there behind Cedric Fuchs, who of course has a mission on his mind here to try and at least give him a hope of winning the Pro-Am title. Oh, Jaden Kelly has spun there at turn 10. I think it is very slippery out there on the circuit in these conditions. Bitterly cold out there on the track. We're seeing more spins and sideways moments than we otherwise would. That was Daniel Drexel just spinning in front of several cars, and I think somehow everyone will have avoided him, but that was a heart in the mouth moment, I'm sure, for Daniel as that spin unfolded. At the front of the field, it is Enrico Ferderer that leads the way. Ferderer being pursued by two of the W&S Motorsport Porsche Caymans. Maximilian Schreier pursuing Frederik Zebis in second and third places, and Charlie Charlie Robertson under fire from Elite Motorsport's Fred Green. Fred Green, Andy, someone you're very familiar with.
Yes, coming out of the Ginetta Junior Championship and moving up into 4th position there ahead of Charlie Robertson. Fantastic stuff from him. Meanwhile, Cedric Fuchs hasn't actually managed to make as much progress as I thought he might. He's still stuck behind Colin Cronin's McLaren Artura, so he definitely has some work to do. He is up to 3rd in Pro-Am, but of course needs to get himself ahead of the BMW, which currently runs a couple of places ahead. Plushkal is wide, and Fuchs is now at the inside of Colin Cronin, and does now sweep through and claim that 7th position. And will now set his sights on the Aston Martin. Needs to clear the Aston quickly and get after this leading group of 5, who are absolutely nose to tail.
Yeah, and Plushkal is not going to go down without a fight, I fancy. He's got a point to prove here. Of course, he will be racing more modern cars in the summer, but what a way to kind of show yourself by driving a car that's, well, base is almost 20 years old, and that specific specification is well over 10 years old. It's quite impressive to watch him competing here with the modern stuff, and what a sound the BWT Mooker Motorsport Aston makes as well from its naturally aspirated 4.7 litre V8. The 77 car then, Fred Green, now trying to trouble Maximilian Schreier, who was a rookie last year with us in the GT4 Win Series. It's his first appearance of the 2026 season in the category, but of course he graduated from karting with us last year and was a prominent force. Frederick Zebis is effectively doing what Schreier did last year by coming into GT4s directly from karting, and we've seen how well that's paid off for Zebis. Schreier, I think, will be quite keen actually to beat his slightly newer teammate in this race, but for now he's got to keep an eye on Green, who's not only setting the fastest laps of the race, but is right there in the slipstream. The Porsche is strong at the end of the straight as always, but I think it's a bit less pronounced up against the McLaren, which also cuts through the air very well.
Yes, so nothing really to choose between this group. It is Green who sets the fastest lap. Fred Green, who was runner-up in the Ginetta Junior Championship last year. The only person who beat him was a young lad called Rocco Coronel, and we've seen him going on to already achieve great things in single-seater racing. Here comes Green now to the outside of Maximilian Schreier, this for 3rd position, and for 2nd, significantly in the Pro class. He goes for the switchback. That gets him alongside, but it's the outside line when we arrive at the bottom of the hill at turn 5. In the wet, this would be a good position to be in. In the dry, well, it might still work out quite well for Fred Green, who has 2 wheels in the dirt but keeps his foot in it and keeps on coming alongside Schreier. Still, though, he can't buy a ticket to the inside line, and the Porsche driver, which clambers the curbs, manages to stay in front for how much longer, though? That was a bit too much curb, and Fred Green very nearly slipped up the inside into turn number 9. Not able to do it there, but he does look quite a bit quicker than Schreier at this stage in the race. Where can he make the move?
Cedric Fuchs has gotten past Mattis Plushkal in the back of shot, as well as we see Fred Green to the inside. Oh, but he gets on the curb there, gets loose, and Charlie Robertson says 2 for 1, don't mind if I do, I'll stock up. Gets through Fu into 3rd position. With that one, Green has gotten past Schreier, but he wasn't expecting to then end up stuck behind the BMW. He's already overtaken once in this race. He's going to do it all again now to try and pursue Zebis.
Well, that was experience telling there, wasn't it, for Robertson? He will have probably realised at turn 9 that Fred Green was going to make a move at turn 10, positioned himself in the right place to get the switchback, and when they did, predictably end up almost tangling. That opened the door for the BMW driver, so now through goes Robertson then. That's now 2nd in Pro-Am, and he's only 1 place behind Zebis in the overall rankings. Here comes Green, though, to the inside of him. The McLaren dancing around under braking, goes ahead of the BMW. Fred Green has got some serious pace in that Elite Motorsport McLaren, and he now could prove to be a threat for Zebis and further ahead.
Yeah, no, that's going to be interesting. He was setting purple lap times. The fastest lap of the race actually belongs to his teammate, Mackenzie Cresswell, who's working his way through the order already up into 12th place. Plushkal going wide again. That could give an opportunity to Colin Cronin, but Cronin does not take it up. Daniel Drexel is in the pit lane, incidentally, after that spin earlier on. So bear that in mind. Here comes Cronin now to the inside of the 700 car. Plushkal going to try and hold on around the outside. Takes a lot of curb to try and get the optimal exit from the corner, but he's still going to be on the outside now, going through 7 and 8. You don't want to end up too far onto that sausage curb coming out of that corner, because it can bite. You see Cronin there defending. Meanwhile, Joachim Balting is about to lose 10th position to Cresswell, who's already dispatched Valentin Klus on this lap. Cresswell making huge progress.
Yes, he is. He looks really strong in the orange and black McLaren. Bolting, by the way, still leads in AM, which is more than enough to seal that championship provisionally anyway, with a race to spare. He really just needs to finish the race. But there's drama. Was that Cresswell? Was that Cresswell? Yes, it was. The 78 car off the road, and there is steam coming from the back of the car. I suspect he didn't get there by himself, if I'm honest. He was in a battle pack heading into the braking zone, and unfortunately, Mackenzie Cresswell's charge to the front, or towards the front, comes to an end, and that car's going nowhere under its own steam, so I suspect we might be in for a safety car intervention. In fact, yes, already the yellow lights are flashing.
Full course
and
yellow.
This it's a full course yellow, yes, for now. Whether it then becomes a safety car period, we'll wait and see. But either way, the pace slows down, and Mackenzie Cresswell's race grinds to a halt.
Yeah, big shame that for Mackenzie, because he was really on the move. Typically, the full course yellow is scrambled when, is utilised when the safety car can't be scrambled in time to pick up the race leader. So I suspect we'll do a lap under full course yellow and then rejoin racing speeds, but we'll wait to see if that's the way race control goes with it. Cresswell, did anybody else? Well, we'll see. I was going to see if anyone else had dropped through the order, but we'll get a replay here of, I think it might have been with Bolting by the looks of it, because actually, no, that's the other NM car, the 16, I think may have been involved in that, Valentin Klus. Yeah, the Merc of Valentin Klus, we're being told. Yeah, we did have an onboard with Cresswell as well, but yeah, Valentin Klus seemingly was the factor involved in that, and indeed race direction says 78 and 16 to be looked into. Contact in turn 10 has been noted. Ditto actually a rejoin for cars 73 and 700 going through the turn 1, 2, 3 section where you're meant to go to the left-hand side of the bollards upon rejoining. So that's, of course, Mattis Plushkel in the 700 car, and the 73 is East Racing Motorsport's Helga Tam. I think that's a legacy from the first lap of the race.
Yes, so dramatic stuff, and the cars continue to trundle around under these full course yellow conditions. Do sort of anticipate this will become a safety car period, which will bunch everyone back together, and if that is the case, who does it really benefit? Well, Fred Green, I guess, is the obvious choice, although I think he'd caught Zebis anyway before the full course yellow came out. They were separated by only a tenth and a half at the beginning of this lap. That's good news. Mackenzie Cresswell's car is out of the gravel trap. That left rear looks as though it's maybe slightly out of alignment.
It is, yeah.
After the contact with the NM Mercedes. What damage did it do to the Mercedes, I suppose, is the next question. Valentin Klus has continued in 13th position overall, but definitely that was a fair whack to the McLaren, and Elite Motorsport with some work to do before race 3.
I was just trying to figure out, I think Mattis Plushkel is somehow holding everyone else up under a full course yellow, because you see the big gap that wasn't there previously. I wonder if we can have a look at that. I believe, strictly speaking, it is 80 kilometers an hour that you're supposed to do under these full course yellows. I just wonder if maybe the Aston has only got a code 60 instead of a code 80 button or something like that, because he's fallen way off of Cronin, who of course he was right with before the full course yellow, and look at how everyone's stacked up behind him. Something tells me something's not quite right there.
No, you may well be onto something there. Ironically, car number 3 also being noted for its full course yellow speed. Whether too slow or too fast, I'm not sure. That's the Alex Wendt SMC Motorsport Artura. Yeah, definitely the Aston Martin going notably slower than everyone else. You can see there the gap. He's only just come out of the final corner as the leaders approach turn number 1 with Enrico Federer, of course, holding the advantage. Frederick Zebis second. So Zebis at the moment then would move ahead of Robertson and Ramid for second position in the championship overall. So this hasn't quite gone to plan for Charlie Robertson. His best friend right now could be Fred Green. I think Fred Green is very likely to go on the attack here upon a resumption of racing. Does that then open the door for Charlie Robertson, as we saw down at turn 10 a few laps ago? That might be his only chance, realistically, of getting ahead of that Porsche in this race.
Yes. Meanwhile, Diogo Ferral from Race Ready organisation, who assist us with kind of, I guess, race-facing logistics for the Winter Series. Says that race direction will use full course yellow and then safety car. So we're expecting a safety car to make itself known eventually. In fact, I think the safety car is out there and now picking up the leaders, which means that with any luck, we can soon see the field bunch together. But I certainly think something was up with Plushkel's limiter, because he somehow lost 28 seconds over one full course yellow lap. Which probably, I'm not going to try and do the maths, but probably is the difference between about 20 kilometres an hour.
Oh,
So,
yeah, don't do that maths. You will damage yourself.
Most definitely so, with or without a calculator for assistance. But I will assume that that's about what it was. Anyway, safety car will save him now, and he can accelerate up to the back of the field. You can see the pace has increased. And the reason that that is quite important is it gives the drivers an opportunity now to, again, get heat into the tyres and into the brakes, which they will have lost trundling around at full course yellow speed, whatever speed that happened to be. So, yeah, this is an important part of the procedure. You might think, well, hang on, the track's clear, they could just go racing. Is that not the point of a full course yellow? When it's this cold in particular, you really do need to allow the drivers an opportunity to get the heat back into the tyres. Otherwise, it could be absolute calamity when they try and arrive at turn 1 at full racing speed.
Absolutely. So the cars making their way around the circuit with a bit more lick of speed now, as you said, Andy. And Enrico Ferderer set to, pretty soon, I imagine, manage a safety car restart with Zebis behind. And again, we've made a point of it time and time again in the last couple of years of watching the GT4 Winter Series, that Cayman cutting through the air as well as it does. By the end of the straight, if Ferderer hasn't got the best of starts in terms of trying to catch out Frederik Zebis, then they may well be side by side into the first turn.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, and I suspect Fred Green will buy into that battle too. So this is why I'm sort of not counting Charlie Robertson out of this yet. Yes, I spotted a bit of smoke then. Is that coming from the NM car?
That was Valentin Klus shedding some bodywork from his right front quarter panel. So that is going to have to be very quickly, I think, snapped up by marshals. But they've got a lap now with the field neutralised further around the circuit to do so. So I think should a marshal be getting scrambled over the wall now, that we should still be able to go back to green flag this time by, all being well. We'll keep our eyes on that, of course. The safety car is indeed now going to be in this lap. The safety car lights will extinguish. I know that turning the safety car lights on was of high priority to our colleague Kieran Mogg in the Heroes Arena, as we saw before the Saturday racing. And yeah, next up he'll be at the fire engines and he'll be going Nino Nino. So less than 10 minutes of this race left to go. Ferderer from Zebis from green, your top three. Fred Zebis, of course, a Pro-Am entry. He leads in Pro-Am, but come what may, Charlie Robertson, along with Ravi Ramid, on course right now to secure the Pro-Am Championship. Vice Championship status still very much up for grabs, and in fact, as things stand at the moment, with Frederik Zebis set to receive 18 points, Charlie Robertson set to receive 12, it will be a 4-point margin in favour of the WNS number 30 car going into the final race of the season. So we'll keep tabs on that going into the last race, which of course will be the 60-minute pit stop encounter, both drivers contributing to the success of their car. Ferderer immediately closes up the field together, bunches them up. When will he go? Will it be out of turn 12, which we've seen a few times already this weekend? Try and get a flying run through 13 and 14, build some temp potentially in the tyres with those two right-hand sweepers, or will he decide to delay it a little bit longer? The answer is that he does pull the pin here at turn 12, and he has built himself a car length, maybe two, over Zebis as a result of that. Zebis under more pressure from green, certainly, than the pressure he could apply to Ferderer from that position. Let's see if green in the wheel tracks of the Porsche can do anything in the slipstream. You see there Robertson bouncing as well, going through turn 14. Car looking a little bit wayward there on the exit of corner. There's still debris down there on the main straight, so everyone's going to have to avoid that. You can see it being chucked up there. I think a small layer of carbon potentially, or some wrap. It was certainly something a little bit flimsy, as Robertson goes side by side with Schreier for 4th position, loses out to Schreier for 4th position. That will change that point situation I just said. 2 more points in favour of Zebis. It would be a 6-point advantage for Zebis and Tim Horrell going into the finale, although Zebis actually separate from Horrell in the standings since Tim missed Valencia.
Yes, exactly so. This is not going to plan, is it, for L'Espace Bienvenu in this race? Robertson back on the attack, though, launches to the inside of Schreier down the hill, and leaves aside the Porsche at the apex, but doesn't ultimately have the traction off the corner, and ironically now has their Pro-Am Championship rival right behind, that being Cedric Fuchs in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Mercedes. Bouncing over the curb goes Fred Green. Seen him do that before in a Ginetta a few times. I don't think McLaren responds to it quite as well, though, and that will rob him of an opportunity to attack Zebis at least for the next corner or so. No doubt about it, though, the man who is struggling on the restart is Charlie Robertson. Again, seemingly can't get the grip in the tyres. Green launches to the inside of Zebis at turn 10, and that was another really good example of how strong that McLaren is on the brakes. He's through to second, and now will set off after the race leader.
Yeah, does he have the pace underneath him? Well, I have a feeling he might, you know. We'll keep an eye on that. The Cayman, the number 30 car, we ride on board with Frederick Zebis then from 3rd position. You can see the elite McLaren, they're a bit more aggressive, I think, on the curves at turn 13. Of course, we've seen historically people borderline straight line turn 13 before, especially in a heated battle on the last lap. If you remember the 2024 finale in the GT4 Winter Series. Verderer from Green from Zebis from Schreier separated by 1.5 seconds. The top 7 split by less than 3 seconds. It is very close right now, and it's one of those situations where if you make a botched move for an overtake, you could lose 1 to 2 positions. If you're someone like Green in 2nd place, trying to get around Verderer, you may lose out to 1 or 2 Caymans in the process.
Indeed so. 10-second penalty, by the way, for Helga Tam and Mattis Plushkel for not respecting the turn 1 rejoin. I did spot that earlier in the race. If you go straight on at turn 1, you have to go right the way around to the entrance to turn 3 before you rejoin the circuit. There's a bollard there for reference, and if you rejoin before that, or if you're deemed to have gained too much of an advantage by doing that, then you can be given a penalty. So that's 10 seconds added on to their race time. Tam is down in 18th place. Plushkel, though, still inside the top 10 in 8th position. First sector of this lap, the best part of 2/10 gained by Fred Green against Enrico Verderer. I would wager he's gained even more in the middle part of the lap, and that Mercedes is getting smaller and smaller, bigger and bigger, I should say now, in his windshield. The McLaren again late on the brakes at turn 10, and he is leaving behind Fred Green what's becoming a fairly tasty battle for the bottom step of the outright podium.
Yes, that is looking compelling. Tom Pappenberg has gotten past Mattis Plushkel, so we'll see if he now in clean air can maybe come and join this long queue at the front of the field. Joachim Bolting now directly behind Plushkel in the AM leading WNS Motorsport GT4. Again, he's on course to win the AM title here. In fact, he will win the AM title here at this stage, with Bobrovs not taking the start of this race. Verderer with just 2/10 over Green as they cross the line. That's going to be less than 2/10 by the braking zone. Green emerges to the outside of the Mercedes, which was very, very weak under braking there. Do we think that was Verderer just allowing it to happen? It was a very, very early visit to the brake pedal.
Well, the McLarens are good on the brakes. That's traditionally been where they gain their time, and we've seen that throughout the race, but that did look a little too easy for my money. But anyway, Fred Green is through, and maybe Verderer just thinking that he doesn't want to invite the next group of cars back into the fight for the lead. If he defended too much there at turn 1, that's exactly what could have happened. So we shall find out after the race, perhaps. Anyway, it is Green that leads, Verderer second, and this now the battle for third. And Maximilian Schreier couldn't really pick a lane there into turn number 5. Charlie Robertson wasn't sure where he was going and wanted to try and get past the blue and black Porsche if possible. Orderlo stays as it was, with Fuchs ahead of Cronin behind, and then, as you said, that big gap back now to Tom Pappenberg in 8th position. Like we said, though, these elite motorsport McLarens have looked like the class of the field this weekend, haven't they? We saw it with Charlie Hart in the wet conditions yesterday, just finding chunks of time over the more established names, really, at least as far as this season's GT4 Winter Series is concerned. And Fred Green, very much a new name in this paddock, doing much of the same now in race 2.
yeah, really impressed with Green coming into the weekend and realising he was on the entry list. It was very interesting indeed. Again, having seen what he did in juniors last year, it was a bit of a nod head and okay, interesting. So let's see how he can gap Federer now. He's got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. That will be 2 more laps of racing before the checkered flag. Meanwhile, Zebis will be hoping, I think, that Maximilian Schreier doesn't do anything particularly crazy behind him, because of course with Robertson on their tail, that could sway things in the vice championship battle. And indeed, I think WNS would quietly hope that Zebis gets the points for 3rd place.
Yes, indeed. So you might be onto something with Federer, by the way. He's definitely struggling. He was 6/10 slower than Frederick Zebis, and therefore everyone immediately behind Frederick Zebis on the previous lap. So 2nd to 3rd gap coming down. Obviously, Fred Green's getting away out in front, but there could be life in this podium battle yet. And if Federer does now get embroiled in a scrap with Zebis, then that could open the door for the likes of Schreier and Robertson to join in as well. There is Charlie Robertson, again forcing a defensive move out of Schreier into turn 5. The Porsche climbs the inside curb. BMW looks for the traction off the turn, but ultimately doesn't have what it takes to get alongside the Porsche, and the Cayman will stay in front. But yeah, I suspect as we go on to what will be the final lap next time by, there is still something to be settled in this group, particularly 2nd place. Frederick Zebis is now almost within striking range.
Yeah, Zebis not far away at all, and Charlie Robertson, conversely, right on the back of Schreier as well. Cedric Fuchs there flashing the headlights. He will be aware of the connotations of finishing behind Charlie Robertson as it pertains to the Pro-Am title, but he'll need to do more than just get past Charlie in order to even make the championship battle in Pro-Am go into the last race. As it stands, Robertson and Ramid are clinching the Pro-Am title in this race. The vice championship battle, meanwhile, looking as compelling as ever. It's the F1 points, effectively, if you will, the F1 point system. So it will be 15 points for 3rd place at the moment for Frederick Zebis and 10 for Charlie Robertson in the BMW from L'Espace Bienvenu. So last lap of the race, and Fred Green has got a 1.7 second lead. Enrico Federer wishes Frederick Zebis 150.889 last time, his personal best lap of the race, and Zebis is applying pressure to what looks like an ailing Mercedes-AMG GT4.
Yeah, well, personal best for Zebis, whereas Federer is about 6/10 off what he was doing earlier on, so the pace has evaporated from the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Mercedes, whereas Frederick Zebis' WNS Porsche is coming alive in the closing stages. He's not the only one actually to have set a personal best that time. Colin Cronin did the same further back, as again he applies pressure to the 2nd SR AMG, so I'm not sure the SR cars are necessarily enjoying these dry conditions, at least on the long run, which, given how much safety car and full course yellow time we've had in this race, of course a delayed start as well, there hasn't actually been a full 30 minutes of green flag running, so they'll really have to work on that for the longer pit stop race later on this afternoon. Zebis realistically then has one more chance, and it's coming up at the end of this straight.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be close enough for that, but we'll see whether or not he has a look. He does have a little look, speculative more than anything.
Sorry, 10-second penalty. Charlie Robertson just popped up on the timing screen. That's significant for the points, isn't it?
That is very significant for the points in the Vice Championship battle. I don't think it will affect them adversely when it comes to the Pro-Am title. They will still be Pro-Am champions after this race. For Fred Green, it's his first GT4 outing, and what a way to get things started. The 77 car for Elite Motorsport comes across the line to win in the GT4 Winter Series. It's almost like 2025 all over again. Federer taking 2nd position. He does hold on to Frederick Zebis. Schreier 4th, Robertson 5th. But Robertson will receive a 10-second penalty, and that drops him down to 7th position. He will be classified ahead of Tom Pappenberg. He will still be classified 3rd in the Pro-Am class, and with that, it will be a Pro-Am title for Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyed. 7th place finish will net him 6 points versus Zebis getting 15, so that'll be a 9-point swing in the championship. That will be a 7-point lead for Frederick Zebis in the Vice Championship going into the last race of the year, where he'll be be sharing the car, of course, with Tim Horrell, who skipped out on the Valencia round of the GT4 Winter Series. So, Elite Motorsport on top once again. A win for the 78 yesterday, a win for the 77 today. The Elite cars showing what they are made of. We haven't seen terribly much of the McLaren Artura GT4 this year. Of course, we had Jaden Kelly win a race in an example of the Artura GT4 at Portimao, but that was one of very few occasions where we've seen the Artura. To reconfirm, yes indeed, Robertson and Ramid have won the Pro-Am title as a result of taking what will eventually be third in the Pro-Am standings in that race. Cedric Fuchs and Villicuna needed to be at least 2 Pro-Am places clear going into the final race, and they were only 1 position clear. Therefore, Robertson and Ramid will win the title. So then, the cars making their way back to race control, or to the Parc Ferme area at the very least, and I'm sure race control will point at the ones they want to have a look at. Jaden Kelly is going to be a little bit disappointed, I think, with that race. He finished 10th overall and 4th in Pro-Am. Ultimately, of course, we saw that spin on the first green flag lap. Well, we don't know if it was a spin or whether he was pushed into a spin. Let's be fair on that point. We saw the end of the incident, not the beginning, so it could well have been that Jaden got a little bit of help, but it also wouldn't be inconceivable that it was simply cold tyres on what is a very chilly morning here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Fred Green comes to the P1 position, then pulls up in the parking spot they all want. A little bit of rubbing on that car from this race. You see there as well Valentin Klus with the wounded NM Racing team entry further back. Now, why is Klus back there? Weird that that car is pulling up along with the winners, but it's certainly supposed to be Enrico Ferreira with them in second place. I think Valentin may have missed the race control, rather missed the Parc Ferme, potentially. The team at Elite celebrating a second consecutive win with their other car. Steph Bush and the rest of the team will be happy with that one and focusing their young talents forward on race 3 of the day. Exciting racing once again in the GT4 Winter Series, and I think a lot of promise for what the third and final race of the weekend might deliver. Certainly with the Elite and the SR cars going head to head. WS Motorsports, Maximilian Schreier, I think, is a podium contender as well. And then, of course, the Pro-Am entries will fluctuate based on who's in the car. Certainly the pro drivers, who I think largely will be in the second part of the race, they will be hoping that there's perhaps a late safety car to bring them into contention for an overall result at the conclusion. Matis Plushkel eventually classified 16th after his podium. The penalties also, of course, to Helge Tam. There was a 10-second penalty, but either way, he still finished second in Cayman Trophy. Meanwhile, Elite Motorsports' Fred Green is a GT4 race winner for the first time, and he is with Izzy.
He certainly is, and it didn't take him long, did it? He's just said to me, you know, hadn't been in the car before this weekend. First GT4 race, first win. What a job.
Yeah, I can't complain. The team did a faultless job. You know, the car's unreal, as you saw in race 1 as well. So yeah, all I had to do was sort of bring it home. The McLaren was great, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah, what is it about this Elite team? I mean, you guys just show up and you just win.
Well, you know, we have a nice time at the track and enjoy ourselves, but a lot of hard work goes in behind the scenes. And yeah, I think the McLaren was really good as well, so yeah, I'm really happy and looking forward to the next.
I'd love to get a read on the conditions out there as well, because Charlie Robertson on the grid was saying to me it was a lot slippier than he was expecting. It's also pretty cold out here today. How did it feel?
Yeah, for sure, a lot of rain overnight, so I was hoping the track would be a bit wetter, to be honest, but yeah, the track, there's a few damp bits, but mainly dry, but yeah, the car was good in either conditions, and yeah, it was good.
Certainly was, and it looks like it's going to be dry for the rest of the day. Obviously back in the car this afternoon. Can we do it again?
I'm hoping so. I think we're off second because myself and Harry had a strong qualifying, so yeah, we're starting in a good position to have a good go at it, yeah.
Well, congratulations. Go up to the podium and enjoy it. Boys, I've said this before. Can anyone beat Elite?
Well, we'll have to see. 2 races from 2 this weekend in the GT4 Winter Series have gone in favour of the Elite Motorsport camp, and this is how it happened in race number 2. It was a front row comprised of Frederik Zebis and Enrico Ferderer on the run down to the first corner. Zebis had to lift out of the throttle to make sure he didn't overtake Mackenzie Cresswell too soon. Cresswell was on the brakes much too late going into the first corner. He fell pretty much to the back of the field. Enrico Ferderer assumed the race lead. Matis Pushkel early in the race was running as high as 6th overall in the club class, previous generation Aston Martin Vantage. Daniel Drexel having a moment there under braking in the M4 GT4. It looked very slippery out there. Jaden Kelly was also caught out on the first lap of the race with cold conditions here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. It seemed as if the Pirellis were struggling for temperature on the opening lap of the race. Fred Green was on the move, the 77 car, trying to get around Maximilian Schreier. That's where the graze came from, on the bumper of the car, as he gave Schreier a little bit of a love tap. All of this going on, of course, ahead of Charlie Robertson. Robertson, who wanted a podium position back here. He was charging towards a Pro-Am title, as it turned out, he and Ravi Ramyeed. Side by side for third position, and Robertson got the better of it ultimately there as the other two scuppered wide. Mackenzie Cresswell had contact with Valentin Klus that took the McLaren out of the race, unfortunately. At the front of the field after a safety car, it was still Ferderer in the lead, but he was coming under increasing scrutiny from behind. Fred Green was on the move, getting to the inside of Zebis there, wasn't quite able to get the move done at the apex, but then coming through turn 11, he did indeed move up to second place. And then Ferderer, with what looked like just allowing the 77 through, it would then appear that the car was ailing because his lap times fell off quite significantly. It was a great tussle further back as well, the number 30 car in the battles, but Fred Green, with a dominant run to the checkered flag, built a nice advantage over Ferderer, who just about held on to second in the race ultimately. But young Fred Green, in his first GT4 appearance, is a GT4 race winner. Elite Motorsport's Fred Green 1.6 seconds clear at the end of the race over Enrico Ferderer of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhalm. Frederik Zebis, the number 30 WNS Motorsport car, taking third overall, and with it taking second in the championship by just a few points going into the season decider, but it could still swing the other way. It's not sealed yet. Maximilian Schreier in fourth, Cedric Fuchs in fifth position ahead of Colin Cronin. Charlie Robertson secures the Pro-Am title with third in class, seventh overall. Tom Pappenberg, Ryan Naker, and Jaden Kelly rounding out the top 10 in that race. 11th position for Santiago Valde in the number 15 NM Racing car. Joachim Bulting winning AM from 12th ahead of Valentin Klus. Mathis Verreisel, Paul Hutschberger, the XR Racing driver, winning the Cayman Trophy class. Matis Pushkel in 16th. Alexander Danza, Helga Tam, Alex Wendt rounding out the finishing order. Mackenzie Cresswell classified in 20th position and not reaching the flag. Daniel Drexel coming into the pits after his sideways moment. And unfortunately, a non-start for Alexander Bobrovs following damage sustained in race 2 of the weekend. So the GT4 Winter Series has one more race to go in the 2026 season, and that will be the 60-minute pit stop race. Drivers will be ready and raring to go for that one. The last race of the GT4 season always seems to be a little bit special. A lot goes on typically over the course of that final race of the season. Going into their summer programs, of course, a lot of these teams will be due to the GT4 European Series, perhaps ADAC GT4 Germany, and indeed the GEDLICH Racing Summer Series, the GT Summer Series that launches for this year. We're very excited to look into that. The GT4 grid looking very compelling in the GT Summer Series, where we will see the kind of cars from the GT Winter Series sharing with the GT4 Winter Series machines. So we'll keep an eye on that grid as we get closer and closer to Hockenheim, 17th to 19th of April. And as always with our GEDLICH Racing events, it will be streamed live, and we can talk to you about every moment of the action that takes place at Hockenheim in a month's time. Of course, we heard from Frank Biela at the top of the broadcast. He will be the driver mentor. I'm sure we'll get a lot of insight from him. Legend that he is in motor racing, a 5-time Le Mans winner, a British touring car champion, a DTM champion. He will be a mighty brain to pick, not just for the drivers, who he's there for, but I'm sure we can put a microphone in front of him a few times in the broadcast booth as well. So the podiums will be coming up shortly here in the in the GT4 Winter Series, and then it will be the Formula cars on after that. But the cars are up there, the drivers are up there at the moment. The GT4 Winter Series action for the podiums, I hope is going to come up. It is going to come up soon. I saw Kieran Mogg walking towards me there and thought it was Andy McEwen. I was wondering what happened on the podium as that was going on. I thought maybe Andy had decided to ditch the whole thing and hand it to Kieran, but no, it was Kieran coming in. Kieran, our 4th member of the broadcast crew for this weekend, has been busy in the Heroes Arena, and you may have seen some of his fan cam content going up yesterday as well. If you're on the Winter Series YouTube channel, take a look. Some insights beyond what we typically get on the broadcast, and some behind the scenes shots as well, particularly if you're a fan of the Massas. Some great scenes as they celebrated their win Pipo's win in yesterday's first race of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. Pipo will be in race 2 as well, and he'll then share with his legendary father going into race 3 of the weekend. The Porsche 992 Cup car from the AF Motorsport crew. Quite the coup for them, I think, to have the Massas in the car. Andre Fernandez has been walking around the paddock with a big smile on his face. Of course, he's getting to drive as well in his Porsche GT3 car. Stefan Mucker was walking around with a big smile on his face last time out at Aragon because he was getting to drive the Aston GT4. Matas Kluchkel back where he's scheduled to be this weekend in the car with Thilo Goss. And well, we saw him put on quite a show in that race, didn't we? Running up as high as 6th overall in the first generation Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Spec is circa 2015. The chassis maybe as early as 2007, although the early cars were 4.3s rather than 4.7 litre V8s. Andy McEwen, I believe, has wrangled the last of our drivers up to the podium with the help of the GEDLICH Racing team, so we can now go to the podium.
Thank you very much, Adam. Yes, we're ready to go then with our GT4 Winter Series podium in the sunshine at long last here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We'll start with the Cayman Trophy podium finishers. Second position in the Cayman Trophy, Helga Tam. But the victory in the Cayman Trophy goes to XR Racing's Paul Hochberger. And onto the top step he will go. The trophies are ready to go. I think we can bring the 2 trophies out. We've got an assortment of personnel here to do the honours. Florencio from Pirelli once again. We've also got Manuel Munoz, the Chief Operating Officer of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya here to hand the trophy over to our class winner in the Cayman Trophy, who smiles in the sunshine. The temperature, by the way, has notably climbed over the last 15 minutes or so. It's turning into rather a nice day for us to conclude our Winter Series programme. Photos taken, once again, lots of team members are gathered underneath the podium here in the sunshine to celebrate our GT4 podiums. Congratulations once again to our Cayman Trophy podium finishers. The AM class is where we head next, and once again a championship now has been decided in the shape of the AM category. Before we get to our champion though, third position in the race to Alex Benz. It is once again though a WNS Motorsport 1-2, second position in AM, Alexander Danza. It is, though, a 9th AM Class victory of the season and provisionally the AM Class Championship going the way of Joachim Balting. And Joachim, as always, is very happy to be here on the podium, has a smile on his face as he walks out. The trophies are going to be handed out. He'll be receiving the big trophy later on this afternoon. But for now, his race winner's trophy will be presented to him momentarily. There we go, by Manuel Munoz from the circuit. And Joachim Balting, who once again was in the thick of all of the action in that race, seemingly coming through to claim a 9th AM Class victory of the season, and that one the decisive one in the AM Championship. So he smiles, poses for the cameras. The Formula Winter Series cars are released onto the grid behind us. We've got 2 more podiums to get through, and then we'll be heading down there for all of the pre-race storylines. Congratulations once again then to our AM Class top 3 and to our provisional champion and race winner, Joachim Balting, who heads backstage once again to prepare now for the pit stop race a little bit later on. Shakes the hands of his fellow podium finishers. Congratulations, Joachim, on the championship. Pro-Am next, another championship that has, according to our maths anyway, wrapped up. 3rd position in the Pro-Am race, and provisionally the Pro-Am championship goes to L'Espace Bienvenue and Charlie Robertson. Out comes Charlie. On to the 3rd step of the podium. 2nd position for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau, Cedric Fuchs. He shakes the hand of his Pro-Am Championship rival, heads to the 2nd step of the podium. It will be, though, another race win for W&S Motorsport, and they move into 2nd place in the overall standings as well. A great result for our Pro-Am winner, Frederick Zebis. And once again, he shakes the hand of Cedric and Charlie alongside him on the podium. Out come the trophies. And Frederick Zebis very, very pleased with that. That's a really important result in the battle for 2nd place in the overall championship. He is now, or he, well, yes, he is ahead by 7 points of Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramid. Of course, his co-driver, Tim Horrell, missing around. So it's just Frederick going for that 2nd position. The drivers gather together on the top step of the podium. 1 more race to settle that. And whilst Charlie Robertson, I'm sure, would have liked to have been a step or 2 higher on this podium, he has at least done enough to secure the Pro-Am Championship for L'Espace Bienvenue. Congratulations, guys. 1 more podium then to do, the Pro class. And we welcome, first of all, our 3rd place finisher in Pro, Maximilian Schreier. In 2nd position in Pro, crowned champions already a week ago. It's SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum's Enrico Förderer. But the top step of the podium once again belongs to Elite Motorsport. Another charging drive to the front for our Pro winner, Fred Green. And Fred, very happy with that, rightfully so. What a drive that was. Arguably could have been 2 elite cars on the podium had it not been for Mackenzie Creswell's spin down at turn 10. But Fred Green, on his debut in Winter Series competition, gets to the top step of the podium. The man who came closest to denying Rocco Coronel of a Ginetta Junior Championship last year has made his first step into GT4 racing with great success. The drivers then pose at the top of the podium for the photos. Formula Winter Series cars, though, are arriving on the grid for their penultimate race of the season.
So the Formula Winter Series, race number 2 of the weekend. It was a very compelling race yesterday one that, surprise, surprise, Dries van Langendonk came out on top of. What was more compelling, though, was what effect that had on the Vice Championship in the race. Arie Bansel just 1 point away from Thomas Behrmann in the Vice Championship standings. 130 for Bansel, 129 for Thomas Behrmann. So Bansel would need to win today's race, while Thomas non-scores for the Vice Championship to be decided here. It will more than likely go down to the wire, which will be a very compelling watch. The team standings, also a big topic of conversation coming into this race, and we'll keep an eye on how that one unfolds. It was 357 points for Rodin Motorsport coming out of this race, with 327 for closest rivals Us Racing. Van Amersfoort are still technically in the team's fight, however with 295 points, therefore a 62-point deficit to Rodin. They've got a lot of work to do with only 44 points available per race. For Rodin, this could be the team's championship sewn up if they repeat that 1-2 feat from the previous race. Of course, it was actually 1-2-3, but only the top two cars are considered for the points in the team's championship, as well as the fastest lap point. The qualifying points aren't counted, but the fastest lap point is counted towards the team's championship. It will be Dries van Langendonk on pole position for this race, Thomas Behrmann alongside, and somewhere between those two cars is Izzy Browning.
Somewhere between those two cars, indeed, I am next to pole sitter Dries van Langendonk. And as you rightly say, Adam, Rodin with the chance to do the triple, the driver's title, the rookie's title and the team's title, and a 1-2 finish in this race would seal that for them. Well, that's what their eyes will be on, most certainly, and it's not out of the question with the Rodin 1-2-3 yesterday. We are going to skip the front row, though, however, because I have spoken to these two quite a lot. And one thing to say is that team manager Dick from Rodin is back. He was at a wedding yesterday, if you guys remember, but he is back. Got on the last flight, I believe, last night, and hoping to see his team win the title. Well, a boy who did very well yesterday was Ethan Lennon, came P2, a mega job from him, and we'll be hoping to repeat the same today. I'm going to jump in with Ethan if I can do. Just one quick word. Well, Ethan, good job yesterday. The chance for Rodin to take the team's title today, and a repeat of yesterday would do that. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. We have a strong lead in the team's championship, so let's just work ahead to get the team's championship.
Best of luck, have fun. Right, we'll continue back and we will go and have a chat with another one of the Rodin drivers, and that is going to be Alfie Slater on P4. Which side shall I go? I'll come round this side. We'll grab a quick chat with Alfie. Hopefully he can hear me, because the fan is in the car, so I might have to speak up a little bit. Well, Alfie, final day of the season. Rodin with the chance to do what they did yesterday, but this time for the team's title. Ethan's just said to me that he's going to give it everything. How are you feeling?
I mean, every race I try and give it everything, but this race isn't really much different for me. I'm going to try and do the best I can for the team, but I push as hard for each other race, so we'll just try and do our best now.
It's pretty cold down here, obviously dry as well. What's the tyre management going to be like?
First lap, obviously going to be full push, because the dirty air around here was not very nice in the testing, so try and make up as many places as I can at the start, and then from there we'll manage.
All right, best of luck, have fun. Right, I do want to try and continue back just to quickly show you the car right here, the number 55 of George Proudfoot Nalder. Now, he's come into the championship in the last 2 weekends of the Formula Winter Series, and he's made quite the impression so far, starting from P6 today. Can he get on the podium? I think I might just have a chance to have one quick word. Well, George, you've made quite the impression in our championship so far, done a really good job the last 2 weekends. A chance to get a podium here today to round out the season. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling confident. I think yesterday our pace was really strong. We were able to move forward quite quickly, so just, yeah, hoping to do the same today, just get a good start and, yeah, just head down and move forward.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Yeah, a good start going to be absolutely crucial. We have many, many cars on this grid as we have done all season long. And I'm sure there will be many nervous faces in the Rodin camp. They'll be watching it from the pit lane. All three of their cars, we have already seen all three of their cars hoping to take the team's title for Rodin. Here we go.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So the Formula cars are on the grid. We will be rolling in just a few short moments here for the second race of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. And it's a familiar front row. It's the same front row as yesterday. Dries van Langendonk alongside Thomas Behrmann, Ethan Lennon and Alfie Slater making it three Rodin cars in the top four positions. Arie Bansel in 5th place. He's alongside George Proudfoot-Nalder in 6th. Levi Arn in 7th. And Platon Kostin in 8th place. Leon Hedfors in 9th, along with Samuel Ifrid, who'll be looking to get some good points for the rookie classification. Max Kammerlander and Alexander Savinkov 11th and 12th. Pedro Lina and Theo Borenstein in 13th and 14th position. And it's Timo Jungling, who I think will make some places up there from 15th place based on what we saw yesterday. He's with Andre Rodriguez on row 8. Georgi Zazov along with Arjen Kreling in 17th and 18th. Ludovico Busso and Alexander Chartier in 19th and 20th places. Oscar Repetto in the 11 car along with Chiara Batig on row 11 of the grid. Marcus Silkunas and Victor Poulsen 23rd and 24th. Vittorio Orsini along with Janevra Panzeri 25th and 26th. Great to hear from her on her first English language interview at the top of the broadcast. Noah Killian and Eric Poulsen 27th and 28th. And that is the order for the start of this race. So Van Langendonk and Behrmann at the front of the field once again. Thomas Behrmann will be very keen to get a good start. He will also be hoping that one of his teammates, Pedro Lima, Platon Kostin, steps up to the plate, which they need to do massively to have any shot of winning the championship in the team standings. They are, by all rights, very likely to be out of the team's championship contention after this race. The real question mark is what can Rodin do? If they outscore Us Racing by a total of 14 points, that is the team's championship decided in Rodin's favour. So if they do a 1-2 finish as they did yesterday, it's signed, sealed and delivered, much like Dick's wedding invitation was for Saturday. Great to see him back in the paddock this morning, and let's see what Lennon and Slater can do. It was Ethan Lennon, wasn't it, Andy, who had a very good start yesterday?
Yes, he did, and was able therefore to finish second place yesterday and make it that Rodin 1-2-3, which has been, well, they've been so strong, haven't they, this season? And the 1-2-3 always looked likely. Can they do it again, though? I don't know. In dry conditions, I think it's going to be a very different kind of race. Ironically, I think it might be easier to overtake in some ways in these relatively low downforce single-seaters. The slipstream down this really long main straight should open up some overtaking opportunities, and it's a long run into that first corner, so getting a good start really should pay dividends.
Yes, it should. Lights on the cars because it is still technically being considered a wet track. Not quite sure that holds much weight, but we will have the green flag flying at the back of the grid. It's Van Langendonk and Behrmann on the front row, but keep an eye on Ethan Lennon from third. The lights go out. We're underway. It was a good start from Lennon. Arie Bansel didn't get underway. That is risky. And the Jenser car, the number 20 of Borenstein, into the rear. It felt somewhat inevitable there with Bansel struggling to get off the line, unfortunately. And that was a heavy hit to the rear of the number 46 car at the front of the field. It's side by side for second place. Lennon alongside Behrman. Van Langendonk has a clear lead going through the opening turns. Chiara Batigue, the only driver to go through the runoff at turns 1 and 2, rejoins around the bollards at turn 3. We'll be hoping she hasn't lost out to Panzeri in the female trophy order as a result of that excursion. One of the Cram Racing drivers diving to the inside there. I think that was the, well, I'm not sure which one it was actually, so let's skate past it. The top 10 running through the opening corners. Andre Rodriguez, I think, has had a good start. That was him going up against Timo Jungling, and I think they're on the fringes of the top 10. Of course, the field is somewhat scarpered around and shifted a bit, courtesy of the evasive action being taken for Harry Bansal. Safety car is out, unsurprisingly, so the field now has to neutralise. All of these 2-3 wide further back moments have to be neutralised and sorted out. But that was a dramatic start. It was a start that has shuffled the deck in the order, and certainly that would have been a pleasant impact for Ari. Let's hope, above all else, that both drivers are okay.
Yes, indeed. So Ari, of course, trying to hold on to second in the championship as well against Thomas Behrman. Well, Behrman is running nicely there in second position, and whilst I'm sure this isn't the way that Thomas would have liked to have seized an advantage in that battle, he will gladly take the points if they're presented to him. So safety car scrambled them, and at least it's not a full race stoppage, which I feared at first. They are going to take the cars down the pit lane just to keep them away from the scene of the accident down the main straight, to allow the marshals and recovery crews to get ideal access to the drivers. Looks as though they're both out of the cars. So there is Ari Bansal looking on, and that will have done quite a lot of damage to the back of his car. The gearboxes, the drivetrain, everything sort of hanging over the back axle of the cars. That will have done quite a bit of damage to his car. In fact, both cars will require significant repair work if we're going to see them out for race number 3 later on. There you can see they're sort of welded together, aren't they, which is always a frightening look. With both drivers out of the car, that is good news. Ter Borenstein, who would have had no time to brace himself for that. It is a driver's worst nightmare, isn't it? We've had quite a few drivers stalling on the grid actually this season, and it's a miracle, quite frankly. We've got this far without them being collected. It, unfortunately, was Theo Borenstein who really ran out of luck there, didn't have time to take evasive action, and it takes them both out of the race. But we believe both drivers are okay, and that is the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely right. Thomas Behrman has finished in, or is running in second place, so that will have a big impact now on the vice championship battle as well. He can't secure it from second, but Bansal being off the track does heavily swing it in favour of Thomas Behrman. But to confirm, we've heard that both drivers out of the car, I think quite quickly. Theo Borenstein may have hopped across the circuit over the pit wall, which means that we haven't actually seen him, but we saw him, the camera op saw him off lens, moving away from the situation under his own steam. So he's all good. So is Ari Bansal. Let's hopefully see them back out, but it will be a hard stretch from here. So the start there for Ari Bansal. He did get underway initially, and then the car just kind of gave way underneath him almost there, maybe just not quite getting enough power through the car off the clutch. And the number 20, the innocent bystander, really nothing that Borenstein could do about that. And the cars will now be recovered. It will be a couple of laps, I suspect, because they can't hoist 2 cars up safely. They're going to have to extract them from each other and then get them back away, or maybe they'll just put trolleys underneath and wheel them back through one of the holes in the pit lane wall. Dries Van Langendonk then in the lead of the race. Let's run you through the top 10 because it has shifted fairly significantly. Van Langendonk leading the way, Behrman in second place and Lennon third. That is as started, as indeed is Alfie Slater in fourth position. Of course, they were all ahead of the drama of Bansal not getting started. Levi has moved up to fifth position, so he's just ahead of George Proudfoot-Nalder. Arn could be on for one of the better Yenza Motorsport results that we've seen so far this season from there. Samuel Ifrid is up in seventh position. Ifrid has been hoping here to try and secure the vice championship in the rookie class this weekend, but Ethan Lennon comfortably well on his way to winning the second place accolade in the rookie class. Of course, Dries van Langendonk has secured his title in rookies as well as in the overall championship last time out at Motorland Aragon. But continuing on down the top 10 from Samuel Ifrid in 7th, it is Pedro Lima 8th, Alexander Savinkov in 9th position, and Andre Rodriguez in 10th. So Andre has had a very good start there. I think he made the best of that kind of scramble going down the main straight to move up into the top 10. It would be a good achievement from him. But Alexander Savinkov in 9th position. That could be interesting as well for the vice championship consideration, because he's still in mathematical contendership, Alexander Savinkov. He would, however, need to move further up the order to stay in contention up against Thomas Behrmann. So we'll see what he can do. Of course, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Savinkov pick his way through the top 10 this season.
Yes, that was sort of the story of his weekend a week ago at Motorland Aragon, wasn't it? So Alexander Savinkov, one to watch, I think, when we go racing again, and didn't necessarily have well, he had an all-right run yesterday to 6th, but I think he started 7th, so didn't make quite as much progress in yesterday's wet race as we might have been used to seeing. But in the dry now, I expect Alexander to definitely pick up a few positions. Yeah, he's 20 points behind Thomas Behrmann, and of course there will be 25 points remaining, give or take, after this race. So yeah, he needs to try and close that margin, and he's several positions behind him. Behrmann, of course, just still gunning for this first win of the year. He's probably sick of us mentioning this, but it has been a storyline, whether he likes it or not this year. He has come close to winning so far this year on several occasions as Thomas Behrmann, on 2 second-place finishes and 4 third-place finishes will tell that story. Can he now finally get the first race win of the season?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Behrmann has been on the podium in total no fewer than 7 times, so he's certainly been up there all year and had the pace at times. It's just not quite unfolded for him. It was here last year where Behrmann secured his first overall podium in any F4 competition, and ergo his first in the Formula Wind Series as well. That was the final race of the season in 2025. He will be hoping to do it one race early in 2026 if he's going to claim his inaugural race win in the Formula Wind Series. Of course, he has already won a race in British F4 during the 2025 season, so he's not unfamiliar with the top step, but I think his objective this year is more wins, more points, fighting for championships here and in his campaign in 2026, which is a lot more Euro-based. He's forged that new partnership with Van Amersfoort, and that will encompass the Italian Championship, the Euro 4 Championship, as well, or the E4 as it's now known, not the channel from Channel 4 in the UK. But they will be very busy, VAR and Thomas Behrmann, and we'll see how his pace unfolds. Still showing that the safety car will be going through the pit lane, but we can see there the process is ongoing to recover those cars, and you can see the amount of damage there at the front of the number 20. Now that's all nose cone, so that's removable, but the question is what effect the forces have had on the chassis. If the tub is cracked on the car, then that is firmly weekend over.
Yes, indeed so. Yeah, Teo was starting about 4 or 5 rows behind the car that he ultimately hit of Ari Bansal, so he hadn't got fully up to speed at least. You know, it's worse the further back you start, isn't it, because you've got up through an extra gear or so sometimes by the time you get to the stationary car. So we'll see. The teams will take a good look at the car. At least they've got the cars back nice and quickly, and they've got the rest of this race and of course a few hours into the afternoon to investigate and see what needs to be done. It would be good to get them both out for that final race. They're both quick drivers, and certainly for Ari Bansal, he really could do with being out there for race 3. He's got some points to try and score. This is, of course, eating into the 30-minute plus a lap distance of the race. We are a third of the way through the time now, and Dries van Langendonk hasn't had a huge amount of defending to do. Based on yesterday's race, he might not have any defending to do because he sort of checked out in the end in race number 1. Again, different conditions today. I think it will be harder to pull that sort of a gap. But Dries van Langendonk has proven time and again that once he hits the front, he is a very difficult man to get through. And Thomas Behrman knows that all too well. Dries van Langendonk certainly will be hunting down another race win, what would be his 4th in a row. He's won 3 in a row twice this year, and looking now for a 4th on the bounce. You'd be hard-pressed really to bet against him, given the way that he's performed so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the second of the cars now being pushed through the hole in the pit wall, so they've removed that. I think now the next step will be getting to sweeping. I'm sure there's still some carbon fibre debris down there. The Bansal car actually doesn't look too bad, especially with the fact that it's rolling, but the gearbox will have taken a lot of impact, and obviously from there the engine as well, so that's going to be potential no further competition for Harry Bansal, but we hope that isn't the case. The safety car will be in this lap. Dries van Langendonk therefore will take the baton and control the field up to the start-finish line. How early will he go? Will he do the kind of conventional power out of turn 12, or will there be something a little more unorthodox from the young Belgian racer, more than just a stone's throw, well, living just a stone's throw away from the Circuit Zolder. So grew up around the sport, and I think he said my dad had a role to play in our home location growing up, and I'm sure his dad, who is with him supporting as always, will be loving what he's seeing from his young son in this early phase of his Formula 4 career. Will come into the summer season already a champion in Formula 4 competition, came into the Formula Wind Series already a race winner in F4 competition. Here comes a safety car restart then, and he's powered away, coming through turn 12 as expected. Behrman not too far back. I think that Alfie Slater could be a danger here to Ethan Lennon as they go through 13 and 14. Levian will be keen to take any advantages he can as well to try and get a podium for Jense in this race, and of course for himself, let's not forget that. Langendonk comes across the line to lead the race as we begin then, and Lennon weaving as you do. Alfie Slater going to the outside, Behrman having a look to the inside up ahead of them. George Proudfoot and Alder side by side with Levian. The two Rodents collide. That's big. That's the team's championship potentially going to be decided in race 3 rather than race 2. Lennon and Slater collect each other, and Rodin only have one driver left in the race. That is going to be a big topic of discussion in the Rodin truck. And Ethan Lennon and Alfie Slater, I think, will be very coy as they know that they maybe shouldn't have done that. Langendonk.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's the one thing they couldn't do, isn't it, really? And the one thing that they knew, and they were told, I'm sure, before the race that they shouldn't do. And, well, we say it's the first rule in motorsport, you mustn't brake, and certainly in a situation like this, that is the case. So, well, that turns things rather on their head. We also have a bit of a battle for the lead here, I think, with Thomas Behrman very much going with Dries van Langendonk.
Yes, certainly so. I will say, though, as we go to safety car, Langendonk running in the lead, he will get 25 points, 26 potentially if he gets his fastest lap. The only US racing car in the top 10 is Alexander Savinkov, who will score 2 points. They could still win the team's championship from there. They need to outscore US Racing by 14 points. And that is currently on the cards, so we should not rule out the team's championship being decided.
Yeah, because US Racing, as you say, just aren't really scoring the points that they need to be, so it might not be a complete disaster. It's still a bit of a disaster. Your two drivers should never really end up tangling and retiring from the race together, but it might not yet cost them the team's championship. Even if it does roll into race 3, they would probably still be the strong favourites, but that will certainly lead to a slightly awkward conversation in the awnings in the paddock later on. Their safety car, they're leading the cars off through the escape route at turn 1 to avoid the worst of the debris. What you really don't want is the cars to run over some carbon fibre which cuts down a tyre. No sign of either driver. That's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to reading the body language of those two as they discussed what had just gone on at turn number 1.
Izzy's the one with the psychology degree, but I think we all could have figured out what that might look like. Behrman behind Langendonk still then. Proudford Nalder's up to 3rd position as a result of all of that. George has been really impressive on these first F4 weekends. Of course, he debuted with us at Aragon, and an overall podium for Antonelli could be very, very interesting.
Couldn't it just? And I think he's got the pace here to go with Langendonk and Behrman. He really looked into some clear track. I say looked into some clear track, but whilst that was all kicking off in front of him, he was busy overtaking Levian. So George Proudfoot-Nalder immediately gained position. There we go. Now I can't see who that is from here.
That looks like Alfie to me.
Alfie, head in hands, thinking what on earth just happened, and I'd say that's probably the right way to be thinking. He's also keeping some distance between himself and Ethan Lennon. Again, not a bad decision there, I would say, for the time being.
Yeah, exactly. And the shade doesn't hurt either.
No.
Although it's cold. I'm not sure I'd want to be under an umbrella at the moment. So then, the top 10 now features a few very interesting names. Andre Rodriguez all the way up to 8th place. Hedfors in 9th position. We're yet to see him score points. And Ludovico Busso as well. We've already had almost 30 points finishers this season. In fact, we have had exactly 30 points finishers this season. A couple of new ones, and certainly Hedfors would be a new point scorer, and we will have the most different point scorers in a season of the Four-Wheeler Winter Series, a record which currently dates back to 2024 when we had 38 cars on the grid. So that was back when the capacity was a little bit higher. So that would be the telling sign of the season we've had. In fact, Estoril specifically, we had more point scorers at Estoril than we had in all of 2025. Such was the, frankly, confounding nature of that weekend. We didn't know much about the form book coming out of Estoril. We've certainly learnt a lot about it since then, and well, it's certainly been Papaya on top for most of the year, and it's going to be a tall order for Behrman to try and stop that.
Well, he was going with Van Langendonk, but I do fear now for Thomas Behrman that he's going to have to switch his attention from attack to defence upon the restart. I do think George Proudfoot-Nalder is going to be a thorn in his side when the race resumes. Incident involving cars 32 and 77 at turn 1 noted by race control. I don't think it's only race control who noted that one, if I'm completely honest. Max Camerlander's in for a new nose cone as well. It's been a race of attrition, this, hasn't it? We haven't done a lot of actual racing, but when the cars have been running around at green flag speed, there has been quite a lot going on. Took a bit of brute force there to get that nose cone off. Perhaps it had been bent slightly. The connections had been bent in whatever impact had led to that damage, but that's a shame for Max, because Camerlander had been running in 13th position, not a million miles away from the points. Top 10, remember, score points. Max Camerlander has, again, not had a top 10 finish yet this year. Likely won't in this race either, but was running quite close to that before having to make that journey to the pit lane. Right, this is what happens. So outside line then for Alfie Slater, and it's such a clumsy little tangling of wheels. It's hard actually to apportion blame to either driver there. Ethan Lennon was on the inside and you could argue drifted out into his teammate, but on cold tyres that's very easily done. Another car there skates through the gravel at turn number 5. That was the 88 car of Vittorio Orsini for AKM, and then bounces his way back onto the circuit. So again, in the limited green flag running we've had, it's been fairly energetic stuff, and a bit too energetic between the Road in Motorsport teammates. But yeah, that really didn't seem like there was any malice between either driver. I think cold tyres perhaps had their part to play in that.
Yeah, so we have 5 teams in the top 5 at the moment. Rodin's Dries van Langendonk leading, from Van Amersfoort Racing's Thomas Behrman, AKM's George Proudfoot-Nalder, Yenza Motorsports Levian, and Cram Motorsports Samuel Ifrid. They'll all be looking to move into those podium places, certainly in the case of Yenza and Cram's representatives, Levy and Samuel. Safety car in this lap. Let's see how this one unfolds. I know that Camerlander came in for a front wing. I thought someone else in the pack had a damaged front wing as well, but maybe it was just Max. He is now at the back of the field, so we'll see what he can do from what will be 24th position as he rejoins the field. He'll be hustling the car around to make sure he can rejoin the field. In fact, he's already caught up, so he's okay. Does Dries deviate from the form book here in terms of getting this race back underway. Thomas Behrmann will have his eyes on stalks waiting for the moment, certainly because George Proudfoot-Nalder has proven to be a very feisty racer, and if there's any opportunity to draw alongside Behrmann running towards the first corner, I do believe the 55 driver will take it. Van Langendonk goes now, and Behrmann anticipated that very well, in fact. Proudfoot-Nalder not quite as quick on the trigger as Thomas Behrmann. Behrmann will be looking for a good run here through turn 14, doesn't use as much of the curb there as Dries Van Langendonk, and maybe scrubbed a little bit of speed off himself as a result. Either way, they come down the straight. Langendonk looking to break the slip as best he can with the hypnotic weave, as is typical down this long straight. Behrmann trying to close in, is closing in, will not be close enough under braking. Ditto Levian up against George Proudfoot-Nalder. Sam Ifrid, I think that was locking up a little bit from 5th position, so he'll have struggled with rotation into the first corner. He's still, though, got a couple of car lengths over Pedro Lima for 5th and 6th place, respectively.
Yeah, so better restart that time for Behrmann. That's the problem with doing the same thing every time, isn't it? If you're Dries Van Langendonk, the drivers behind can anticipate that, but in the end, it didn't really matter. The reason they go early, particularly in these kind of cars where dirty air is a little bit of an issue, is that you're then running flat out through the final 2 corners, and that means the car behind can't stay close enough, whereas if you go late, it gives them a real opportunity to jump in the slipstream down the main straight. So it worked well in the end for Dries. We did have a change before the line by the looks of it. Andre Rodriguez falling behind Leon Headforth and Ludovico Busso on that previous lap. That shouldn't really have happened, so there's a story to tell there for the Cram driver, and that is crucially Busso up a position and gaining a little bit in the points as far as the team's championship.
Rodriguez down as far as 14th position at the first sector split, so I think something may have gone awry there for him. Noah Killian with Ian Kraling, his teammate, making shapes in the rear view mirror. Chiara Batig just behind them as well. Chiara running as high as 14th position at the line, I think up to 13th now. Yes, she is. So could be on the verge of points in the overall contendership for a second consecutive meeting, having done so at Aragon last time out as well. There's Alexander Savinkov bouncing across the curbs, and critically not really going with Pedro Lima. As it stands, Rodin are on course to win the championship in the team's title in this race. It all depends on what the pair can do from us racing in the top 10, that being Savinkov and Busso.
Yeah, Timo Jungling there under threat from Noah Killian, who's trying to gain some more points for us racing as well. Savinkov 7th, Busso in 8th position. Then we've got the battles going on behind. But at the front of the field, it's 0.8 of a second between Van Langendonk and Thomas Behrmann. That gap going out slightly. They're still side by side here. And Timo Jungling does lose another position by the looks of it. Ian Kraling goes through. So both of the US racing drivers picking their way through. Of course, that doesn't actually gain them any more points in the team's championship, though, does it? Because Savinkov and Busso are their point-scoring drivers right now. The highest 2 placed drivers for each team are the ones who score the points towards the team's championship. So at the moment, us racing 7th and 8th would be their points haul from this race.
Yeah, and I think Campos suddenly having a fan club down at the Rodin garage, because if if Headforth can catch up to Busso and Savinkov and cost them some more points, then it really is signed, sealed and delivered. 14 points is what Rodin needed to do in terms of outscoring us racing to win. Greece currently on course for 26 with the fastest lap and the victory. Meanwhile, the combined score for us racing would be 10 points. 10 points would put the US racing crew up to 337 points. For Rodin, 26 would put them to 383. So that would determine the championship.
Okay, so that's a bit of a bullet dodged, isn't it, really, for Rodin, given what happened earlier on. Still time to go in this one, though. Here comes the attack from Pedro Lima against Samuel Ifrid. This is for 5th position, and he does get ahead of the Cram driver, so Pedro Lima makes it now 2 VAR cars inside the top 5. As further back, the 26 machine of Marcus Silcunas now drafts past Andre Rodriguez. I do agree, there's something off with Rodriguez's car. Ever since the restart, he's been plummeting down the order. What the drama is, but that Cram machine might require a bit of TLC after this race. Round the right-hander goes Alexander Savinkov, behind Ludovico Ludovico Busso now, behind Samuel Ifrid, of course, because Lima got past Ifrid on the start-finish straight. Ifrid losing a bit of momentum and now falling into the clutches of the two US Racing cars, who really could do with picking a few more points up.
Yeah, so Ifrid could do some favours here if the US Racing cars do move through. I'll have to do live maths as this goes on, so we'll keep tabs as best we can. 5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go. Critical phase in the race for US Racing to have an outside shot at winning the team's championship this season. I think, incidentally, as it stands, Van Amersfoort would stay within range of US Racing to try and challenge for the Vice team's championship as well, with Van Amersfoort running 6th and 2nd, courtesy of Behrman and Lima. But Savinkov will be very, very keen indeed to get his way past Samuel Ifrid. Ifrid, I think, in turn, is going to have no part of just allowing anybody through. Another top 6 finish for him would be very healthy going into the summer, when he's still not quite certain what to expect from the rest of the year.
Yes, he does seem to be losing pace, though, slightly. That was quite a slow lap, and he's under threat now from Savinkov into turn 1. Savinkov so much later on the brakes. I don't think Samuel Ifrid's car is set up quite where he would like it, and this is the challenge, again, with changeable conditions over the course of the weekend. This is the first dry race that they've had, first dry running they've had, really, in a couple of days. So getting the setup absolutely spot on is not the easiest thing to do, and maybe Ifrid's car just not quite underneath him in the braking zones particularly. Can he at least keep Ludovico Busso at bay? That looks rather unlikely. Busso much quicker through turn number 4, not quite close enough to nip up the inside into 5.
8 points and 4 points at the moment then for Savinkov and Busso respectively. Right now, that would still just about be enough for Rodin to win the championship on countback. However, with Busso right there on the back of Ifrid, I get the feeling that soon those maths will change and Rodin will have to wait one race longer.
Yeah, so it all hangs then on whether Busso can make this move, essentially, doesn't it? And he's still got a few laps left in which to do it. Battle starting to develop here, meanwhile, as Pedro Lima, conversely, compared to Samuel Ifrid, seems to be getting stronger as the race goes on. He's closed in now on the Yenza Motorsport machine of Levi Ard, as here comes Busso to the outside into the right-hander at 12, sorry. Nothing doing there. You're not going to get up the inside into 13, so he settles back into the wheel tracks and now tries to absolutely nail the final 2 corners and put Samuel Ifrid under pressure down the main straight. Ifrid using all of the road, almost bounced into the gravel trap there. Did that give him a good exit or a bad exit? A good exit, I think, in the end. He's not defending as they head down the straight, slightly beyond track limits maybe, but kept it just about out of the gravel and very much kept that right foot planted to the floor.
Yeah, very committed stuff from him. You never really want to be bouncing across the curbs that much, but he made it work. The 94 of Timo Jungling in 12th position, looking at Ian Kraling there a little further back as well. But the big story at the moment, as we see, oh gosh, the 11 of Oscar Repetto in the pits with a rear wing damage, which is usually a bit rarer and indeed usually entails another car having damage somewhere out there on the circuit. But the cram machine in, unfortunately. Headforce to the inside there of Noah Killian, Jungling to the inside there of Noah Killian. So it is indeed Jungling trying to get himself back into the points here. We know he has top 5 pace from yesterday, but he has been rather mired down there in those low positions outside the top 10, but still potentially in position to try and get some points if the last couple of laps get a bit feisty.
Yes, which there is a good chance of happening, I think. Back to the Ifrid Busso battle, and Ludovico just can't get close enough at the right bit of the track, and he seems good through this first part of the final sector, through turns 11 and 12, but very difficult in these conditions to overtake through here, and in fact he's not quite as close to Samuel Ifrid at the moment. Down through the penultimate corner they head. Let's watch Ifrid through the final turn. Look at all of the curb that they use on the way into the corner, and Ifrid, well, a lot neater this time on corner exit, to be fair to him. Through they stream down across the timing line again onto what will be the penultimate lap of the race. The time will have ticked down to 0 by the end of this lap, but they have the extra lap to add on, and Ludovico Busso is in the wheel tracks of Ifrid. Is there a move to be made into turn 1? No, Ifrid a lot stronger on the brakes this time. There is a move further back though, and that is Ian Kraling on the inside of Leon Headfall. That's for 9th position. So US Racing, ironically, with plenty of cars in the points, they're just not high enough up the points, are they?
Yeah, that's the situation as it stands. Until Busso gets himself around Ifrid, the title will be decided. It would actually, if it was a 1-2 finish for us in the final race, as it stands, if it was a 1-2 finish for us in the final race and a non-score for everyone at Rodin, they would be tied as it stands. But on countback, largely thanks to Dries van Langendonk's number of race victories, it would be the championship for Rodin still as things stand. If the checkered flag came out now, but it's not coming out now, it's coming out in about a lap and a half. So let's see what evolves from there. Levian under pressure from Pedro Lima. They go side by side through turn 9. Lima squeezes out the Yenza driver, and Savinkov senses opportunity, and this could be huge for the team's championship. If Savinkov enhances his position to 5th place, then it will go to the finale. Can Savinkov salvage a fractional opportunity for us racing? Let's see. 1 and a couple of corners left to go. Oh, but Busso around the outside of Ifrid. Ludovico Busso is through into 7th place. Rodin Motorsport champagne back in the fridge as it stands. One more race potentially between them and the team championship.
Well, and Savinkov isn't done yet either. A much better run off the final corner, and now in the wheel tracks of Levian for 5th position. We've got a yellow flag at turn 10. We'll get to that in a moment though, because this is quite significant. Up the inside comes Alexander Savinkov, and he, I think, is going to make the move stick, isn't he? He's late on the brakes. Yes, he moves through into 5th position. Another charging drive from Savinkov. There is the car in the gravel. That looks a bit us racing-y, actually. I'm not sure who that is. Yes, Noah Killian hasn't come through, and Timo Jungling is in the pits. So those two, I fear, have tangled, and that will mean yellow flags on the approach to turn number 12 for the final lap. No overtaking there, but perhaps the most important overtaking of the race has already been done.
Yeah, Alexander Savinkov and Ludovico Busso, the race coming to them at a key moment, and it will be a not quite celebration for Rodin yet. They will, of course, be celebrating another victory for Dries van Langendonk, but the team as a whole cannot celebrate. If anything, they can only rue what happened down at turns 1 and 2 between Ethan Lennon and Alfie Slater. DVL has done everything right in this race. He's held off Behrman. Behrman, for his credit, has stayed within a second pretty much all race long after the couple of laps behind the safety car. He's done a good job, but Dries van Langendonk taking that pole position and using it well to secure what will be yet another win in the 2026 Formula Winter Series. It was 7th heaven yesterday. It's now a great 8 for Dries van Langendonk. He comes across the line. The number 15 does it again. And Rodin Motorsport claim the win. They do not claim the team's title yet. It's going to have to wait for race number 3. Behrman takes 2nd. Proudford Nalder takes 3rd. Pedro Lima 4th. Alexander Savinkov with a critical move up to 5th at the end of the race over Levian. Busso 7th. Krailing up to 8th place as well. Samuel Ifrid falling through the order as far as 9th position towards the end of the race. And Leon Hedfors rounding out the top 10. That is a big race for us racing. Granted, it's still a huge outside shot at this stage, but Savinkov and Busso's efforts have just about kept them in the hunt after Rodin, Slater and Lennon faltered in that race. Chiara Fatigue taking 11th place. She wins the female trophy class as a result of that. A shame that Andre Rodriguez ended up falling back to 13th position. Not quite sure what happened to him off that safety car restart, and we heard that he lost 2 places before the line, which would imply to me that maybe he went off track at perhaps the exit of turn 12 would make a lot of sense, and unfortunately losing places as a result of that. But he'll come back swinging, knowing that the Cram car is good underneath him going into race number 3 of the weekend. Rodin Motorsports, Dries van Langendonk then netting them 26 points, 25 for the win, and 26 points courtesy of the fastest lap. In fact, yes, the fastest lap does go his way, so that is almost enough, but not quite, without any help from his friends in the awning. Behrman and Proudford Nalder remaining rounding out the podium, a first overall podium in Formula 4 for George Proudford Nalder, and with it also 2nd place in the rookie standings. Lima with his 4th place there, one of his better results of the season. In fact, he's finished 4th place no fewer than 3 times before this race, so I think he'll be a bit frustrated at this stage with not being on the podium. He's got 4 4s, he'd like 1 3 if possible. So we'll see if he can do that in the 3rd and final race of the weekend, the final race of the Formula Winter Series season. The team's title having to stay on ice for a little bit longer. But we'll see how it unfolds. Of course, it's all provisional at this stage. If there are penalties to anybody, then maybe this will change. But I think the top 10 is fairly secure in how they finished there. Familiar sight, Dries van Langendonk climbing to the top of his Tatus T421. And perhaps that car will be worth something someday. Alfie Slater there to greet Dries van Langendonk. And the Rodin team having to wait for that team's title a little bit longer. It will still be a fairly comfortable situation for them in the team's championship. The total score eventually from us racing was 16 points, which puts them on 3-4-3, so 40 points between those two, Rodin and us racing, coming into this one. And what that means is that realistically us racing have to 1-2. In fact, there's no bones about it. They have to 1-2, and indeed they need the Rodin drivers to have something of annus horribilis. Well, that's a bad year in Latin. I don't know what a bad race is in Latin, unfortunately. But they need a bad race from Rodin to try and secure the team's championship down at the us racing camp. Well, the prodigious season of Rodin Motorsport continues, particularly as it pertains to the man in the McLaren colours, the McLaren Driver Development Programme talent, Dries van Langendonk, with his 8th victory of the year, now comfortably surpassing anything we've seen before in the Formula Winter Series as it pertains to, well, frankly, sheer dominance. This is a young man to watch out for. That is undoubtedly true. And we've heard from him so often this season as a result of his performances, and we'll hear from him with Izzy before too long. He's really pacey this season. He's very consistent as well. The mindset is there, the racecraft is there. You'd be hard-pressed to bet against Dries for his summer campaigns as well. I believe he's in the British F4 Championship over the course of the summer, so we'll be keeping an eye on him for perhaps yet another title, trying to follow in the footsteps of our rookie champion from last year, Finn McLaughlin, who of course won the British F4 Championship in the summer, utilising that mileage, that experience gained here in the Formula Winter Series. To cover the 3rd place in rookie, because I don't think we acknowledged it. Obviously, Van Langendonk winning rookie, Proudfoot Nalder, as we said, 2nd in the rookie class. Levian does claim a rookie podium with 6th overall, so the Yenza team will be able to celebrate that with Levy, whose best finish of the year came at the very start of the year, a 3rd place in race 1 at Estoril, that race that was rather curtailed by just how wet it was out there, the race largely under safety car control. And we'll see how that unfolds for him in race 3. Could they get another podium down at Yenza in the final race of the year? They'll be hoping for that. For Rodin Motorsport, they could have hoped for more from Dries van Langendonk.
Yeah, a bit of a race of attrition, certainly for Dries's teammates, but still Dries van Langendonk on top. I mean, yeah, we'll talk about the team title in a second, but for you, 4 wins in a row. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Obviously, unfortunate about the crash, but yeah, really good pace. Obviously, Thomas was quick there as well at the end, but yeah, managed it, and yeah, really good job by everyone.
Yeah, Thomas really kept you honest at the end there. I mean, he was closing the gap pretty significantly. Did you feel like you maybe just ran out a little bit of pace at the end there?
Maybe. I mean, I knew there was only 12 minutes to go, so I decided to push quite early on. Obviously, I dropped him on the first restart lap, but then at the end he kept coming back at me a tiny bit, but you know, I still kept a decent gap. Obviously, I knew he was going to be quick. I watched some of the races last year as well. So yeah, great job by him, but yeah, came close at the end.
Well, one more race later today. If that's his pace in the dry, he might be on the back of you as well this afternoon. Right, I do have to ask about the team's title, of course, because there's a lot of pressure now to take it in the final race. How are you guys feeling? And does the approach change going into the final race, or is it just, you know, go out there and do what you've done all weekend and indeed all season long?
Yeah, obviously I'm going to try to win. I don't know how much we're going to have to outscore US by, but yeah, I'm just going to try to do my best and try to grab some wins as well to extend that. But yeah, we're just going to see how it goes. I'm going to try to do the same as I've always been doing.
Try and end the season on a high. Congratulations. Another win for Dries van Langendonk, but for Rodin, the team's title not sealed yet.
Not quite. They need to score 4 points only, though, in race number 3 of the weekend to secure that title. Us Racing need a 1-2 finish to have any hope of winning the team's championship. So Rodin very close, but not quite there yet. Let's have a look at the highlights of race number 3 in the Formula Winter Series. Race 2, sorry. The second race of the weekend did not get started for Arie Bansel, unfortunately, and Theo Borenstein locking up there, realising he had nowhere to go. Thankfully, both drivers out of the car, but that will have been an unpleasant impact for Arie Bansel and for Theo Borenstein. Both parties, though, under their own steam, out of the car, walking away, thankfully. Thomas Behrman and Ethan Lennon were side by side at the first corner, but the safety car would soon come out. And then it would all kick off behind the top two. Van Langendonk and Behrman were fairly clear in first and second place. Slater and Lennon, though, collided not once, but twice. Double DNF for the two Rodin drivers, leaving Dries van Langendonk as the only party scoring points for the Rodin team. That would ultimately cost Rodin the opportunity to win the team's title in race number 2. DVL at the front of the field was focusing forward on winning the race then. And Behrman was trying to pursue, and he did a very good job at chasing the Belgian racer throughout the race distance. Timo Jungling there squeezing Arjen Kreling just a little bit, and Kreling losing out as a result of that to Noah Kilian, his Us Racing teammate. Kilian, the Australian, would ultimately finish the race in the gravel, unfortunately, not the day that he wanted. Some more moving and shaking further back in the field. Oscar Repetto would end up with a damaged rear wing. We're not quite sure how it happened, whether it was simply a parts failure. That would be unlikely, more than likely that there was contact that caused that. Ludovico Busso trying to find his way there around Samuel Ifrid. Doing so would have prolonged the title fight into race 3, and he would eventually find his way by. Ditto, Alexander Savinkov would move up the order as well to salvage just a chance at the team's title for Us Racing. The 21 and the 53 going side by side, Levian and Pedro Lima. That was Lima taking 4th place late in the race. And Noah Kilian there getting tagged into a spin, unfortunately, by Timo Jungling. Both parties failing to see the checkered flag as a result of that. That was a key move. That was Levian losing out to Alexander Savinkov. That would grant Us Racing definitively enough points to at least try and win the championship in race 3 for the team standings. But Dries van Langendonk doing everything he could to contribute to Rodin's tally, taking an 8th win of the season and continuing his dominance of the Formula Winter Series. This year has been one of papaya rules. Dries van Langendonk winning the race over Thomas Behrman, who still is yet to claim his first win of the season. Can he do it at the last opportunity in race 3? George Proudfoot-Nalder with an inaugural F4 podium in 3rd place. Pedro Lima and Alexander Savinkov 4th and 5th ahead of Levian, Ludovico Busso, Arjen Kraling, Samuel Ifrid and Leon Hedfors with his first points of the Formula Winter Series down in 10th place. Chiara Betigue in 11th, Marcus Silkunas in 12th, Andre Rodriguez 13th ahead of Georgi Zazov and Platon Kostin. Alexander Chartier in 16th, Victor Poulsen in 17th, Janevra Panzeri in 18th place. Poulsen and Kamalander rounding out the top 20. 21st for Vittorio Orsini, Timo Jungling in 22nd, Noah Killian 23rd, Repetto in 24th place. And really a tale of the tape there. Lennon and Slater not reaching the flag after their collision. Of course, Borenstein and Bansal not there on that sheet. That's because effectively they were non-starters after that collision at the very first seconds of the race. Thankfully, both parties okay. Andy McEwen is up on the podium. He has our drivers ready to go. I think we're going to go down there in a moment at the very least, just trying to get everything ready to go there. Constantly evolving situation as it is with podiums. We can now go down to Andy. I think perhaps someone ran away briefly, but all now there.
So one more race to go in the Formula Winter Series. That will come later this afternoon. For now, though, we've got our second race of the weekend's podium about to get underway, starting, as always, with the female trophy winner. It's another Campos Racing victory for Chiara Betigue. And Chiara heads to the top step of the podium, will receive her winner's trophy from Marcus GEDLICH himself of GEDLICH Racing fame. And he shakes the hand of our female trophy winner and heads off stage. He has got the wrong way. There we go, Marcus. One way in, one way out, I'm afraid, Marcus. Off he goes, and Chiara poses for the photos with her female trophy for winning the category again. Thankfully, a calmer race that time around for Chiara after the dramas yesterday. You can make your way backstage, Chiara. Congratulations on the female trophy win. The rookie category is up next then, and we start with our third place finisher in rookie for Janevra Motorsport, a 5th podium in the class this year for Levian. That is Levy's third place finish in a row in the class, finding some good consistency at the end of the year. Second position, though, a second rookie podium of the season for George Proudfoot-Nalder. Congratulations to the AKM Motorsport squad. The win, though, in rookie once again goes to Rodin Motorsport. It's a 9th rookie win, a 12th rookie podium of the season for the champion, Dries van Langendonk. Dries had the look on his face of a man for whom this is a bit of a formality now, claiming these rookie championship race wins, and indeed the rookie championship victory, of course, sealed last time at Motorland Aragon, as was his drivers' championship as well. And he holds the rookie trophy aloft to rousing applause from the Rodin team down below, who, of course, still have plenty to celebrate. Even Alfie Slater joining in with the celebrations down below. They gather together on the top step of the podium. Dries van Langendonk, who has only missed the rookie podium in one race all season long, that being that chaotic third race of the weekend at Estoril in the season opener. Aside from that, he's been in the top 3 in the rookie category in every single race. Congratulations to our rookie podium finishers. We'll be seeing a couple of them back out again in a moment, though, for our overall podium presentation. And in fact, immediately we welcome back the man who finished second in the rookie class, but now gets a first overall top 3 finish of the year. Third place here at Barcelona goes to George Proudfoot-Nalder. Second position in the overall rankings, an 8th podium of the season for Thomas Behrmann. But once again, it's a familiar journey to the top step of the podium. For the 8th time this year, victory in Formula Winter Series goes to Dries van Langendonk. And out as well comes James Hurd, our team representative for Rodin Motorsport, to join the drivers on the podium. Now then, time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Dries van Langendonk claims another win in the Formula Winter Series, his 11th podium finish of this campaign, with one more opportunity to visit the top step perhaps in that third race later on this afternoon. For Thomas Behrmann, he once again is just that one position shy of a win. Can he do that in race 3 later on? And George Proudfoot-Nalder, a fantastic performance to make the podium in only his 5th start in the category. Smiling faces in the sunshine here on the podium. For now, though, we turn our attention trackside once more as the GT Winter Series drivers make their way out onto the grid for what could be an absolutely crucial race in the outcome of the championship. GT Racing from Barcelona up next.
So then, the high-speed supercars of the GT Winter Series set to deliver us another thrilling sprint race. 30 minutes on the clock. Marcus Clutton starting this one from pole position. And it is a tale of the championship, a tale of the tape coming into this one. The front row of the grid. Orange Racing by JMH is Marcus Clutton. SR Motorsport by Schnitzel-Alms, Mo Hurtling. They are tied on points. So it's very, very unlikely indeed that the championship is decided in this race. There's one very small possibility, but frankly it's not worth discussing. It will be a pivotal race in the championship. Clutton, Hurtling, the front row of the grid. But keep an eye on the likes of Mattia Michelotto. We know how quick he can be, having seen him perform in that VSR Lamborghini at Estoril. Further back in the field, some other drivers I would suggest we look out for would include Severin Mazur from 6th position, certainly Ariel Levy from 5th position. Ariel has been very quick to adapt to the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, his first GT3 car after many years spent in the Porsche Carrera Cup system, and so he will be one to watch certainly. We just saw there Clutton pulling up to the pole position slot, and he will have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. I think he takes it upon himself here to do everything he can to secure this championship for himself and for Simon Orange. It would be the ultimate of reprieves and momentum builders going into race 3 if Clutton could not just comfortably outscore Mo, but also, of course, with that, end up leading the championship going into the decider. There is Marcus Clutton in the cockpit getting ready to go. The team willing him on in that number 67 car. You see there one of the KTMs arriving as well. Everyone arriving down to the grid, and we can go down to Izzy, who's there with them.
Well, you certainly can, and I have to say I am very, very excited for this race ahead of us. Equal points for the championship contenders, and it is going to be exciting. We're going to dive straight in and try and speak to our championship contenders. Who am I going to go to first? I will go to Marcus Clutton, actually, seeing as they have the door open. If I just squeeze past you quickly. Well, Marcus, you know what's at stake today. Big day. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, but there's still a lot of work to do. it's not over till it's over. But you know, either way, whichever way it goes today, I've had a great winter series battling with SR, and it's always been fair. So I'd just like to continue that today.
Absolutely. Best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. I know there's a lot of pressure on Marcus's shoulders, so always great to have a word with him. And as he said, it's not over until it's over, is it? Well, let's hear the thoughts of the other championship contender, Mo Hurtling. Well, Mo, big day, championship contender alongside you, equal points. You guys have won this before. How much do you want to win it a second time?
Really much. I want to win it really much.
And how are you feeling for the race ahead?
I'm feeling very great. The performance from the car and also from my side is very high today. It was a good Thursday, and yeah, we're looking forward for the start for the race. I'm very, very excited.
And I know you've got your whole family here. It's a little bit of extra motivation to have them supporting you.
Yeah, it's a little bit more motivated when the family is here also. With my second family, it's all together. It's very, very good.
Awesome. Best of luck, Mo. Have fun out there. Right, that is our front row. That is our championship contenders. And then on the second row, well, these guys don't need to worry about the championship, do they? The number 64 of Guy Albag that won the race yesterday. And then the number 66 alongside of Mattia Michelotto. Could they make things interesting this morning? Well, this is going to be one of the most exciting races, I'm sure. Let's head to commentary now.
So then, the title fight is tied. The title fight are side by side on the front row of the grid. Marcus Clutton on pole position for this race in the orange racing by JMH McLaren, and his title rival, the 2024 championship car, of course, Hurtling and Hire, with Mo Hurtling alongside in this race. Mattia Michelotto in third position. He'll be one to watch for sure as it pertains to the overall standings in this one. He could well play spoiler. Ditto Guy Albag, who of course won yesterday here in the GT Winter Series. Ariel Levy is my dark horse for this race, not just because the car is bare carbon fibre. We've seen that his performance is already very strong in the Audi. Severin Mazur alongside on row 3 of the grid. I could have done the carbon joke there as well. Jaroslav Veselaho in 7th place, and Lo Fontana in P8. 9th is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the SMC Motorsport McLaren, and Rudolf Benno in 10th position for Senkia Motorsport. Great to see them on the grid. Przemysław Biankowski in 11th position for PTT Racing Team, and Marius Egner with him in 12th in the first of the GTX cars, the KTM Crossbow GT2, not running to GT2 spec. Oliver Witzer in 13th position for Erla Motorsport in their Evo spec 992 GT3R, and Alfredo Hernandez with him on row 2 of the grid. Mikhail Fischbaum is next, along with Hamed Al-Wahabi, both GTX entries. And then we go to the second part of the grid, where Jerzy Spikovic is going to be the first of the Cup 4 cars, joined by the Proto class entry Mads Kjelde Larsen of BWT Motorsport. Then it is Alessi Raffini in the Cup 4 Lamborghini, alongside Jens Richter in the Cup 3 McLaren, Great to see the McLaren Artura Trophy car out there. Mikael Hove is next, along with Anders Steiner, 21st and 22nd. Petar Matic next, along with Pipo Massa, the son of Felipe, looking to make it yet another win here at Barcelona after yesterday's result. 25th and 26th, Igor Klaya and Manel Lau. The Manel Lau car being one of the GT2 spec cars, that one actually running to GT2 BOP. Raffaele Vitale in 27th place alongside Pavel Bauska for Senkia Motorsport. Ulrich Forsberg is next in 29th. Mats Kimby in 30th position. And that is the grid, Andy, as they go 2 by 2.
Indeed so. Yes. Couldn't script this, could you? This has got all the hallmarks of being an absolute classic, particularly the first 30 seconds or so of this race. It is absolutely pivotal, you feel, particularly now we're in full dry conditions, to establish yourself at the front of the field. And we'd be saying that anyway if you want to win the race. The fact that we've got the 2 title contenders tied on points, sharing that front row, it will not be lost on either Marcus Clutton or Mo Hurtling the importance of leading into turn 1. And I think they're both going to have to get their elbows out in order to achieve that.
Strictly speaking, if Marcus Clutton were to non-finish in this race and Hurtling were to win it, on countback, that would be the title for SR Motorsport, as they have more second places and are tied on wins coming into this one. Let's hope that doesn't happen. It's side by side as they fire into life for race 2 of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. A good start from the Senkia car of Rudolf Benno there a few rows back. He's making up places. Hurtling is thoroughly behind Clutton, but has the inside line, and there's contact between the contenders. The championship top 2 make contact. Clutton strays across the runoff area. Did he gain an advantage, I wonder? Did he have anywhere to go in the eyes of race direction? That's going to be litigated, I'm sure, but Clutton leads the way. The 11 car in second place. It looks like Clutton is backing off here to give the position up, I think. He lost a good 2 to 3 car lengths there in the braking zone for turn number 4. Where is Mo Hurtling? He's still behind. I think Clutton actually just dropping back to make sure that he absolutely did not gain an advantage. That's smart driving from the British competitor. The Cup cars are getting underway. It will be Jerzy Spinkovic leading down to the first corner with the power advantage in the Lamborghini Huracan with Trofeo. Oh, and Petar Matic with a big crash there with the Michael Hove driven number 49 Ligier JSP 325. They collide, and that is inevitably going to be a safety car. Petar Matic took a heavy hit there, and that is not the place you want to be colliding at speed.
No, it's not. That's a real shame. We've seen Petar on the podium quite a lot this year in that class. That won't be happening in this one. Hopefully he's okay. Yeah, interesting situation at the front then. I'm sure both Mo and Marcus will have opinions on that first corner and everything that happened. I have to say, I'm amazed Marcus Clutton didn't defend the inside line. He cleared Mo Hurtling on the run down into turn number 1. And then just drifted over to the racing line, invited Mo up the inside, and of course Mo Hurtling was only too happy to take that opportunity. There's been a bit of a miscommunication now as well with regards to where the leader should have gone when they came into the final corner. I think the race control wanted them to head down the main straight, down the pit lane, and that message did not get through to Marcus Clutton. Mo Hurtling has followed him, as has Ariel Levy, so that's going to further mix things up, because I'm not convinced Levy was third at the time. I think Michelotto was in the VSR Lamborghini, so there's a fair amount for race control to discuss and decide here, not least what they thought of that first corner contact.
Yes, and will there be any punishment for the teams that didn't quite get the message in time for the safety car passing by the pit lane? We'll wait and see on that front. This is a situation now where they've got to feed them back in the right places. But Levy then was third on the timing screen, but he was, you said, fifth, did you say?
I think he was at least fourth at a glance. I'm pretty sure Michelotto was ahead of him as they came into the last corner. One went right, one went left.
Right, okay, so that will need to be negotiated, I'm sure. There will be a lively dispute, perhaps, at the very least a fairly strong conversation to make sure everyone's in the right position. Clutton, Hurtling, Michelotto, we think, in third once Ariel Levy goes back to where he should be. Albag and Mazur, the top 6. Spinkovic and Ruffini side by side in Cup 4 at the very start of the race. So Ruffini right on the back of Jerzy Spinkovic. You would give Spinkovic the edge over Ruffini per the form book in Cup 4, but I think that's going to be quite interesting to watch. Alessio again has been progressing this season, and not only that, but Aragon aside, he's been with us all season, so he's a lot fresher than Jerzy Spinkovic in terms of the level of performance or the level of experience in recent times, where Spinkovic has only been in the car this weekend since September. Red flag has been declared on the track. I think that's largely just to collect everything as safely as possible, and of course also with that level of carbon fibre and two very badly damaged cars on the main straight, we'll lose quite a lot of the race if we continue on under safety car.
Indeed so we will rack them back up again, and I presume end up going back to original grid positions potentially. Yes, we've only completed one lap, so not that changes a huge amount at the front, although it does hopefully eliminate this complication of potentially people coming into the pit lane or not going into the pit lane when they should have done. So the cars will be brought into the pits, they will stop in the fast lane at pit out and await further instruction. It will take a little while, I think, for this incident to be cleared, and it gives us a bit of time maybe to dissect everything that went on there. There was a lot to talk about in the opening exchanges of that race. I sort of teed that up. I felt like the run into and through the first corner was going to be absolutely pivotal between Clutton and Mo Hurtling, and indeed it was, with neither wanting to give way, and Clutton ultimately coming out on top. To some extent, I suppose now that discussion of whether Clutton gained an advantage by going off sort of doesn't matter, because none of that actually happened now. That first lap of the race sort of gets deleted now, and we go back to a restart, and well, we get to do that all over again, Adam.
Yeah, that is going to be a conversation. I think sometimes we have actually counted the first lap even in this situation at previous GT Win Series rounds, although that was before race direction took over. I think, or the new race direction took over for this year, to say that sentence properly. I do think we have a replay to look back at now, so let's take a look at the start of this race.
Yeah, so this gives us another chance to dissect the Clutton and Hurtling moment. I mean, Clutton got a really good start, cleared Mo on the way into the first corner, and then oddly, look, meanders over onto the racing line, doesn't cover the inside. Mo Hurtling was always going to have a look, you feel. He was very late on the brakes. This is a better angle. Well, there was not a car's width left on the edge of the track, was there? Definitely for Marcus Clutton, I would say. That will certainly be his argument anyway, that he was forced off the road. They made contact not once but twice going through the corner, and it was Clutton who ended up being levered aside. But from that secondary angle that we didn't see the first time, that gave us a better picture, I think, of what was going on. And then through turn 4, Marcus just backs up a little bit onto the nose, if you like, of Mo Hurtling's Mercedes, whilst behind you can see there it was actually Ariel Levy ahead of Matteo Michelotto at this point, so perhaps I was wrong about that one, and the Audi had indeed got ahead of the Lamborghini. So we'll wait and see what order they do re-rack them in for the restart. We'll have to wait and see exactly when that restart comes, but yeah, Marcus Clutton there surviving that little skirmish, and I don't think the contact would have been significant enough to do any real damage, hopefully, to either car. I'm sure they've both been feeling their cars out behind the safety car for the last few minutes just to absolutely make sure of that, but Marcus Clutton with the lead, and on the restart we'll have to make absolutely sure that he doesn't invite Mo Hurtling up the inside again, because that was very nearly disaster for both of them.
Yeah, no, exactly right. That was certainly not the situation that we wanted to see at the start of that race for both parties. We'd like to see them continue to be side by side and keep this racing strictly on track, but I think Clutton did everything procedurally that he needed to do to make sure there was no penalty to be applied. So, as we've seen a few times already this weekend, the Heroes Arena has been the domain of many different conversations between Kieran Mogg and some of the faces of the paddock, some drivers and some of those who are not drivers. One of the key integral parts of the crew that do not wear a helmet is Andrea from Mick Food, who keeps us all fed. We had a chat with Andrea a little earlier in the week.
back in the Heroes Arena, we have an unsung hero from the paddock, Andrea from Mick Food.
Hello guys, thank you for calling.
That Mick Food, for the audiences that are watching at home, probably have no idea that you're even here potentially.
Okay.
But anybody that's been in the paddock, they will know you're here, not just from your massive lorries, but also smelling the food as we walk past the hospitality. On a standard just day, how many meals do you and your team cook?
Yeah, so guys, you have to know that behind the paddock there is someone that have to cook for all the people, because you know we are here, we are racing, we are fight each other, but the people needed to have a meal, minimum 2 times a day. So Mick Food born with the idea to give a service to everyone in the paddock. And with GEDLICH we are doing a super season during this winter series, and today we arrived to 380 meals at lunchtime. It's a really amazing record for us. During the winter series, with this good weather, the people feel more hungry and they eat really a lot, and we love cooking for them. So yes, this is our project. This is what we do in the hospitality. There's sometimes, you know, it's behind the scene. You are not, if you are not leaving the paddock, you are not what is behind working. And we are the narrow arm of the GEDLICH winter series.
Absolutely, that's a lot of meals in a day. I'm assuming you don't send your team down to the local supermarket to get the food. So what's the process of getting all of those ingredients?
So the thing is that we keep all the fresh food directly in the place where we are. We are not pre-cooking everything. Everything is cooked fresh in the timing, from the morning to the evening, and we go to big cash and carry that it's almost can stay behind on us, and we try to find everything local, and we do have to do the pre-order because we are talking about for this race on Barcelona 2 trucks of food only for us, and yeah, it's difficult to manage, I have to say.
It's difficult to manage, but every time that we walk into your hospitality centre, everyone is so friendly and welcoming. Do you enjoy being part of the paddock?
Yes, I have to say that different work in a restaurant. Here, you know, you can feeling the love for the race, the love for everyone, what they are doing. Everyone is loving his work, everyone is pushing so hard. So we try to keep most friendly as possible. We try to keep the smile, because sometimes, you know, some team can have a big crash, driver cannot do the best performance ever. So they want to find a place where Mick Food is created for, to find a friendly home where you can eat, you can relax, everyone is friendly. So we try to keep this mood, because it's our mood, to, you know, to be everyone happy, everyone have to, you know, relax. They don't have a lot of time during the day. So the 10-15 minutes maximum that they have before run back to the garage, we try to go to give them all of the energy that we have, and we go do everything to them.
Well, you definitely do that very well. I'm going to throw you a bit of a curveball question here.
Yeah.
From all the food that you've cooked throughout the season,
Yes.
has there been one that's been your favourite?
Oh, my favorite food. So, if we are talking about dessert, we have to say that tiramisu is one of our best dessert that we make here. We have one of our guys that is a pastry maker, and tiramisu is a typical cake from Italy, but it's born in Bassano de Grappa, and it is the area where I personally live. So when Paolo cooks the tiramisu, I feel at home wherever I am in the world or in Europe.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for all the hard work that you're putting behind the scenes, and I'll be there later on. Don't you worry about that.
Thank you very much, guys. See you at Mick Food for lunch and dinner.
He's got my job from me. Right, I may as well go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Remember your token, guys.
Thank you very much.
Those tokens are a valuable commodity, second only to whatever crypto of the month is in fashion. So then let's go down to the pits, because I understand we can get some immediate reaction from Marcus Clutton on how that race started. He is with Izzy.
Yeah, he certainly is alongside me whilst we've got this red flag. Just a chance to get the perspective. Marcus, just tell me what happened at the start there with JMO.
Oh, just good aggressive racing, really. Not going to hold anything against him at all. You know, if I was in his position, I'd do the same. It was wheel-to-wheel racing. Bit of contact. I was pushed off, and yeah, took the escape road, seeing that I had a decent advantage off the back of that, and I backed off into turn 4 to let him catch back up. I think that's the fairest thing I could have done, rather than use it as an advantage. Yeah. Nothing wrong in my eyes from what I saw.
Absolutely, and then now it's just a case of reset and get ready to go again, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. You know, just get straight back into it, and see if we can do the job. He's obviously looking really racy, and kind of neither of us have got anything to lose. We're neck and neck on points, and yeah, the best person today comes out on top. So, you know, main concern is I hope these drivers are okay. It's never nice to see a big accident like that. You know, it can get us, and we just hope it never does. But you know, it's not nice. I hope the drivers are good.
Absolutely. Thank you for speaking to us, Marcus. Boys, back to you.
So then, the GT Winter Series leader, Marcus Clutton, there, debriefing on that incident. And yeah, it's to his point, it's never good to have an incident like that on track, and he'll be trying to refocus on the task at hand with the race.
Yes, indeed so. And yeah, Marcus, I've known Marcus for a long time. That was a very Marcus Clutton interview there. Very pragmatic and very honest. And he said, look, I didn't say anything wrong with what JMO did. Yeah. That was just good, hard racing. We're fighting for a championship. We're tied on points with 2 races to go. What do you expect? That's what you get, you see, when a driver has come up through the hard school of knocks that is Fun Cup racing in the UK. You learn to use those elbows a bit. They may be 4, 5, 6 hour races, but the racing often is as close as that in the dying minutes. So yeah, that's where Marcus has got that from, I'm sure. And he always has been a feisty driver. We've seen that through his GT racing as well. So he's up for the scrap. Back to Izzy, who I believe has got a bit more reaction from what happened at the start of the race.
Yeah, I certainly do. I got JMO alongside me. Of course, we've just had Marcus's perspective of the incident. And JMO, I just wanted to come and get your perspective of what happened at the start there with Marcus.
Yeah, we had a very, very good start. I can try to break. I have tried to break into turn 1 on the inside. It worked actually. He was taking then because he ran a little bit out of space. He take the rejoin area on T1 and T2. Yeah, so then he get a little bit pace forward. He was braking until turn 4 to get the gap a little bit closer. But yeah, in turn 1 and 2 and 2, I was in front, and maybe we have to look what the race director said, but I don't know.
Okay, head down for the resumption of the race. There's a perspective from both our championship contenders on the incident.
So, at the top of the broadcast, we heard from Frank Biela. I had a chat with him on Friday. No, yesterday. Goodness me, this weekend's going in a weird fashion. That was not the only chat that Frank had, though, because we got Kieran to talk to not just Frank Biela, but also Stefan and Robin from the GEDLICH Racing organisation, because, of course, the driver mentor role is why he's here and why he'll be in the Summer Series paddock. So we talked to Frank and indeed the GEDLICH crew to find out a bit more about what that role exactly is going to look like.
The GT Summer Series is launching a new programme called Driver's Mentor. Today we're joined by some of the GEDLICH Racing team. Stefan, let's start with you. Let's talk to us about the idea behind it.
So in general, it's important to know that the GT Summer Series is focused primarily on amateur drivers. There will also, of course, be some experienced drivers, but these newcomers that are new to racing, they have a lot of questions and sometimes don't know what to do on and off track. And we want to support them with an experienced mentor. So to give them tips on and off track, but coach them on track, but also then, if any dispute arises, to be there and mediate between drivers, teams and the officials.
Perfect. And Robin, you've managed to sign none other than Frank Biela. Talk to us about the choice and what made him the perfect choice for that.
Yes, Frank is one of the most successful German racing drivers. He won Le Mans 5 times and he competed at the very top level of international motorsport. And it's not only his success, but he was also always very respectful and fair. So he is the perfect guy to guide our drivers in the GT Summer Series.
Absolutely. And Frank, now to the man himself. Obviously, this is a new role for you. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a new thing, but first of all, I'm very happy to be part of it. And I mean, this weekend here is my first weekend with the people, and I'm very impressed what's going on here. And I guess it will be very similar in the summer series, of course. Maybe with the difference that we might have mainly amateur drivers, and from that point of view, I think it's quite a good idea to have somebody. Maybe to sort things out before they happen, you know, or before it happens. So the idea is it concerns, let's say, being on track, off track. How do I approach a race weekend? And whatever questions they have, they shouldn't hesitate and come and ask. That's what I'm here for. And yeah, let's see. I mean, concerning the driving itself, I think some of them will probably have their own mentor with them or coach with them. If not, even for these things, I'm open to do it. I'm happy to do it, and let's see how it works.
And through GEDLICH Racing and the GT Summer Series, what kind of guidance and mentorship specifically aiming to give some of the drivers?
As I just mentioned, I think if you are not so experienced, if you do a few races per year, or maybe even you enter the series for the first time, I think it's quite important to have somebody you can talk to, and you shouldn't be afraid to talk to them. Yeah, maybe if there are some questions and running straight to the race director, maybe they are too shy, maybe they feel stupid, maybe whatever. Yeah, and so in that case, for example, I think I can be a link between both parties and sort things out, and give them a hand. And the other thing is, we have to see what the race weekends, what they will bring. But even though even if there are some issues out there, maybe it's necessary to talk, you know, and as I said, the main idea is to solve things out before, or to sort things out before. But if necessary, of course, if it has happened, it has happened, and then we have to discuss to avoid it in the future.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to have you part of the team, and I'm sure plenty of the drivers will be seeing a lot of you throughout the summer series. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then, we've just got a bulletin to say that we should have 11:45 for a resumption of the race. Race will be resumed under safety car. Well, that's going on. Kenneth Heyer is, of course, around the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car, watching Mo Hurtling intently, and he is alongside Izzy at the moment.
He is. Any time I spot Kenneth in the pit lane is a good time to come and have a chat, because of course we can have a winter series without you. Of course, you guys were champions in 2024, trying to do the same again. If you recall, in 2024 it was won in a race that was sort of red flagged, and then it was won not so much on the road. This time we've got a real intense battle on our hands. How are you feeling?
Yeah, that's the peak of this year's GT Winter Series. We come here with a lot of expectations and pressure, and yeah, that's why you race. So you feel it in the morning, you wake up and think, oh, come on, let's do it good today, and no mistakes. So you go through the races, what can happen on the first corner, and then, yeah, like today, you start directly a contact, small contact, but until the season with Mark and Simon was completely fair. I think it will be going on like that. So yeah, we are looking forward. I hope we have a good race now. It was a big accident in the back of the field, so I hope everybody's in a good shape and not injured. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the nice thing is that both you and the Orange Racing team have said to me all season long how much you've enjoyed battling together and how much, you know, respect you've had between each other. That makes it all the more special for us, really.
Yeah, for example, the behavior in our team yesterday when Simon was in the gravel before the start, we said, oh no, come on, not like that. So that's how you have to do it. The guys do an amazing job. In the last 2 weekends, they were a bit better than us, and in the first weekends we had a little advantage. So now, yeah, like I said, it's come to a peak point now. We will drive it out in the 2 races. I hope it will be in Sunday on the last corner, and not today that somebody struggled or having a technical issue or something. So yeah, it's good for everybody. Yeah, we like it.
It certainly is. And I mean, this guy here in the car behind us, Mo, you've rather taken him under your wing, haven't you? You're a bit of a mentor for him. How proud are you of him?
Yeah, Mo's not the typical kid from today's time. He's really hard-working. Thomas made a platform for young drivers where they can really work hard in the team, and for the work they get drives. So yeah, I'm just like you said, just like a mentor on the speed level. I cannot show him so much anymore in my age, but yeah, like today, how you go into the race with the pressure and how you handle situations in the race, or even when you fall down and on P8 could happen. You have a spin or something happens, so that you stay calm and all the things. That's something I still put in him, but he's really a good talent, and I hope he was going his way. Doesn't matter where he will go, but I hope he will be a pro, and yeah, he has all in the pocket for that, so I'm really looking forward.
Well, he's got a great mentor in you. Let's see what happens when this race restarts.
Yeah, thanks, Izzy. So they're all up for the fight, aren't they? We've heard from both camps now, and all three of the four drivers involved in this championship fight, and they are all up for it. I say three of the four drivers involved in the championship fight. There is a fifth, of course, that being Igor Klyer, who we must not count out of this. He is on the verge, perhaps, of being out of contention for the title. It all sort of depends on what happens in this race, where he can finish in Cup 2. He was, for what it's worth, running third in Cup 2 at the time of the red flag. As work done, and indeed is that tyre changing going on?
Yes, and I do not know how that looks from a regulatory perspective if they're changing the tyres in race under red flag conditions. Typically, if you have a tyre change in race, that's a long pit stop, and of course in the sprint you never normally would. I do not know from a regulatory standpoint how that one works.
No. So they were putting sticker tyres on. We don't know exactly what kind of tyres they had on, or at least how new the tyres were that they had on for the first part of the race. But yeah, that is interesting. Marcus looks very relaxed about it all. He's even taken his gloves off as he sits there and lets some of the warm Spanish sunlight get into the cockpit. In fact, now as I say that, does start to prepare himself for the restart, which we believe will be coming in 7 minutes' time or so. But the team, you would like to think, would not do that without some sort of knowledge of the regulation and whether or not that is allowed. Apparently they're reporting to Izzy that they believe they're allowed to do it. Well, yes, obviously they believe they're allowed to do it.
They definitely think so,
they would say that, but unfortunately they don't make the rules. So we're going to have to do a bit of a deep dive into the regulations, I think, to figure out exactly what that means. And I'm sure that Mo Hurtling and the whole SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm team, who are sitting directly behind that car, will have an opinion on that. So yes, another little interesting twist, although we do have now confirmation from Stefan Lerner that it is allowed. So there we go, a slight quirk of the regulations maybe, but that is not against the rules, and they've seen that as an opportunity perhaps to go from a scrubbed set of tyres to a fresh set of tyres, and that will be because Marcus perhaps is reporting, listen, I didn't really like how the car was feeling for the first half a lap of racing there. Give me some fresh rubber, and I'll have a much better opportunity of keeping that pesky Mercedes behind me.
I haven't found the relevant section of the regs yet, but I do like section 19.4. The simultaneous use of slick and wet tyres on the same vehicle is prohibited in all circumstances. I think, I don't know if that needs to be written, but sure. I mean, I'd like to see someone try. There's be some traction differences there, wouldn't there? I will continue to search for this, but it is a little bit of a tricky one. I am diving as best I can into this. Article 36 is neutralizing the race, which may be where it goes. Refueling and/or removing of fuel is forbidden. Yep, that doesn't surprise me. Cars may be worked on once they have stopped during the red flag. So yeah, that's fairly boilerplate stuff. I don't see anything to suggest a specific tyre situation, but obviously Stefan has said yes, and his opinion will be in lockstep with Stefan. Stefan will be in lockstep with the race control. So team says yes, Stefan from GEDLICH says yes. Izzy, it sounds like they're good to go, but that did alarm me a little bit.
Yeah, you're not the only one, Adam. It was quite interesting to see them suddenly changing the tyres. I did ask the team the reason, though. It's a bit of a just to be safe, isn't it? You know, they're worried that they may have picked up some debris, which could, of course, cause a puncture, and they want to do anything but not finish this race. They need to finish this race. We'll see if anybody else indeed changes those tyres as well, but the cars will be going back out soon. But the team have told me it's okay. I understand Stefan said it's okay. So all is good down here.
Good news. Okay, right, we can forget all about that then. Just keeping us on our toes, making sure we all know the regs. And to be fair, the Orange Racing by JMH squad have always struck me as the kind of team who would know the regs inside out. And that's often the mark of a really top team, isn't it? It's not just turning up to the racetrack with a good car, good drivers, good engineers, but understanding the rules of the series you're racing in that week. And they change sometimes quite significantly from championship to championship. It's not always the easiest of things to keep on top of that, but that is a team clearly who know what they're doing.
Fastidious individuals, aren't they?
Yes.
They will have looked, they will have figured it out, the permutations of every situation, and they were doing that yesterday. In fact, I was talking to a couple of the team members, and they were talking about the championship, and I think more than anything, I think comparing notes on the maths, and we all seem to be in lockstep as to how it all worked, and yeah, they are looking to try and get themselves a championship lead. No one has one at the moment out there. To your point on Igor Klyer, of course, he is still in mathematical contention for this race. However, as it currently stands, with third position in Cup 2, he would be falling out of contention in this race. He would need to at least get past Anders Steiner in second, and possibly Pipo Massa as well, to have any hope of staying in the mathematical contendership. And then, of course, from there, quite frankly, you'd need a double DNF from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm and the 67 Orange Racing car to progress any further. We are just 2 minutes away from the cars rolling, so we'll keep our eyes posted on that. But for now, we are preparing for the race to resume, and I think it'll be a single file restart, so JMO is going to be hard pressed to get alongside Marcus Clutton in that situation, and he'll be hoping against hope that he gets a good start compared to Ariel Levy as well. We saw at Aragon last week the Utah Audi of Arūnas Gečauskas. He was really good towards the end of the long straight at Aragon. That car, I think much like the Porsche in GT4, is just cutting through the air nicely up against some of the bulkier front engine stuff, and I really do think Levy and Michelotto are going to make this race complicated for the top two.
Yeah, again, it was hard to tell from the half a lap of racing that we did get, but they weren't being dropped massively by the top two. Yes, they'd had their little moment down at turn 1, but yeah, I expect it to be a pretty competitive front end of the field. So
might be
yeah,
something.
this is going to be a elbows out restart, I'm sure. Of course, it's vital. We keep talking about Marcus Clutton versus Mo Hurtling. It's vital that they don't let anyone else get in between them. Certainly if you're the lower placed of those two title contenders. So in this instance, Mo Hurtling, you really can't afford to start letting Ariel Levy and Mattia Michelotto get in between you. That will cost you even more points. So yeah, to Adam's point, they and Guy Albach and perhaps Severin Mazur could most definitely have a part to play in this, because it's very much felt all season long like it's difficult to gain major ground on your championship rivals. It's never been more than about 10 points or so between these two cars all season long. Yes, we have more GT3 cars here this weekend, therefore more potential for others to get involved, but don't really want to be losing more than just 2 points here, for example. If that suddenly becomes 4 or 6, that could be very difficult to make up in the third race later on this afternoon. Cars then released back from the pit lane, and the race therefore has resumed. That means that the time has started to tick down. Wait and see what race control's decision is as to how many safety car laps we have. Of course, they've been sat in the pit lane for an awfully long time. They've lost all of their tyre temperature. Marcus Clutton has brand new tyres on his McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. So standard procedure at the start of a race is that the cars are released from the pit lane. That's one warm-up lap, and then they have the green flag lap, which of course is another opportunity to generate some tyre temp. They may therefore choose to give them 2 laps behind the safety car here, but haven't yet had that confirmation on the timing screen. So safety car leads them around, and very difficult now for drivers to get back into the right mindset for the race and for the battle ahead. They've been sat in the pit lane for quite a long time there, just thinking about everything that they're going to do. Now it's time to put that into action, and that is going to be a interesting situation as it unfolds. Looks like we are going to get a second lap, are we? Yes, lights still on the BMW safety car, so at least one more lap behind the safety car, and that's going to leave us realistically with just in excess of 20 minutes of racing to go. Marcus Clutton and Mo Hurtling with it all to do. Battles in the classes to be had as well. Pipo Massa versus Anders Steiner versus Igor Klyer for Cup 2 should be particularly tasty. Lots of storylines to unfold in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, indeed, and I don't know if either party is going to be delighted with extra laps behind the safety car. They are still racing drivers after all, but I think for Marcus Clutton, certainly an extra lap where he can gather his thoughts again and not particularly worry about offensive manoeuvre from Mo Hurtling is probably a welcome thing. So then, of the new names for this weekend, the top of the drivers that we haven't seen all season, that would be, well, Angelo Fontana technically, because he only did the 6 hours of Portimao from 8th place, but SMC Motorsport's John Baptiste Simonauer putting in a good showing in 9th overall in the GT3 Spec McLaren 720S, and great to see SMC making their GT3 debut this weekend. The team led by Emilio Di Viotta making that step up, and that is a welcome thing. They are actually partnered in their racing efforts with McLaren Barcelona, so I imagine they've got some important customers and shareholders around this weekend to see the GT3 debut for the team. Another good story, Erla Motorsport. Oliver Witzer currently running 13th overall in the white Porsche 992 GT3R Evo. Witzer and his son Tim were set to debut this weekend in wheel-to-wheel competition, having only done track days, regularity events, hill climbs and things like that. But unfortunately Tim had a big aquaplaning incident in qualifying, which is why there's only one Erla Motorsport Porsche. Great to have Erla Motorsport on the grid, and always exciting to see a team that hasn't done that much racing before, and a set of drivers that haven't done that much racing before having an appearance here.
Drama in the pit lane in Cup 2, by the way. Pipo Massa has not taken the restart.
Oh.
So Pipo Massa's number 10 car, Martin Hilgenberg from GEDLICH Racing, giving us that notification. I hadn't spotted that, to be fair. The AF Motorsport Porsche still in the pit lane. Now, it's possible he picked up some damage in the incident that brought about the red flag. We didn't really see that, but there is a chance that's what's happened. But that hands the lead in class to Anders Steiner, and crucially puts Igor Klyer in second place within touching distance of what could be a very important win.
Yeah, top 5 looking very competitive. Clutton, Hurtling, Levy, Michelotto, Guy Albag, all proven GT race winners in that top 5. Let's see how it unfolds. Clutton pulls the pin. We're back to racing. He's got a good couple of car lengths over Mo Hurtling. That should stifle any chance for the German racer to be anywhere near him for the first few corners. That was a brilliant launch from Clutton. He's got 0.8 of a second as they come across the line. Fairly spread out all through the situation there, actually. And is that Mikhail Fischbaum there just ahead of Jerzy Spinkovic? It is, and that's going to hold up Spinkovic further down in the queue. Jerzy is going to try and move up and continue chasing the GT3s like he did yesterday. We'll see how far up the order he can get.
We will indeed. Jaroslav Veselao there was defending busily from Angelo Fontana's Porsche as they went through turn 1. I think the Ferrari stayed ahead. Yes, it did, but Fontana in the green Porsche all over him as they head towards turn number 4. Couldn't agree with you more, though. That was a dream restart for Marcus Clutton, a big lead, and he's extending that lead even now. I think he's really got those new sticker Pirelli tyres right into the operating window quickly, and he certainly looks the stronger at the moment in the early phase of the restart.
Yes, he does. Clutton on the move, and that is going to be a relief for Simon Orange. I think Simon felt very aggrieved with himself yesterday with those spins, but he managed to get his way back up to 5th place. I think that's really whereabout he would have been anyway. Up the inside there goes John Baptiste Simonauer on Angelo Fontana, a brand new factory fresh McLaren 720S GT3 going up against a rather older Porsche, the 991.2 spec, which has now been superseded conceded twice, but still a very competitive car. Really brought Porsche back into the GT3 fold. The 991.1 wasn't that popular. It won Bathurst, it did bits here and there, but it wasn't a particularly favoured choice in what was the Blancpain Series, now GT World Challenge. And then the .2 came out, and suddenly Porsche was a hot prospect on the market again. An important car in the history of the manufacturer, and also still a very potent car up against a modern GT3 grid.
Indeed it is. So Clutton leads by just the 2.7 seconds at the end of one flying lap. That is a phenomenal restart from Clutton, and the question now becomes maybe whether Mo Hurtling can hang on to second. He's less than a second ahead of Ariel Levy, who's only half a second ahead of Mattia Michelotto. So second, third and fourth condensing themselves slightly as we check in on the battle, and indeed a spin and just about maybe a glance against the barriers for Alfredo Hernandez, whose Mercedes AMG looped under acceleration out of turn one there. I think he avoided any serious contact with the wall. The question now is A, can he get it fired back up, and B, can he dig his way out of the gravel trap?
Yes, it wasn't dug in yet. If he is delicate and genteel on the throttle, we may yet get the car rolling again, but certainly not what we wanted there for Alfredo Hernandez. The Grupo Prom Racing team being looked after by Haupt, and good to see the car is rolling. Good job from Alfredo Hernandez there not to get the car fully beached into the gravel trap. He will continue on from the rear of the field.
Yep, so that's a relief for Marcus Clutton. The team probably never bothered telling him about that, but if he had have come around the first corner to see that there was a car in the gravel and maybe a safety car coming, that's not what he would have liked to have seen. He wants this race to go green. 18 minutes of the race to go. Car 67 under investigation for gaining an advantage. That can only be the initial start to the race, one would imagine. Marcus Clutton, this is, car 67, the race leader, the championship leader as it stands, is under investigation for gaining a lasting advantage on his rejoin at turn one. That was the incident that we heard both drivers' perspectives of during the red flag. I had a feeling then that it would become a talking point, and I fear I was right.
Yeah, that strikes me as very peculiar, because we saw Clutton redress the gap that he gained from that. Yes, he had an advantage coming through turn 3, but he eradicated that on the approach to turn 4. I really do hope that investigation doesn't last terribly long, but we'll see. Marcus Clutton, 3.6 seconds clear at the front of the field. Hurtling then running second place, and he'll be rather more preoccupied with the mirrors than anything, with Levy and Michelotto not far behind. Unfortunately, just doesn't have the pace in the car seemingly to best what Marcus Clutton is doing right now, but we'll wait and see to see whether maybe Marcus is pushing a bit too hard. It's quite possible. I think we've seen it before where the tyres have kind of dropped off that McLaren towards the end, but yeah, we'll wait and see on that front. Guy Albag trying to go with this second, third and fourth battle, but a big gap then to sixth place Severin Mazur, who's under quite a bit of threat actually from Veselajo in the AF Corsa Ferrari.
Indeed he is. Ariel Levy here drifting away from Mo Hurtling because he's under threat from Mattia Michelotto's Lamborghini as they head through the penultimate corner. So this takes the pressure away from Mo Hurtling, who I'm sure is going to have an opinion on the investigation that we just mentioned. You can see Marcus Clutton getting away from him, doubling the gap on that lap near enough. It was a 1:41.3 for Clutton, a 41.9 for Hurtling, so it's 6 tenths quicker, but still significant advantage for the McLaren man. Here comes Michelotto, thinks about the late move up the inside of Ariel Levy, but not close enough to do so. And we will wait and see whether a move can be made. 10-second penalty for Marcus Clutton. Marcus Clutton, a 10-second penalty to be added at the end of the race for gaining a lasting advantage at turn 1. He is not the only one. Car 79, which is Severin Mazur, has been given the same penalty. I failed to see how it was lasting advantage when he was a car length ahead of the Mercedes by the time they arrived at turn 4. But anyway, that is the decision. And now Marcus Clutton really does have no choice but to push on. He is 4.3 seconds clear. He's got 15 minutes of the race still to go. The pace he's got, Adam, means it's not inconceivable that he could pull a 10-second gap. But that is going to require 15 minutes of qualifying laps here for Marcus Clutton to overcome the penalty.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge task now for Marcus Clutton. I don't see it either, but Clutton has a lot of work to do. He's got half a race with which to do it, 15 laps. 1 minute 40-ish lap time, so he's going to have 7, 8 laps. That's a big task to try and 5 seconds in that time, albeit in the first 7 or so minutes of this stint he has found 4.2 over Mo Hurtling. We'll see what the gap is this time by. He was quicker through both of the first 2 splits. I'm sure, though, that Mo will have been given the hurry up. If there is any element of sitting on the tyres and waiting for them to come back later, that's out of the window now. It's full push, Mo, for the SO Motorsport by Schnitzelhaum team. Attempto Racing and VSR running 3rd and 4th. Guy Albag, AF Corsa, behind him, Jaroslav Veselaho, and that is because Severin Mazur has dropped from 6th to 9th on that lap, so I think Mazur may have had a bit of a not coming together necessarily, but a wheel-to-wheel moment with Veselaho that certainly went against him.
Yes, indeed. So remember, Mazur also has a 10-second penalty to be added on for the same reason as Marcus Clutton, the gaining and lasting advantage. So yeah, that will only make his mood worsen, I suspect, if he's had another drama. Ariel Levy, meanwhile, trying to keep Mattia Michelotto at bay. This for out 3rd position. And it could, of course, become 2nd place, depending on where Marcus Clutton ends up. He was another 2 tenths quicker than Mo Hurtling in the first sector, incidentally. Simonauer is up a position as well, isn't he? He was behind the Porsche the last time we saw these two. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer now ahead of Angelo Fontana. That is now 7th position with the issues for Mazur a moment ago, although Fontana has ideas of redressing that situation.
Yes, he does. Angelo Fontana trying to scout any way past the McLaren that he can, and I think Mazur is going to get involved in this battle for 7th place as well before too long.
Indeed so, and Vasalaio completely sideways going out of the corner there, really pushing hard in the Ferrari, the AF Corsa car, which is a bit lonely at the moment in 6th position. So round the final couple of corners comes this battle between Simonauer and Fontana, and they've got Severin Mazur trying to recover a little bit behind. 5.5 seconds the lead gap. It's going up by about 6 tenths a lap. Is that enough? My maths isn't good enough to work that out live on air, but with 12.5 minutes to go, Marcus has at least a chance here. He's more than halfway there, but the deeper into the race we go, any advantage you might have from those new tyres is going to become less and less noticeable. He also just had to negotiate a back marker around turn 3. Didn't matter though, he still pulled a couple of tenths on his pursuer.
Yeah, Michael Fischbaum going down a lap there on Clutton. We'll see if that cost him anything in the first sector. In fact, I think it would have just been at the start of the 2nd sector, but all the same, Clutton continuing to rush through. We'll keep an eye on that as it progresses. What about Michelotto versus Levy then? Just 4 tenths in it, and of course with the GT3s being a more aero-dependent car, that last few tenths is the critical bit. Meanwhile, Mads Kjell Larsen in the Ducane D09, the leading proto car, up into 12th place at this stage, interloping among the GT3s in the Ducane.
Right then, so this is going to add further spice to the mix, isn't it, as the Ariel Levy and Mattia Michelotto battle negotiates Michael Fischbaum's lapped Lamborghini. And the 67 car is no longer showing as the leader on my time machine. I think we've had a timing glitch rather than anything more significant. I hope that Marcus Clutton is still there. Yes, there we go. It sorts itself out now. And we'll get another lap time check. Clutton's already crossed the line. Hurtling is 6.5 seconds back. That was a second gained. They've definitely given Marcus Clutton the hurry up here, haven't they? He is pushing on, and he is doing his very best to build this margin over Mo Hurtling. This could be the most important 11 minutes of Marcus Clutton's season so far, anyway, because it could be what keeps them with that nose ahead in the championship race. Towards us comes JB Simonauer as well. He has got himself, as I said, ahead of Angelo Fontana and now away from the Porsche as well. That's a much bigger gap between the two of them than it was. Ariel Levy, meanwhile, still cannot shake off Michelotto's Lamborghini in this ongoing fight for 3rd position. In fact, these two were both, or certainly Levy was fractionally quicker than Mo Hurtling on the previous lap. So Mo not out of the woods yet. He is continuing to lose ground to the leader and might yet have to defend this 2nd position before the checkered flag flies. Up the hill they head then through this really tricky turn 9 right-hander. It's a 90-degree corner over a blind crest, and it's also one of the fastest corners on the track. They run right out over that exit curb, so easy to understeer wide into the gravel, but the drivers all managing to keep it clean for the time being.
Yeah, so Clutton with 10 seconds worth of penalty on the doors at the moment, and he's 6.5 seconds clear. He's about to cross the line again, so let's see. He's currently on course with the current pace to make the 10 seconds work, depending on how things look this time across the line. It was marginal gains only over the Mercedes that time, and indeed only half a second. That might be in part thanks to finding some lap traffic. 7 seconds is the gap with 9 minutes and 13 to go. It's marginal here. Clutton is going to have to keep pushing. He's going to have to hope those tyres stay underneath him. The Pirelli P0s. It's going to be rough.
Oh, he's pushing hard, isn't he? Using all of the curb there, coming out of 3. But the McLaren driver, he's at one with the car. We've seen him put some of these sort of performances in British GT over recent years. Not necessarily trying to overcome a penalty, but getting his head down, trying to build a gap, trying to fight through the field. He is a real fighter, is Marcus. And he is not going to back out of this fight, that is for sure. As down the hill he heads through the chicane at 7 and 8. Has to be inch perfect. Of course, the other thing he has to be careful of here is that he doesn't push so hard that he's exceeding track limits. That will cause him further problems. Speaking of problems, Jerzy Spinkovic has found himself some problems here in the shape of a couple of pesky GT3 cars to battle with. The Cup 4 leader leading that class by 5.5 seconds over the largely green Lamborghini of Alessio Ruffini that we caught a glimpse of in the background. He might now start to lose time as he closes in on the Rudolf Benno and Przemysław Biankowski battle ahead of him. Biankowski in the green Mercedes and Benno in the red and black BMW, being caught most definitely by the Cup 4 leader.
Yes, so we have to keep an eye on how this one evolves as we go to this Jerzy Spinkovic situation. Jerzy on the move. We have 2 10-second penalties for the 67 and the 79 car, who both did the same thing as we covered with Severin Mazur. So then, Rudolf Benno is the latest target for Jerzy Spinkovic on just his second. Oh, goodness me, we'll come back to that as Michelotto to the inside of Ariel Levy for 3rd position. The Attempto car being made wide by the driver of the 86 car. Oh, Mo Hurtling going very, very wide indeed. 67 car under investigation for weaving after the safety car light off signal. Okay, interesting. That's going up at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that. And Michelotto having a look underneath Ariel Levy there going into turn 5. And that is certainly Ariel Levy under a significant amount of pressure.
Yes, fended off that particular challenge at the first corner, but I suspect that won't be the last attack that comes his way. Ariel Levy having got into this 3rd position at the start. Remember, started 5th on the grid, did the Attempto Racing Audi. Moved into 3rd early doors and has managed to defend it ever since the restart. And defending is something that Ariel Levy's going to have to do quite a bit of over the next 6 minutes or so. Brings the curb there as is the normal line out of turn number 10. Such a long left-hander that. A couple of different ways you can attack that corner. Levy choosing to diamond it off, go into an early apex drift wide, then cut back to a late apex. But that's not enough to shake off the attentions of the VSR Lamborghini yet.
Not as of yet. I'm not sure Michelotto is going to be dropped over the course of this race. Unfortunately for Levy, he's got quite the task. Last lap for Mo Hurtling was quicker than that of Marcus Clutton. I think Clutton may have again been caught out by some lap traffic potentially. But if it's not that, then it could be something more concerning. That could, of course, be perhaps the car starting to not falter necessarily, but maybe taking the best out of the tyres. However, we see there Mo Hurtling getting past Ulrich Forsberg, and that would have been something that Clutton encountered on the previous lap. So I think it's fairly safe to say that that's what's happened there. Fastest lap of the race, perhaps unsurprisingly, going to the Duqueine D09, as we see there Ariel Levy diving to the inside of Forsberg. Forsberg wanting no part of this, certainly, staying well out of the way. But yeah, just to cover that, of course, course, the Duquesne D09. You'd expect it to be a little bit quicker than a GT3, and sure enough, currently running 10th overall, just at a 41.0. In fact, no, not the fastest lap. Clutton is still going faster with a 40.7 earlier in the race, which again, I think is a testament to Marcus Clutton more than anything.
Indeed so, and I think it was traffic that cost him. He dropped 8 tenths in the middle sector. Every other sector before then and since has been quicker than JMO, so I think it was just that lapped Cup 2 Porsche potentially that delayed him. It didn't have an effect on this battle for third position though. Levy and Michelotto still nose to tail, and still within a couple of seconds of Mo Hurtling, although with now only 4.5 minutes to go, either of their chances of catching the Mercedes driver looking pretty slim as they drop down through the final corner once again to begin another lap. This is the 14th lap of the race that they go on to, and the gap between the two cars once again static at 4 tenths. It's 7.8 between Clutton and Hurtling out front, so only 3 tenths gain that time. It's just not quite happening anymore, is it, for Clutton? That 10 seconds looks like it might just be a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, no, I think it might be a bridge too far, having taken the best out of the tyres with just 4 minutes of racing left to run. The number 67 car, the number 11 car separated by just 2.2 seconds in the corrected times, as it were, although, of course, there is that investigation for a weaving post safety car light extinguishing as well, so that could all be nout as well. We'll keep an eye on that. The 66 car to the inside again of the 86, and Michelotto has, I think, been having a lot of fun with this battle more than anything. I'm not sure Ariel Levy has the more enjoyable position though.
No, he won't be enjoying this all that much. I don't know many racing drivers who say they enjoy defending a position. Being the attacking driver is always a lot more fun, isn't it? But Michelotto, although he might be having more fun, hasn't yet managed to find a way through, so it's proving to be a real challenge this as they head down through turn 10 again. More traffic, by the way, for the lead of that lap. He's just lapped Igor Klyer, who, by the way, is second in Cup 2, which we don't believe is quite enough to keep him in championship contention. That traffic definitely delaying Clutton on this lap. He's been slower than Mo Hurtling in both of the first 2 sectors, but of course Mo will eventually have to negotiate the traffic as well. In fact, Ariel Levy now catching lap traffic through the apex of the final turn. Is this the opportunity that Michelotto has been waiting for?
I think Clutton might be struggling, either that or he's really finding traffic. I mean, both things are true, I think, to some extent. 43.2 versus 42.7. Michelotto to the inside of Ariel Levy. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort. Levy goes across the runoff area there, and I don't think he gains an advantage, but we'll see. He is in third position still, but will he be in third position after a couple of more braking zones? Michelotto has the fire lit underneath him. Just 2 more laps of racing, including the one they're currently so it will be last lap next time by. There we see Igor Klyer, who we should not forget. He's running second in class right now, will score 18 points, but I think he will now be out of championship contention, with Clutton and Hurtling winning, well, one of them winning the race, depending on how these investigations fall.
Indeed so, but yeah, it was a Cup 2 Porsche that very nearly gave Mattia Michelotto his opportunity there. They caught Pavel Bushka's car at the final corner. That's what delayed Levy and almost gave Michelotto the chance. They're going to catch Igor Klyer now as they head down towards turn number 10, and Ariel Levy again had to sort of feint to the inside. In fact, rolled off the brakes there slightly, I think, to make sure he made the pass on Igor Klyer and nearly missed the corner altogether. Mattia Michelotto looks the stronger of the two right now. We're about to begin what should be the final lap of the race. It is nose to tail between the Audi and the Lamborghini. There is Marcus Clutton meanwhile, and you're absolutely right. I'm afraid the pace has evaporated slightly from the McLaren. I don't think he's going to be able to pull a 10-second lead over Mo Hurtling. What happens behind though? That's the question. He's almost 10 seconds ahead of Ariel Levy, and that is almost as crucial.
Yeah, that's very important actually. Well picked up on, because as of now he'd finished third, so 16 points, and that would give a 4-point advantage in the race to Hurtling in terms of the final race of the point scoring situation. I think by the end of the lap maybe he might be 10 seconds clear of Levy, with them being deep in traffic, but it's going to depend on quite how well this car handles the final lap of the race. I think it's fairly clear road up ahead of Clutton. Yes, it is. He's got a good 2 corners between himself and another bit of lap traffic, so he can at least get the pedal down and try and be 10 seconds clear. Michelotto passed Levy, so Michelotto is up into 3rd position, or Michelotto, sorry, up into 3rd position. Levy down to 4th. He'll be gutted to miss out on the podium if he can't find a way back through.
Yes, and crucially, they both had a really slow first sector because of that overtake, so that should at least protect Clutton's 2nd position. We wait. There is Mo Hurtling, again, losing time most definitely in traffic in the middle sector on this lap, as he does now draft past the Ferrari. In fact, lost 9/10 in the middle sector alone, and 2/10 in the first sector. It won't quite be enough for Clutton, but you can't fault him for trying.
No, absolutely. Marcus Clutton will come around the final corner, and he will win the race on the road, but a 10-second penalty confirmed. Another investigation ongoing. It's certainly not going to be a win unless Hurtling has a very poor run through the final sector. Clutton crosses the line. Hurtling will cross the line next in the number 11 car. Where is the 11? There it is, 8.7 seconds back, so that will hand the win to Mo Hurtling, putting he and Kenneth Heyer into a provisional 2-point lead going into the finale. Michelotto and Levy finishing more than 10 seconds behind Clutton, so it's going to depend on that investigation for the 67 car. In 5th position is Guy Albag, 6th place for Veselajos, Simonauer in 7th. Larson crossing the line 8th to win the Proto class, so the first of the non-GT3s being that Duquesne prototype. Fontana 9th, Severin Mazur rounding out the overall top 10 after we saw him lose some places earlier on. Next up will be the GTX winner, so that will be Marius Egner in the KTM. There he comes around the final corner. And then the Cup 4 car behind a couple more GT3s. That will be Jerzy Svinkovic crossing the line to win that class. Meanwhile, in the Cup 2 class, Anders Steiner is going to hold on to the win. In fact, he was a lap down, so he's already crossed the line. And that will be just about everybody across the line. Only 3 more cars to come across the line. It would be Witzer, then Manuel Lau and Jens Richter, who wins the Cup 3 considerations as a result of his performance. But a very interesting race then, and certainly not the race that Clutton and Orange would have wanted from any perspective. And they'll be looking back at that one and figuring out how the penalties fell. That would certainly be imperative for them going into that race. Mo Hurtling then, limping the number, or not limping, but cruising the 11 car back home, will be the race winner once the corrections come through for the penalties. But he is very slow around the circuit. He's actually pulling over in the 11 car. Or no, he's going all the way on the grass. I suspect they're right on the limit then of what they can do from a ballast perspective, because they're running all over the shop trying to find some extra grams by the looks of it. And obviously not wanting to burn excessive fuel, I suppose, is the other task. Fuel is weight. And Mo Hurtling, his objective is fulfilled. The penalty for Clutton has been applied, and it's confirmed now that he will be classified 1.2 seconds back from Marcus Clutton. Yes, our Motorsport Sport by Schnitzel entry is making its way around. That's a snail's pace. He might well be the last car to get back to the paddock at this rate, and that means we're going to have to wait a little while for Izzy to get her interview with the winning driver. Marcus Clutton pulls up to P2. I'm sure he'll be frustrated at doing so, but he's a fair cop. He's accepted that one. I know certainly some drivers, remember Sebastian Vettel a few years ago, would take that P1 and take it. The Orange Racing by JMH entry. Clutton in the 67 will be debriefing, and he'll be disappointed. Ultimately will be his error that caused it, per what the race directors are saying. I'm sure there will be discussions, but the ruling has been made, and it's not typical and certainly not easy to overturn anything like that. We see there the Mattia Michelotto car, and Michelotto and the rest of the team there as well in third place. They haven't quite left a big enough gap for the 11SR Motorsport car, which still hasn't made it in. Is it now coming down in that big gaggle of cars to come into the podium? There it is in the very back of shot. The 11 car, thankfully, has made it all the way around. I wasn't sure if perhaps he was limping around because he was so low on fuel. He was certainly trying to pick up some extra weight. That much was patently obvious, but perhaps also trying to make sure that they actually get to the podium. J-Mo makes his way. The 11 crew driving Looney, the Mercedes-AMG GT3. All of the SR cars have names, and Kenneth Heyer hops into the door to congratulate his young charge. They will now collaborate for the last race. And there's his father, Kenneth Heyer's father, Hans Heyer, a multiple-time European touring car champion, a bit of a racing legend in his own right, of course. And good to see him in the paddock and supporting his son. Tim Neuser there as well, congratulating J-Mo on the drive in that race. And soon Izzy will jump in and get involved with that. And speak to our winning driver, Mo Hurtling. Certainly in the early stages, J-Mo's pace wasn't quite up to scratch with the Orange Racing by JMH car. It seemed to equalise a bit more as the stint went on. But of course, this would also be caused in some capacity by the lap traffic as the race went on. I think Clutton got some bad runs when it came to the lap traffic. Class winners then, we covered Jerzy Spinkovic coming across the line. Of course, Anders Steiner winning Cup 2. Only one entry in Cup 3, but the McLaren Artura Trophy Evo of Jens Richter coming out on top there. Proto class, as we alluded to, Mads Kjell Larsen in the BWT Muka Motorsport Duquesne. So that's a good 8th place finish for them. And I think that's going to be an interesting factor in the endurance race as well, with those prototypes that on paper should be quicker than GT3s. With an hour of racing, or 55 minutes of racing, as it technically is, that will be a really interesting little run in that third race to see quite how far the protos get in amongst the GT3 cars. So the GT4 Winter Series Race 3 is slated to start on time, and that means that the pit lane will open for those cars in about 5 minutes. So we're not going to get the scheduled lunch break. We do, however, have the scheduled interview with Izzy.
Yes, indeed. I've got Mo Hurtling alongside me. Well, Mo, it might not have been the win on the road, but with the 10-second penalty for the 67 ahead of you, it is the win, and it's a timely win, an important way to start the day.
Yeah, very important. The first start was what we said in the first interview. It's a little bit tricky. In the end, he got a 10 seconds penalty. In the end, it was maybe 7.8 seconds, the gap to him. But the new tires from him and our performance was over the whole race very good, and we are very happy about that result with the first place.
Well, it's enough to give you the lead going into the final race, so a little bit of confidence, but things are very close. With the pace of the 67, I know they had the new tires, but are you worried about their pace, or do you think you can take the fight in the final race?
Not really worried about that. We need to pay attention of that. That's sure. But
I think it will be good over the 1 hour. I'm excited, and I'm very, very confident with the 2 points in front of him.
Well, one more race to go. Congratulations, JMO. An important win for Mo Hurtling.
Yeah, very important win for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum team. Let's take a look at the highlights of that race. Race 2 of the weekend in the GT Winter Series, and it got started with side-by-side action between Marcus Clutton and Mo Hurtling. They collided at the first corner. The 67 was forced off the circuit, but was determined to have gained an advantage running across the runoff area. Tried to redress, but race control decided that was not enough, unfortunately, and a 10-second penalty would be applied to Clutton. But the real dramas happened further back, where Petar Matic collided with Mikael Hove, and both drivers out of their cars eventually, but only after a fairly lengthy red flag. We went back to racing conditions, and certainly a lot going on up among the Cup classes and the lower GT3 field as well. Alfredo Hernandez spinning out, and frankly did very well not to dig the car in, managed to get the car back out on the circuit eventually. Good driving from him. The 34 car, Hamad El Wahibi, in his first race in a GT car. Great to see the Omani rally driver trying circuit racing for the first time. The 707 and the number 17 had a great scrap as well. Angelo Fontana going at it with John Baptiste, and that was an exciting battle. Lots going on all through the field. Jerzy Spinkovic, the Cup 4 leader, ultimately the Cup 4 winner, again intermingling with the GT3 cars, such as his level of pace in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car. Michelotto to the inside of Ariel Levy, and Levy just about held his ground there. They were really going at it, and it wouldn't be the only time they'd have a moment together as well. The 67 crosses the line to win on the road, but the 10-second penalty would place Marcus Clutton behind Mo Hurtling in the finishing order. So Mo, after a very long in-lap, collecting up as much debris as possible, and I think saving a bit of fuel, came home to win the race once the times were corrected. Kenneth Heyer embracing his teammate, and they held now a points lead going into the decider. Mo Hurtling winning the race then. Clutton in second, Mattia Michelotto in third place ahead of Ariel Levy. Guy Albag taking 5th position, just clear of Jaroslav Veselahu, who was climbing up through the order in that race. John Baptiste Simenauer in 7th, ahead of the first Proto. Mads Kjelder Larsen. Angelo Fontana in 9th, Severin Mazur in 10th position. In 11th place, it was Marius Egner, the first of the GTX class cars home. Przemysław Biankowski in 12th, ahead of Rudolf Berno. Jerzy Spinkovic in 14th place. Alessio Ruffini in 15th. Oliver Bitzer was next, ahead of Manuel Lau. Jens Richter in 18th position, Anders Steiner in 19th, and Alfredo Hernandez recovering to 20th place overall after spinning earlier in the race. Raffaele Vitale was next, ahead of Igor Klaya. Hamad El Wahibi finishing 23rd position on his first appearance in a circuit race. Pavel Bauska in 24th, Ulrich Forsberg in 25th. Mats Kimby, Michael Fishbaum and Pipo Massa rounding out the order. Pipo Massa, of course, unfortunately not able to take the restart after the red flag delay. There was damage to the car, and they had to yield from taking in the race. So then, Andy is ready to go on the podium. Let's go to our presentations.
So we are ready to go with our first GT Winter Series podium of the weekend, and we now can introduce our first set of drivers, starting with the GTX category. Third position, Michael Fishbaum. On to the third step goes Michael. Second position in GTX, Hamad El Wahibi. And it will be his teammate at NZR who heads to the top step of the podium. The class win for Marius Aigner. And hugs with both of his GTX rivals. The trophies are presented and we will see big smiles on the faces of our GTX podium finishers there, particularly Marius Aigner, who claims a race win, a class win. Marius was second in yesterday's race, but this time manages to get on the top step of the podium. Congratulations then to our GTX top three. They pose for the cameras, again a big crowd of people down below joining in the celebrations, and our GTX podium is complete. Well done, guys. We head then next to Cup 4, where we introduce first, well, in a moment or so anyway, when the path is clear for him, our second place finisher in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini. The race win in Cup 4, though, for the second time this weekend, goes to GEDLICH Racing's Jerzy Spinkovic. And out onto the top step he goes. The trophies, I think, are nearly ready. Here they come with Florencio from Pirelli and Mark from GEDLICH Racing on hand to hand the trophies over. Shame, of course, that we lost Petar Matic early on in that race. Hopefully he is okay after that nasty-looking shunt, but we do have Alessio and Jerzy on the podium. Jerzy, who doesn't really need to stand on the top step of the podium to tower over his fellow podium finisher. They do, though, join themselves on the top step for the photos. Jerzy Spinkovic celebrates a second victory of the weekend in Cup 4. Congratulations to our Cup 4 top two. Cup 3 is up next then, just the one driver to welcome onto the podium. The race win in Cup 3 goes to MS Racing's Jens Richter. Onto the top step he goes, and his winner's trophy once again heads to the driver of the McLaren Artura Trophy spec car. And he holds that trophy aloft again, the only entrant in the class, but he managed to stay out of trouble in what was a race of attrition, that one, and managed to get himself another trophy, as indeed was the case in yesterday's race for that car. Of course, it was in the hands of Andreas Greinig in yesterday's first race of the weekend. Cup 2 is up next, another always competitive category. Third position in Cup 2 goes to Pavel Bushka. In second position, not quite enough, we don't think, to keep his championship's hopes alive, but another strong result for the PTT Racing Team driver, Igor Klyer. And he will join the podium on the second step. The top step, though, is reserved for the Team Steiner racing car of Anders Steiner. And the team are very pleased with that. Whoops, he takes a bit of a trip on his way to the top step of the podium. But Anders, I'm very happy to say, makes it there in one piece just about. And indeed made it to the end of the race in one piece to claim the class win. Again, a shame that we lost Pipo Massa from that category. He never took the restart after the red flag. But it's a competitive class this weekend in Cup 2. And it is Anders Steiner who claims the win. Igor Klyer with a solid second position. Not quite enough to keep himself in overall championship contention, but he's been dominant in Cup 2 in the points. Congratulations then to our Cup 2 podium finishers, to Pavel, Igor and Anders Steiner. Backstage they will head. We move on next then to the Cup 1 podium. We're getting there as quickly as we can. Our Cup 1 class winner then for Rosso Corsa, Raffaele Vitale. And out comes his winner's trophy, which he takes gladly from Florencio from Pirelli, and he's very happy with that. Poses for the cameras once again, the Ferrari Challenge 296 category. Oh, photos to be taken still, hang on. Don't run away from your moment in the spotlight, Raffaele. Lots of people want to document this moment as he picks up another trophy. Now he's free to leave. We can move on to our GT2 category, I believe, which is won by Manuel Lau. out comes his trophy as well, just the one GT2 spec car running to GT2 homologation this weekend, and it is Manel Lau who once again takes home a trophy here from the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Congratulations to Manel. We move on next then to the hotly contested GT3 category. Lots to talk about at the end of that race. We start then with our third place GT3 finisher, Mattia Michelotto. On to the third step of the podium he goes. Second position on corrected times after a penalty. The driver who led every lap on the road. It's an important haul of points for our joint championship leader going into the race, Marcus Clutton. And on to the second step he goes. It will, though, be another win in the end for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm, and they will take a 2-point championship lead to the decider this afternoon. Congratulations to race winner, Mo Hurtling. And a handshake with Marcus and with Mattia as the trophies are handed out. Understandably, a lot on the line, a lot of tension amongst our GT3 front runners. We're in for an electric final race. We always knew it was going to be close. One team was likely to go into that race with a slender advantage. It will be SR Motorsport, but Orange Racing by JMH are definitely not out of this. And I can tell from the look on Marcus's face, he's up for the fight this afternoon. Photos taken then of our GT3 top three. We've got one more driver, to welcome out onto the podium. And that will, of course, be our prototype class winner. And it was, once again, in the proto class, PWT Motorsport celebrating the victory, courtesy of Mads Kjelde Larsen. And out comes his winner's trophy, the final trophy from race 2 for the GT Winter Series. We are going to move on as quickly as we can because we are skipping lunch, unfortunately. But the good news is that means we're straight into racing. The GT4 Winter Series cars lining up now for their final race of the season.
So then at the third and final race for the GT4 Winter Series this weekend, and indeed the final race of the 2026 season in the GT4 Winter Series. I think we've just had the 1 minute board, so we're not going to get a chance to go down to Izzy, unfortunately, and that means we will be rolling in just a few seconds with this one. So in due course the cars will roll away and we will get into the racing. Joachim Bulting, already the AM class champion, in the vice championship situation. Frederick Zebis still in contention here with Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyeed. I'm going to need a moment to do some calculations early in this race, I think. Thankfully, Andy will be with me shortly, but yeah, my lunch homework unfortunately can't be done at lunch because there is no lunch to homework. So the cars are going to roll here in just a second, and we will talk you through the grid as these cars roll away for their formation lap, the third race of the GT4 Winter Series this weekend. And it is going to be the hour-long pit stop race. So, of course, driver changes a factor. The form book kind of thrown up in the air a little bit. Anything could happen with multiple drivers and driver changes, etc., etc., etc. in this one. Joe Amesh will be starting the 11 car from pole position. He will be joined on the front row of the grid by Elite Motorsport's Fred Green. Mackenzie Cresswell on row 2 of the grid, joined by Frederick Zebis of W&S Motorsport. Alan Gabay in P5. and Ravi Ramyid for L'Espace Bienvenu in 6th position. Robert Cronin in 7th, joined by the AM class leader Joachim Bulting, looking to finish well within the overall top 10. I think will be his main objective as always. Tom Pappenberg in 9th, joined by August Macbeth, who did very well in his first race back since 2021 in any form of race car. Row 6 of the grids was Marius Schmid, or will be Marius Schmid, alongside Matthias Fareisel for Senkia Motorsport. In 13th and 14th position, Daniel Blickler is joined by Jaden Kelly. Jaden Kelly from 14th on the grid. He's going to go upward, I'm sure of that one. Marco Reinbold for XR Racing is next, joined by Ville Kuhne of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzland crew, who will likely take the runners-up spot in the Pro-Am class with this race. Helga Tam in 17th position for East Racing Motorsport, alongside Thilo Goss of BWT Mucker in the first generation Aston. Clemens Drexel in 19th, will be handing over, of course, to his son later on. Alex Wendt in 20th. Mario Pignazzo set to start from the rear of the grid, but I don't see the car there. And Alexander Bobrovs, I'm almost certain, will be a non-starter after that collision in race 1 of the weekend. So then the cars are rolling. We are about to go racing for 60 minutes in the GT4 Winter Series. Joel Mesh versus Fred Green at the sharp end of the field. Let's see what unfolds next. Cresswell and Zebis on the second row of the grid. The number 78 Elite Motorsport McLaren Elite have won with both cars already this weekend. I'm sure their objective is a 1-2 finish, but that's going to be very difficult with the W&S cars, the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW, the SR Mercedes, of course, on pole position. They've got their work cut out for them. Any victory in this race, I think, is going to be hard-earned and hard-fought. Let's go racing for 60 minutes. It's the last race of the year in the GT4 Winter Series, and it begins now. We are racing, and it's a great start by the looks of it from one of the W&S cars. Is that Horrell to the outside there? It's almost 4 wide as they run down to the first corner. It's a good thing we have track width to spare, I suppose. Maximilian Schreier there trying to go around the outside of Fred Green. He goes across the circuit there, or across the runoff there. He has to be careful not to gain an advantage. We've seen penalties from the same race direction in the previous race to that end. Race leader will be Joel Mesh then. In second place, it's going to be Fred Green. Cresswell holding on to third place. Schreier drops himself down to P4, so that should be a-okay. On his inside is Frederick Zebis. Zebis, who of course wants to try and compare well here to Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyid to secure vice championship status, but close there between the W&S teammates.
Very close, I think, a bit too close actually. There was some contact between the two of them as they approached the braking zone for turn 5, and it is going to be still not quite resolved actually as we arrive at the next braking zone. We are on board with the second of the W&S cars as we head up the hill into the right-hander at turn number 9. Over the crest of the hill, nothing to choose between the two of them, and they of course have got the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW of Ravi Ramyid right behind them. Lunge, a big lunge up the inside, desperately late on the brakes, and it's Frederick Zebis, we believe, in the number 30 car for the first stint of the race, and he barrels through ahead of his W&S Motorsport teammate Alan Gabay. So great move there from Zebis. He needed to make that move as well because you can see the leading trio getting away. Joel Mesh still leads, but those McLarens behind from Elite Motorsport, we know how strong they are. They've proven that in the 2 races so far this weekend. If they get trap position, they could be impossible to catch, as Zebis really demonstrates there how hard he's pushing with 2 wheels in the gravel. A big moment coming out of the final corner. Bodywork there flying from one of the leading cars, Adam.
I think that might have been off the side of one of the McLarens, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, Cronin going defensive there with Pappenberg and Schmid in his midst. And actually, I think Schmid was quite early on the brakes there because Pappenberg kind of shot past. I'm not sure that even Tom thought that was going to happen, but sure enough it did. And Jaden Kelly, having started on the 7th row, already up to 10th place. That Greystone McLaren is going to be speedy.
Yes, it is. We'll keep an eye on that car. Speaking of speedy McLarens, we've got Fred Green, fresh off a race win earlier on this morning, going for the lead, launches to the inside of Joel Mesh, down the hill, turn 5, a popular overtaking opportunity, especially when you've got a car that's so effective on the brakes, and that McLaren has been so strong under braking all weekend long, and Fred Green using that to great effect, gains the lead away from Joel Mesh, and now it's really imperative, you feel, that Mackenzie Creswell does the same quite quickly. He needs to go with Fred Green. This may well boil down to an all-elite motorsport battle for the victory, and if that's the case, Creswell needs to get on with this move. He's within striking range, you would suggest, here into turn number 10, goes to the inside line, and in the end it looks like a bit of a formality, just so much later than Joel Mesh, and he squeezes through into second. So just like that, it is an elite motorsport 1-2, and it is Fred Green being chased down by his teammate Mackenzie Creswell. Joel Mesh slots into third, then a gap back to Frederick Zebis, which at the start of the lap was 2.5 seconds or so. It looks similar still as they head through the penultimate corner, maybe slightly larger actually, and then an even bigger gap back, or a similar size gap back, to Alan Gabay, Ravi Ramid and Robert Cronin, who do battle for 5th place on back.
Yeah, already then a slight gap for Green, but Cresswell behind him in equal machinery. He's going to be, I think, fairly even Stevens there, and Mackenzie Cresswell, I think, if anything, with a bit of a feeling in the gut that he needs to get something done here, and certainly Ravi Ramid feels like he needs to get something done up against Alan Gabay. That was some good side-by-side driving between them to manage to avoid contact, but moreover, it was bold and ambitious from Ravi Ramid to give it a shot, but that's Ravi's MO. He'll go for it if he sees even a third of an opportunity, I feel, but he might well lose out to Robert Cronin now, because Cronin's on the offensive. Ravi again at turn 4 with an absolutely massive dive. He's going to have the outside line for turn 5. Can he make it work? He has most of the car clear into the braking zone. Oh, and Blickler has had a moment there into the 33 WNS Motorsport car. I didn't quite catch who was involved with that. It might well have been Matthias Verreisel. It did look like a BMW, but we see there, oh goodness, Cronin under fire now. He's been overtaken by Papenburg, has Cronin. I think he was trying to get around Ravi and ended up costing himself. And then behind the Mucker car of Marius Schmidt, the red Mercedes, we have Jaden Kelly. Kelly getting a face full of gravel as they run down the back straight. And you can see there the limping BMW. That was Matthias Verreisel. And sure enough, Kelly goes for it up the inside at turn 10. Great racing in this mid-pack then. Jaden Kelly has the outside line. Can he make it work? Hard to do, and I think he's going to have to wait a couple of more corners.
You can tell it's the last day of school, can't you? They are really going for it. No one's pulling any punches in this final race of the season, and this midfield battling, which has been absolutely electric in all 3 races, it has to be said, continuing on now in the final race of the weekend, and indeed of the GT4 Winter Series. Move potentially incoming here from Jaden Kelly, you feel, as he closes in on the Mercedes-AMG of Marius Schmid, and up the road we've got Ravi Ramid still trying to find a way past Alan Gabay. Nothing doing there. What about Kelly on Schmid? No, they stay as they were too. I'll tell you what though, Ravi Ramid is fired up here. He knows the significance of getting a good result in this race if they want to finish second place in the championship, and he has clearly been told by his team, and I suspect his teammates, just go for it, get all the places you can, go for every gap you can slot that fairly sizable BMW into, and Ravi so far is doing his part of that job perfectly.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Ramid is always great entertainment in the midst of battle, isn't he? And Alan Gabay is having to make his car supremely wide at this juncture of the race. And he'll be driving through the mirrors pretty much universally. Frederick Zebis, incidentally, leading the Pro-Am standings. And we continue to watch this battle in the Vice Championship, of course, with interest, because Frederick Zebis, who has been in and out of Pro and Pro-Am at various points this year, is still very close to Ramid and Robertson. In fact, I probably need to crunch some numbers, Andy, so I'll give you a lap.
Okay, right, well, bear with you as you do the maths. I'm very happy you volunteered to do that, not me. In fact, I think everyone should be quite grateful you volunteered to do that and not me.
I wanted to do it at lunch, but it didn't happen.
Yes, good point, well made. Ramid then on the tail of Gabay, and leading this group through Jaden Kelly, hunting around wherever he can to find a way past the Mercedes of Marius Schmid. Not able to do it just yet, but interesting, we've got Mercedes with a McLaren on the attack in the shape of Papenburg versus Cronin. Then exactly the same situation behind. Schmid in the Mercedes, Kelly in the McLaren. Cronin through the dirt out of the final corner, and it was a slightly slow run for Schmid, maybe distracted by the McLaren ahead getting sideways, and that does now open the door for Jaden Kelly. Jaden Kelly then to the inside, and again, McLaren good on the brakes. It performs well in a straight line too, it would seem, and I think that should be done and dusted. Yes, Jaden Kelly gets through and moves up into 9th position. That was the only change in the order amongst this group. Just a quick note on the leaders, as there we can see the Senkia Motorsport squad going to work on the BMW, which has shed bits of bodywork through the final corner, and I suspect maybe had a tyre down too. Ramyid on the attack, but a quick note on the leaders, only half a second between Fred Green and Mackenzie Creswell. The Elite Motorsport cars are as equally matched as we thought they would be.
Yeah, they are. They're running in tandem. It's a bit of a hallmark moment, really, isn't it, for the elite cars? They'll have the photographer working away. But yes, they are fighting out at the front of the order. Well, maybe not fighting. It does feel a lot like formation flying at this stage. Vice championship situation. Robertson and Ramyid, they scored a collective 6 points in that race number 2, which brings them to 148 points right now. So 148 for Robertson and Ramyid. Zebis, meanwhile, is on 150, but that's evolving now at the moment because look at Robertson. Ramyid. Ramyid is slowing down massively. He's lost 2 places there in quick succession to Kelly and Schmid. I think something is amiss with that BMW. He's lost a half dozen car lengths in the space of 5 seconds. Something is wrong with the BMW.
Oh dear, right, so was that a mistake that he was just recovering from, or is it a mechanical issue? The BMW now seems to have picked up the pace, does it? No, it's definitely off the pace, definitely slow through the penultimate corner, but he's not pitting, interestingly. Ramyid stays out, possibly because he thought he would have the Mercedes to his inside there as it turned into the final corner, but yeah, the BMW is definitely off song, and this could be settling that battle for the runners-up spot in the championship. Jaden Kelly, meanwhile, is, I'm sure, was ahead of Marius Schmid the last time I looked up, and now is back behind the Mercedes again. Ramyid, though, off the pace. There's clearly a drama. What it is, we don't know. Maybe Izzy Browning can get down to the L'Espace Bienvenue team and find out for us, because there's obviously something wrong with that car, and that could well have cost them any chance of second in the points.
As it stands, yes, it absolutely would. That would be second in the points for him. That would be second in the points for Zebis, undisputed, and that is going to be a big shame, I feel, for the L'Espace Bienvenue team if it is a car error that causes the trouble ultimately. So we watch this battle that's kind of devolved a little bit now. Jaden Kelly past Schmid, so that's him up to 8th overall, but now that that's cork in the bottle that is goodbye and Ramyid fighting, they've now dissipated, and that means that things are spreading out again.
They are indeed. There is Jurgen Bolting, by the way, who does have some opposition in the AM class in this race. Alexander Bobrovs has made it out in the Team VRT Mercedes, although there is a bit of distance between them, in fact 13 seconds or so between them as it stands. So not in reality going to prove much of a threat to Jurgen Bolting, as continue to watch Cronin on the attack, trying to find a way past Tom Papenburg here as they head around to the end of another lap. So into the final corner, Schmid pushing on in his Mercedes. Again, they emerge from the final turn into a cloud of dust from the gravel trap as things have been happening further up the road. What those things were, I'm not so sure. Someone dipping their wheel into the dirt. They're definitely pushing the limits of track limits there, aren't they, through the final turn, a little bit more than they have been in previous races, possibly because these are the best track conditions they've had in quite some time.
Yeah, exactly right. It is pretty resplendent out there. Still quite a cool day, but certainly a nice sunny one, and certainly better weather than they had on Sunday and on Saturday and this morning as well. Fred Green then continuing to lead by half a second over Cresswell. They've been formation flying all race long, but formation flying at a rate of knots that's not helpful to Joe Almesh. Oh, goodness me, that's McLaren's then getting into it. Jaden Kelly fancies a go now at Robert Cronin to continue his move upwards. Of course, he wants to hand the car over to Kempster in as good of a position as he possibly can. That's the objective for a pro driver starting the race in this Pro-Am entry, and nose cuss off there. Update on Ravi Ramyid, he's now down to 14th position, started the lap in 13th. He's fallen behind Alexander Bobrovs, who is out on the circuit, so good to hear Alexander Bobrovs was able to get there. That is positive news.
Yes, most definitely so. We've also got a battle for Cayman Trophy going on between Helge Tam and Marco Reinbold at the moment. Only 2 tenths between them. So that's a little battle to check in on, maybe a little bit further down the order. Understandably, we don't really want to take our eyes off this battling amongst the Pro and Pro-Am class cars, though. They are the most numerous on the grid, and they are very much putting on a show for us. There is the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW. Izzy Browning reporting for the pit lane that Charlie Robertson isn't sure but thinks they have a problem. Well, yes, I'm not going to disagree with you there, Charlie. There clearly is something wrong. What the issue is, we don't know, nor do they. Or perhaps, as is more likely, they just don't want to tell us. But we'll wait and see if that becomes any more of a problem. He hasn't pitted, though. That's the baffling thing about this. They clearly either don't think it's a major issue, or they've just sort of accepted there's nothing they can do.
I think it's the latter, and I think there's just an element of hope, because if Zebis were to pull the car over now, and enough was to happen in the race that Ramy finished P10, or P9, sorry, they would be tied on the point situation, and then they'd have to go back to countback. So it's worth staying out there as long as the car isn't getting any worse. Meanwhile, here comes Reinbold to the inside of Helge Tam for the Cayman Trophy lead. The slightly sub-GT4 spec Cayman, slightly different aero, slightly different engine configuration, but very close in performance. So we welcome them onto this grid. And East Racing versus XR Racing, Helge Tam versus Marco Reinbold.
Yes, there was a big look at the inside. Helge Tam left the door wide open. Nearly took it off its hinges, actually, to make sure there was space for the other Porsche to come through. Similar at turn 4, but the move seemingly can't be made by Marco Reinbold, who's putting his car in all the right positions, but just not quite able to get the place away. Again, sort of peeks to the inside, and this time there is some assistance given through the middle of the corner, but still Helge Tam hangs on in the yellow, predominantly yellow number 73 car. Only the 2 cars entered into Cayman Trophy this weekend, but they found themselves together on track for, I think, the first time, and are really putting on a good show. They're about to catch the ailing Ravi Ramyid. Might that be the opportunity that Marco Reinbold's been waiting for here? He's clearly looking a bit quicker, just not really sort of fully committing to the move at any point, but if there's a delay because of the slowing BMW ahead, that could change things slightly. Also notice the car behind them, which was the Daniel Blickler, sorry, a bit further back actually, the Daniel Blickler Porsche, that's been given a warning flag, a mechanical warning flag, I suspect, because of trailing bodywork after his dramas earlier on.
Yeah, one of the... Oh, there's been a collision between Papenburg and Cronin at the first corner. They were fighting it out for 7th overall. Papenburg is firmly beached in that gravel. I'm not sure he's going any further. Cronin's trying to do a 3-point turn. You can see the scars of the incident as the wing mirror dangles on that McLaren, and you can see an almost super speedway-esque circle on the side of the car as well, which implies more than a little bit of rubbing on the approach to that, and the full course yellow has immediately been scrambled, and per what race control have been doing, that would then lead potentially to a safety car from there. Car number 85, Tom Papenburg, receives a track limit infringement penalty. That's a little concern for someone who's in the gravel.
Yes, indeed. So we'll wait and see exactly what decision is made. Meanwhile, Tom Papenburg's picked up a track limits penalty. Oh, sorry, you just mentioned that. Yeah, that's not the first time we've said that of Tom in recent rounds, I seem to recall. But he's exploring the limits of the Mercedes AMG. There is the VRT Mercedes, Alexander Bobrovs. He is second in the AM class. As I said, dropped some way behind Joachim Bolting, but is at least out on track with a nice shiny new front left corner, I think, on that Mercedes. It didn't look like that this time yesterday, I seem to recall. After a slick tyre gamble, put him in the wall coming out of turn number 4. So he continues on. We do have 4 Ham cars actually. Daniel Blickler, we know, is pit lane bound to get some damage repaired. Alex Wendt, the other in the McLaren Artura, but they are not that close to each other on track, the 4 Ham drivers, for the time being.
I'm pretty sure that there's some NM Racing team source bits on that Team VRT car, so I think there's been a little bit of assistance between teams there. NM Racing team, incidentally, are based in Barcelona, so I think potentially, even if they didn't have the spares to help, maybe they did at base, if not at trackside. So good to see that, of course. Always nice to see teams helping each other out. Green and Cresswell have certainly been helping spirits lift at Elite Motorsport. They will be delighted with how this has gone to this point, and we'll have to see if it continues in this direction. Tom Pappenberg is stranded or recovered now from the gravel trap at turn 1, and we'll have to wait and see. Right, so there is Pappenberg rejoining. So Pappenberg is back on the track. We've seen that before. People rejoin from the gravel, so he'll be okay to continue. Not Le Mans rules, where if you get help, you're done. The car will continue on.
Yes, it will. So it's a fairly brief pause then. We haven't yet seen any notification that this is going to go safety car. We'll wait and see if that is the decision that's made. I suspect it will be, just because that's the precedent that's been set in previous races, but things do sometimes change. The conditions certainly have changed. It's nice and toasty out there now. Really quite a pleasant afternoon this is turning into, and that may well lead... No, there we go. Safety car is now confirmed on the timing screen, so the pack will speed up. They'll bunch back together, and the Elite Motorsport team have another opportunity to do some formation flying, although this time the rest of the field will be a little bit closer to them. I do tend to agree. We didn't see a lot of these two cars before the safety car, but I do tend to agree that they possibly weren't fighting that hard at that point. But before the end of the race, I suspect that might change. Certainly if they're this close in about 35 minutes time, I would imagine both teams would want to try and get their car to the number 1 position, so that could be an interesting little team battle a bit later on.
Yeah, I do wonder how much green light will be given for that dicing later on. They certainly won't be doing too much to interfere with each other, I'd say, before the final few minutes. To your point, I think it's going to be a matter of waiting and seeing and building a gap. We'll watch on.
Yes, I think you're probably right. They will have to build that gap. It was a significant gap that they had at the time of the full course yellow. Fred Green and Mackenzie Creswell over Joel Mesh, who sits 3rd, all 3 of them pro entries. Then Frederick Zebis, the Pro-Am leader, 4th. Alan Gabay, 5th. 6th, Jaden Kelly. 7th, Marius Schmid. 8th, Mario Pinazzo. For NM Racing team. The top 10 completed, 9th in fact for Jurkin Bolting, AM leader, and the top 10 completed by August Macbeth in the Pro-Am Mercedes. So that's your top 10 at the moment. Cayman Trophy, as we've seen, led narrowly by Helga Tam over Marco Reinbold. Replay incoming, and this is what happened at turn 1, and Cronin goes for the late lunge. The door is closed, and Tom Pappenberg, well... didn't make a huge effort to stop the car there when it was going backwards, did he? That probably didn't need to be a full course yellow, but I think maybe just didn't realise quite how close to the gravel he was. Then the brake lights came on. That was a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, that's the bit where you're supposed to slam the brake pedal in and make sure that you stay on the tarmac runoff, but there we go. Let's continue on with this then, and the safety car is now out. So then, we are going to be pit window in about 3 minutes and change. So the elite cars, sorry, there's all sorts of conversations going on. Safety car is in this lap, and so that will give the elite drivers an opportunity, a really good opportunity actually, to rebuild their gap, because Tom Pappenberg is between them and the number 11 car, the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau machine. So Joel Mesh is stuck behind Pappenberg. Now, Pappenberg's not the kind of driver who's going to be slow through the last couple of corners, but all the same, that's going to grant them a second and a half that they otherwise would not have. So we'll see how quickly Mesh can handle that. And of course, for Tom Pappenberg, Nico Verdonk, I'm sure, is in his ears. Nico has to assure him that no, don't pull over, because strictly speaking, Mesh isn't meant to overtake before that start-finish line anyway. So Tom just needs to get through the corners as quickly as possible before observing any blue flags.
Yes, you've got to fight your instincts sometimes, haven't you, to do what normally would be the right thing, and make sure you don't accidentally pick yourself up a penalty. So as they approach the restart zone, so to speak, a really slow pace being set by the race leader through turn number 10. And he will be seeing if he can steal an advantage on the restart here over his teammate. So, towards turn 12 they go. This is almost walking. I think I could lap the track quicker than this, Adam.
This is how I was walking the track on Friday night. Just as slowly, just as unconvinced I could make it up the hill. Fred Green makes his way onto the throttle pedal. We are back to racing speeds in the GT4 Winter Series. And it will be. Look at Pappenberg. He is very slow through turn 12, turn 13. I think he might have been caught napping by the elite cars, and that's going to give Mesh on back a lot of work to do to try and catch those things. Mesh looked like he was just about to clip the gravel there coming out the final corner as well, and I think that Zebis could be a threat to him. Zebis and indeed Alan Gabay as well. Pappenberg looks like he's not exactly tracking straight and true as well. That car looks like it is slightly out of tow. I think the rear suspension took a rather heavier knock than it was designed to receive in the midst of that incident.
Yep, I think you're probably right. So that's maybe explains why he was so slow through the final couple of corners there. He will have felt that suspension damage beforehand and didn't want to take too many risks upon the restarts, especially since he was in amongst the race leaders. Yes, he delayed Joel Mesh, but I think Joel will have thanked him a bit more for doing that than looping it in front of him, for example, with a wounded car. So we'll see whether he's able to pick up the pace a bit as the race goes on. The W&S Motorsport pairing, meanwhile, back at play as Frederick Zebis and Alan Gabay have traded places, have they not? Yes, Zebis was ahead of Gabay, so Frederick Zebis then down into 5th position, wanting to get that back, and of course both of them tracking in line behind Joel Mesh to be best of the rest behind the Elite Motorsport McLarens, who already have checked out. I know they were assisted slightly by Tom Pappenberg's slightly slow run through the final couple of corners, but the way that they've got away from the rest of the pack is absolutely incredible. No one can keep up with those McLarens this weekend.
Yeah, just receiving information as well that both the 16 NM racing cars, so Mario Pignazzo, who's torn through the field from outside the top 20 to currently be running 8th, and the Team VRT car of Alexander Spobrov, so they were both replaced after Saturday. So 2 fresh cars on the track as a result of incidents from the last couple of days here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Is Pignazzo up another position? No, he remains in... Oh, in fact, he's lost places. He's down to 10th. Oh, he's in the pits. Oh, no, the NM car, the 16, is into the pit lane. We're just talking about him making his way up the order, and unfortunately, it appears something could be amiss with the car, although the pit window typically opens 1 lap after the safety car, but I think it opened because we weren't under safety car when the window started. I think that is okay, and indeed multiple people have pitted now, but often we see that after a safety car period it's 1 lap after, so yeah, they'll be okay, but still it's a shame to see that Pignazzo isn't getting a more even split, I suppose, of the stint. As we watch the W&S Motorsport cars, Gabay and Zebis there running very close together. Always worry when they climb up that curb at turn 5, because it looks like it would be very tricky to come down while retaining traction, but they managed to do so. And Zebis, of course, back through now on Gabay. That puts him back in 4th position, and again, well on his way to taking the vice championship status with Ravi Ramid outside the points before coming into the pits.
Yes, Ramid in the pits. I wonder whether the team will have a look at the car and see if they can identify what the issue is. We'll wait and see, but they didn't seem hopeful, did they? I think if they were going to try and fix it, they'd have brought him in sooner and tried to get that sorted ASAP. Out towards the end of another lap we go. Jaden Kelly in behind Alan Gabay, who is now finally being dropped a little bit by Frederik Zebis, who charges on after Joel Mesh for third position. Zebis, remember, a Pro-Am entrant, but we know that when Tim Horrell gets in that car, he's not really any slower than the pros, so he is definitely going to be hoping to put that car into an overall top 3 position if possible. There is the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW in, and this looks routine. They don't have the bonnet up, they don't have laptops plugged into the car, they're just sort of going through the standard service. I think they've accepted now that there's nothing they can do about the performance of the car. They're just going to have to try and trundle through the remainder of the race and score what points they can.
Yeah, and the incident between Papenburg and Cronin will be investigated after the race. We'll be interested to see if that could go any way other than against Cronin, really, but it was a little bit of a feisty move for sure. Team VRT car is smoking just a little bit at the brakes, so they're well up to temperature for sure. As we watch on now, because Pignazzo, or rather Pignazzo's car, now in the hands of, he's co-driving, but he's still listed on my timing screen for now. Either way, the 16 car has come out directly ahead of Joel Mesh. You'll be thinking, why do I keep catching up Mercedes, who are one lap down? My manufacturer mates are kind of causing me some issues here. Now he's got another car to run around in the wheel tracks of. I wonder if he maybe will decide to hand the car over to Enrico Ferderer if he comes into the pits this time by, because you're never really going to achieve much in traffic like this.
Yeah, and it's probably only a lap earlier than planned. I think they would normally go to about half race distance, wouldn't they? There's not a lot to choose in pace between Joel and Enrico, and indeed in he comes. So there's a career as a race strategist, I think, waiting for you, Adam, if you ever choose to choose to take that path. It was the logical step, wasn't it, to get him out of traffic and prevent them from losing time, because of course they weren't a million miles ahead of the likes of Kabai and Zebis and Jaden Kelly, so any delay could really have cost them.
So it was a long stop from L'Espace Bienvenu, or rather the Racetivity team running the car. 2 minutes 54 versus, well, 1 minute 42, which is what you're supposed to do. So the car is certainly ailing, and they certainly felt the need to check it, but they have sent the car back out. So at the very least, they think it can run to the flag, but Charlie Robertson will have lost even more time, and I suppose we can keep a beady eye on the pace, but quite frankly, I don't think that Charlie would, or I don't think Ravi would drop off for no apparent reason. We know how quick he can be. We know that he is, again, much like Tim Horrell, someone who can challenge for the overall places. Speaking of challenges for the overall places, Jaden Kelly, who's going to go right to the end of this window, no doubt, has caught up to Alan Gabai, and while it's not quite looking on for the winning result he had at Portimao in one of the sprint races, he's certainly again showing exactly how good he is behind the wheel of a McLaren.
That he definitely is, and he is really wringing the neck of the Artura for now, isn't he, as he comes up behind the Porsche. The Tom Papenburg Mercedes pulls out of the way. Here comes Kelly, thinking about it, but just not quite close enough into turn 10, despite that being at a place where we've seen the McLarens gaining places all weekend, could rain or shine. He was just a bit out of striking range there from Alan Gabai. Jürgen Bolting thinks this looks like fun. I might join in this battle as well in his Am Porsche. And Jürgen Bolting, who has pitted, I believe. Yes, he has. In fact, he's on an outlap from the pits now. Is proving once again that he's got the pace of some of the, in theory, quicker drivers, more experienced drivers, certainly, that he happens to be sharing the racetrack with. Into the pits came Marius Schmid in the BWT car, and into the pits came Fred Green. Now, that's obviously not unexpected that Elite would split the strategy here. So Fred Green will hand the car over to Charlie Hart, and Mackenzie Cresswell will be in, I suspect, a lap later.
It'll be Harry Reynolds in that car. Charlie Hart taking over the 78. Still think it's quite a novelty to see Mackenzie Cresswell and Charlie Hart sharing the car. I don't think that's the only time that's going to happen this year as well. So interested to see that pairing as the season goes on. Of course, last year Charlie Hart was with the Race Lab team and really taking the fight to Elite at times out there on the circuit. A race winner in last year's GT4 Winter Series was Charlie Hart. Will Cresswell come in this time by? One would suspect that's the next step to bring them in on consecutive laps. They've come out or rather they have had the Enrico Ferderer car, as it now is, come out right behind, and there is that debris, or at least where the debris was before it became debris. The 77 car lost part of its rear bodywork, the elite McLaren. I did think that it was that car that shed some bodywork. I certainly thought it was some McLaren. Sure enough, unfortunately, it was the 77 losing a bit, but it won't be anything significant. Cresswell comes into the pit lane. It's not quite the last opportunity, so you might see a couple of drivers. Certainly, I think Jaden Kelly might try and extend it that one lap further, but certainly we're running out of time in the window now. But I think one of the big points of interest is now with Harry Reynolds at the wheel. Let's see what his outlap is like, to see how he does relative to the other Elite Motorsport car.
Yes, so there is Charlie Hart then getting into the other Elite McLaren. I knew I'd mixed them up at some point this weekend, and he will very soon replace Mackenzie Cresswell at the wheel of that car. He didn't put a foot wrong in yesterday's race, did he, Charlie? Sorry, this morning's race, I should say, Charlie Hart. And he will be hoping that it's a repeat performance in race number 3. As the driver change is ongoing. They've got time to spare to some extent because of the minimum pit stop time, but not a huge amount of wiggle room if anything does go wrong during the stop. Any major delay can lead to a costly time loss on track. Tyre pressure adjustment going on as well, letting a bit of pressure out of the tyres. Of course, the hotter they get, the higher the pressure builds. It's often the tyre pressure more than tyre wear that can really massively affect the performance. These Pirelli tyres are more than capable of doing an hour or more on the car without giving up a huge amount of performance, but when the temperatures and the pressures start to climb, then the tyre just starts to behave very differently, and that is where the car starts to shift around a bit more under the drivers. Speaking of shifting, outlap here hopefully has been a quick one for Harry Reynolds. He approaches the penultimate corner, and we'll find out momentarily which of these elite cars has the advantage. The Charlie Hart one, though, leaving the box already.
Yeah, that strikes me that it will be a fairly decent buffer for Charlie Hart. Let's have a look as they come out of the pit lane. Hart will now be on the throttle and free of the pit lane limiter. It's not going to be that big of a gap, but it is going to have slightly extended over the course of the pit window. However, Hart's brakes, Hart's tyres would have cooled down just slightly. Reynolds will have already had a lap to get it up to temperature. And this is now a big test, really, for both parties. For Harry Reynolds, who's fairly new to the world of GT4s, having just done a Dubai 24-hour appearance, and I think that's it, GT4-wise. A big test for him now to try and hunt down the more experienced Charlie Hart over the remainder of this race distance. And while, yes, they are teammates, and yes, they will have been told, don't do anything silly, that might still be an opportunity for an overtake. I dare suggest that Harry Reynolds would be very keen to claim a scalp, even if it's his teammates.
Yes, I think you're right, and they're close enough that that battle could still develop over the second part of the race. Of course, different drivers in the cars as well, so it'll be fascinating now to see how they compare to each other. Really had the elite cars go door to door so far this weekend until this race, so yeah, this will be a useful barometer when it comes to figuring out which of them is the quicker. Certainly over the middle part of the lap, looks like the gap's coming down ever so slightly, so Harry Reynolds and Charlie Hart, I think, are going to continue to circulate pretty close together. Still waiting for a few of the pit stops just to cycle through fully and put these two cars back at the very top of the order. But the pit lane window is now closed. I believe everyone has entered the pit lane, and we're just waiting for some of the outlaps to correct themselves on the timing screen.
Yes, absolutely right. So these two will jump to the top of the standings now. Let's see where Charlie Robertson's pace is living. He's in the 151s, which is up there at the sharp end of the pace, really. He's only 7/10 off Ravi's best, which maybe would imply that still something is a bit wrong, because you'd expect Charlie to be a little bit quicker than Ravi Ramid, but 7/10 off with old tyres, it's not that bad for a pace perspective for Charlie Robertson. So again, a bit mysterious, this whole situation.
Yeah, let's watch the car and perhaps listen to the car a bit as well, see if we can pick up on anything. Let's listen as it comes down towards us.
Yeah, I thought I was hearing some kind of chirping a couple of corners ago. We'll listen again. Yeah, not sure, but very mysterious, certainly, that Ravi will have had that level of pace drop-off. Was that tyres squealing? I think that might be elsewhere, actually. There's some drifting going on, I think, across the road today. And for a second, I thought we were going to see someone deep in the gravel trap. But no, I'm sure that was just a different type of BMW having its fun. Charlie Hart, 1.3 seconds clear then at sharp end of the order. SR Motorsport by Schnitzlams and Rico Federer running third place. I feel it's important to note it's the final race of the season. You might be thinking, championship battle, lads, want to tell us about it? Well, it was decided in Aragon, if you weren't with us previously. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum team, Joel Mesh and Rico Federer, comfortably winning this season of the GT4 Winter Series. The Vice Championship is still up for debate, and right now the debate is being fairly comprehensively won by Frederick Zebis, and there is his teammate Tim Horrell, who must feel the need to labour, a bronze-rated driver, holding himself to account right now with Maximilian Schreier, and we'll see if Schreier has the pace over Tim, who, again, just year on year gets better and better, and look at how uncompromising both of them were there out of the final corner. That's a level of precision I could only aspire to.
Yes, that was millimetres from disaster, wasn't it? You do not want to dip the left rear wheel into that gravel and have any sort of steering lock on the car. They weave and book and dive their way into the first corner. That was very much on the limit for both of them, particularly Horrell's car, it must be said, which was really sliding around in the braking zone. As this all Porsche battle rages on behind them, but there is an all Mercedes AMG battle, I think, about to develop between Valentine Kluss and Ryan Naker in the NM and BWT Mucker Mercedes, respectively. There's a lot of pairing off going on, actually, isn't there? McLaren 1-2, we've got Porsche 4-5, Mercedes 6-7, and of course we've got the two Cayman Trophy cars further down the order as well, and they are separated by quite a bit now, actually. That gap suddenly massively going out between now Paul Hochberger in the XR Racing Cayman and Helga Tam in the East Racing Motorsport example.
Interesting there, we saw Tim adjusting something there, just going into, in fact no, that would have been his hand control brake, of course. Yes, I thought he might have been, I thought, surely don't have a NASCAR style brake bias thing on the dashboard, do they? But no, that is his handbrake, and it's always really interesting to see him handling that, and really fascinating setup they've got there with the ring behind the wheel to put the power on for him, and then that hand braking system, that braking lever, which he uses to great effect in some braking zones, it must be said, in wheel-to-wheel competition. Such a shame here for the 15 crew that they are a little bit further back, because it looked like Santiago Valle was on the move in terms of pace, but they should be a little way further back. Here comes the W&S cars side by side, and Horrell there didn't get the best of runs out of the final corner, did he? Schreier has the inside line. Schreier is through before the time they get to the first corner, and dives and cuts across the nose of Tim Horrell there. That was definitive stuff there from Schreier, and I just think Tim might have made a slight error there watching his teammate behind him through turn 14.
Yes, quite possibly. There is the 86 car, by the way. They are under investigation for a minimum pit stop time infringement. They are a couple of laps down after their damage sustained in the collision earlier on with the WS Porsche. But they might now have not spent quite enough time in the pit lane at the actual mandatory pit stop, so they could have a penalty incoming for what it's worth. They are the last car still running at the moment, because Tom Pappenberg's Mercedes did in the end seemingly retire to the pit lane a lap or so ago. The W&S battle continues on between these two, and well, Tim Horrell won't give up on this battle. He may have lost the position, but I don't think he looks massively slower really than Maximilian Schreier, and if he can tag along with Maximilian, he could probably learn a thing or two as well. So Tim Horrell, I don't expect him to disappear from this picture anytime soon.
No, exactly right. Tim will fight for every position he can possibly have, and of course he won't want to take his eye off the ball even a little bit, because Valentin Kluss, who we know to be very quick, is there in 6th overall. And great to see Valentin Kluss back at the wheel for the first time since 2024. I actually got to commentate on his first ever car race. It was ADS CF4 at Zandvoort, and he actually only raced on Sunday because, well, on Saturday he was 14, on Sunday he was 15, and he hopped behind the wheel. It feels weird to say that an 18-year-old is returning to motorsport, but that's exactly what's going on with Clutton, and it is great to see him kind of picking up where he left off, as it were. There is Valve in 10th place. I got caught out by him because I thought he was a lap behind. I saw the SR car and thought he was a lap down, but no, he's running in 10th overall, just ahead of Joachim Bolting, who continues to lead the AM class. Of course, NM Racing bringing the two cars here, and we see that 15 running in the Pro-Am category, and it is good to see Santiago Valve once again. I don't think we've actually had him in the Win Series before, but I've seen him in other categories, and indicating they're interestingly right and then arcing left, but Joachim Bolting caught the message, and I think that's bolting through into P10. I think Valve just looking at the pace of that WNS car and saying, maybe not.
Yes, that was one of the easier overtakes Joachim Bolting's ever been involved in, and yeah, manages to take 9th place away from, 10th place away from the WNS Porsche. No, start that sentence again, Andy. He's in 10th now, ahead of the NM Racing team Mercedes, is what I was trying to say, and of course continues to lead the AM category as well. Joachim Bolting, who was very animated on the podium when I introduced him as the provisional AM champion earlier on. He was very, very pleased to hear that, and he always does jog up to the podium, jumps onto the top step, and he had a beaming smile on his face this time, and yeah, that clearly meant something to him.
No, absolutely, and Joachim puts so much into his racing, whether it's in a Cayman GT4, whether it's in a cup car. He always seems to be somewhere. He's one of those I will show up to any event my car is eligible for types. He's running various different championships in Germany through the summer, and he's got the GT4 European Series to look forward to as well. He will stay busy, that much is for certain. Just to correct the record on Santiago Valve, I think I might be getting my NM Racing team bios mixed, because you know, he's graduating from karts this weekend, rather remarkably. I say rather remarkably because I found evidence of him testing an NM Mercedes as late as 2022, but not found any racing record to that end. So Valve joining us in the GT4 Win Series, and I think probably arcing towards a full season campaign, whether that's GT4 European, whether that could potentially be the Iberian Supercars Championship. We'll have to wait and see.
Yes, okay, so making the transition from karting into GT4, that's becoming ever more common, isn't it, to see drivers doing that, and going down the single-seater route. And turn number 5 comes the all WNS Motorsport scrap. Now, I said I didn't expect Tim Horrell to fade away, and I'm glad to see he's proving me right, sticking right with Maximilian Schreier here, the battle for 4th position. And again, Tim Horrell continuing to lead in Pro-Am, but has never been all that interested, seemingly, in winning Pro-Am. There's the Senkia car, meanwhile, with a right rear puncture. Now, that quite possibly is a legacy of the damage they carried from the earlier incident, and that car is now left limping home to the pit lane. So as they continue on, heading towards the pit lane, that's work for the Senkia team to do. Izzy Browning has just left us slightly stumped as to which order the Elite Motorsport cars came out of the pit lane. I seem to recall it was Charlie Hart ahead after the stops, correct?
After the stops, yes. But before the stops, I think the cars were the other way around.
I think you're right.
She's spotted something we've missed there. In amongst the pit stops for Elite, I think they did indeed switch positions, because, of course, the number 78 car started from 3rd on the grid, where the 77 was ahead for most of the first phase of the race. I think Andy is going to investigate this, because he's feeling as unsure of himself as I am of myself right now. But I think Izzy might be right that Hart did in fact change that, or take that lead under the pit stop window. But number 78 from 77 at the front. Enrico Förderer's pace is looking very impressive at the moment. Last lap time from Förderer, a 52.1. Last lap from Charlie Hart and Harry Reynolds, both in the 153s. Federer has woken up and the speed is looking promising. Only 4.7 seconds. Pit stop position on car 11, though, has been noted. And that is going to potentially be one of those investigations that doesn't take long, because if they have photographic evidence of the car not being in the right position, then, well, that's the end of that, quite frankly.
Yes, you're absolutely right. So that could be a penalty incoming then for SR Motorsport, but we'll wait and see on that one. The Mercedes AMG is, woken up, as you said, pace-wise. I think they would have gained an advantage in the pit lane with the positioning of the car, but they're certainly gaining an advantage on track now. Enrico Federer on a mission, and again that lap time of 52.5, matching the leader, but 0.3 quicker than second place man Harry Reynolds.
I think that Wendt might well have been tripping up the McLarens a couple of laps ago. The Alex Wendt driven SMC Motorsport car in the Golf livery did get lapped a lap and a bit ago by Elite Motorsport. So I think that one McLaren upset the other McLarens as a result of the lap traffic cycle doing what it does. Hart and Reynolds then running in tandem. Fastest lap of the race does belong to the Elite Motorsport number 77. And 4.7 seconds back from the leader is Enrico Federer, whose lap time was actually about in tandem with the Arturas on the previous lap. So I do think that may have just been a one lap off there for Elite Motorsport with the lap traffic situation.
Yes, I can confirm, by the way, 77 were leading before the pit stop, 78 did get the lead in the pit lane. We did follow that as it came out of the pit lane. We certainly were watching it. I would hope we mentioned it. If we didn't, apologies. But those Elite Motorsport drivers, I had Charlie Hart in the wrong car at the pit stop, so quite frankly, your guess is as good as mine. But yes, we did watch it happen at the very least, and it was indeed a slightly quicker pit stop for the 78 car. You're in safe hands, everyone. Don't worry, we are paying attention, I promise. 1.1 seconds between them at the moment, and well, they might now have other issues to face if Enrico Federer continues to close in over the final 11 minutes.
It's 2025 muscle memory, isn't it? They've put Mackenzie in the car with the number that he wasn't in last year just to stitch us up, and it has worked. The number 30 car of, formerly of Zebis, now Tim Horrell, of course, staying just about with Maximilian Schreier and staying well clear of Valentin Klus, in fact extending the gap over Klus in that all-Mercedes battle that's going through shot there. So that is Ryan Naker behind Valentin Klus at the moment. Ryan, new to GT4s as well. He's a South African racer, did plenty of different national level South African motorsport, which I think was spurred on fairly late in life by the Intercontinental GT Challenge events at Kyalami. Got to spectate one of those and said, okay, that feels like a bit of me. And here he is now in Europe, first time racing in Europe for the South African. And well, certainly he would love to try and get someone like Valentin Klus behind him, because if you can overtake someone like that, yes, Valentin Klus is new to GT4, but someone with that much single-seater experience, if you can come in as a late joiner to racing and take the fight to Valentin, then you're doing something right.
Most definitely so, and it's always interesting, isn't it, when you do get this mix of drivers racing in Winter Series. It's a good barometer for them more than anything else to figure out exactly where they stand against perhaps some more experienced drivers, as you quite rightly said. And it's all a learning opportunity. Down the hill we come then, and the 16 car of Klus just about keeping the BWT Mercedes example behind of Ryan Naker. Then you've got Cronin and Fuchs closing behind as well. So a four-way battle developing here for sixth position, with the majority of them being pro cars. Fuchs is the only Pro-Am entry here. Maybe comes the move. No, the door is closed by Valentin Klus. There's an opportunity maybe to go right around the outside, though. That's brave in these conditions. In the wet, again, that would work. In the dry, there's not a lot of grip out there, and in the end, that showed the positions stay as they were.
Yeah, absolutely. And Naker will be conscious of trying to get this done soon, because look at coming up behind Cronin and Fuchs. But now they've got traffic to contend with in the form of Alex Wendt, and both Mercedes get through. The McLarens, well, the McLaren and the other Merc, I'm not so sure. They did get by, and that's now a 4-car scrap. They come across the line as one. Valentin Klus from Ryan Naker, from Colin Cronin, from Cedric Fuchs. Fuchs is going to be rubbing his hands at the possibility of making up some overall places in the Pro-Am car. He's around the outside of Cronin. They're almost 4 wide, at least in the camera shot. It wasn't quite like that in reality, but Cronin gets past Naker there. I didn't think he'd be making up places. I thought he was going to lose places. But the McLaren's on the charge. Fuchs now going around the outside at turn 3. Will he be afforded any space to work with at all? Well, he doesn't actually try and get around the outside. He instead elects to try and move to the inside at turn 4. Nicely done. Cedric Fuchs comes from the world of Tourenwagen Junior Cup racing in Germany in years gone by, and that's another place where you get your good racing craft in. 75 up the inside again. Cronin is on the move massively.
Yes, he has very much decided to go on the attack, gaining 2 places in half a lap, although might now lose that position. At the inside comes the Mercedes. Cronin already has shown he's willing to close the door quite firmly at that corner, and did so again, and in fact it is now going to be Klus who loses out, perhaps to Cedric Fuchs. So the 2 cars that were at the back of this group at the start of the lap might well be at the front of it by the end of it. Fuchs not quite able to make the move on the way into turn number 9, and now goes to the outside into 10. That could leave him vulnerable to attack from Ryan Naker, who's hunting around trying to get back into this battle as well. 3 Mercedes AMG GT4s all sharing the same bit of track. A big slide from Klus, and that just cost him enough momentum to allow Cedric Fuchs to get back to the inside into turn number 12 and eventually make the move stick. Fantastic racing.
You know what? I think Colin Cronin has come a long way since we last saw him. I imagine they've done a few test days since we saw them at Portimao in January. One would suspect that's the case. Of course, a former Ginetta Junior driver, Andy, so you know him well. But I feel like we've seen a turn of pace from Colin that we didn't see at Portimao, and he very efficiently made his way through the pack there.
Well, yes, and it was the way in which he made that move. You couldn't make that late jink to the inside unless you were very confident in the car, and that can only come with seat time. So, yeah, I second that. I suspect he's had a fair bit of seat time since we last saw him racing with us, and putting that to good effect there. There was a hint of a move there from Ryan Naker against Valentin Klus at turn 1, but again, not close enough to make that one stick, and those 2 Mercedes now fading slightly from view from the 2 cars ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We ride on board with Naker at the moment. The BWT Muka Motorsport entry. Is he going to have a look to the inside at turn 5? No, he goes to the outside. That's all he's afforded by Valentin Klus. And I think Klus is going to make that car as wide as he possibly can. Turn 8 is not a conventional overtaking opportunity, especially because that's actually turn 7, but turn 8 definitely not an overtaking opportunity. Could he maybe have a go for turn 10? I think he'd be advised not to do this, not to cost himself at turn 9 and then lose out on the braking zone at turn 10, but he tries to make up for it there by taking all the extremities of the circuit that he possibly can. We are seeing some final warnings for track limits, so they do need to be careful trying that kind of thing. All the same, Naker goes around the outside now of Valentin Klus, but Klus holds on to the high ground for the time being. A bit of a wiggle there from the 16 car, and well, Valentin's certainly making it wide.
Yes, and he needs to, because Ryan Naker, you feel, will go for any gap that is left open. He tried to get to the inside even into turn 12 there, and had there been an opportunity to do so, I think he would have committed. So, yeah, can't put a foot wrong here if you've got this car in your wing mirrors, it seems. In fact, that's really been the story of all of the GT4 races this weekend. If you put a foot wrong, you will be made to pay for it. And yeah, that continues on in this final race of the weekend. Chunks of bodywork and rubber go flying as Cronin now has to go from attack to defence to try and keep a charged up Cedric Fuchs behind him. Cedric Fuchs, another driver who really has come on strong in the second part of his stint. He's all over the McLaren now as the Mercedes behind us side by side. Oh, they nearly contact as they went into 3. Was that a tiny screech of tyres I heard? I hope they both emerge to the other side of the corner. They do. They're still side by side, and I think that might now finally be the move made. Naker on the inside line at 4. Can he make that move stick? Yes, he can. Although, does he drift a bit wide on the exit? Yes, he does, and this might not be over yet.
No, I'm not sure where to look. I don't think any of us are right now. Naker goes defensive. over at turn 5, and I think Valentin Klus is just a step ahead now, but let's see, just a step behind Naker now, so I think that 7th and 8th is fairly stable. I'm not so sure about 5th and 6th though, or 6th or 7th though, because Cedric Fuchs is looking very, very menacing in the rear end of Colin Cronin.
Yes, he is. Cedric Fuchs in the Mercedes versus Colin Cronin in the McLaren. Where do you overtake that McLaren, though, given it's so good in the braking zones, although Cronin's car looks anything but happy in that braking zone. He misses the apex quite a bit at turn 10, and Cedric Fuchs just ultimately not quite close enough to fill that gap, but there are signs here, aren't there, that Cronin is operating quite close to the limit of what that car, and I think more to the point, what his fairly worn out Pirelli tyres will offer him, and a mistake could be around any corner really for Cronin. He's on the limit.
Yes, he is. Some really twitchy stuff, I think, from all of them at this stage. They've certainly taken the best out of their Pirellis with 58 minutes of racing in the books, and it's just a matter of keeping the car on the road as best you can at this point. Now, Cronin, as you've said, was struggling under braking into turn 10. How does he handle the first corner? He's going to take it at an angle since he's defending, and you can see there just wayward there. But this is what we saw last year, of course. We theorised last year that they like a bit of rear brake bias on these McLarens. The elite car was always even 15 seconds clear in the field, twitching away at the braking zones, and I think that philosophy just seems to be universal across the McLarens. The rear end needs to be lively in order to get the thing turned in.
Yes, but then it does get really good rotation on the way into the corner, doesn't it? So as long as you're able to hang on to it, that's fine. The over-rotation on power, though, I think is less setup and more right foot heaviness, isn't it, from Cronin there, as he tries to desperately get out of the corners as well as he possibly can. Of course, that wasn't always a strength of the McLaren last year. This is how the balance of performance works. It gives, but it also takes away. And whilst they get into the corners very well, they don't always accelerate off them that rapidly. And I think that's why Cronin really is giving it a bootful to try and get off these tight corners, perhaps at the expense of his rear tyres.
Certainly at the expense of his rear tyres. Meanwhile, the elite motorsport cars will be crossing the line momentarily to start their final lap of the race, so it will be one to go for Cronin. He won't have too long to withstand this pressure from Cedric Fuchs, but it is sizable pressure, mounting pressure that he's having to contend with. Cedric Fuchs looking for 6th overall. Of course, his next target, if he were to get past the McLaren, would be Tim Horrell, but he's run out of time to try and salvage that Pro-Am victory. Around the outside, he looks briefly for turn 13, cuts inside. That could be on for turn 14. Not quite close enough. The nose cut off the Mercedes. Will it get a good run out of the turn? The answer is yes, but I think Cronin should be safe on the run to the first corner. Or maybe I should eat some crow, because the Mercedes is closing some more. Does it still do so out of the slipstream? He draws alongside the McLaren. Fuchs with the unfavoured outside line. Oh, and again, twitching away goes Cronin. He holds on to P6 for now. Fuchs is going to have to find somewhere else to make it happen.
Might not be pretty, but it's a pretty effective defensive drive, this from Cronin. Can he hang on for one more lap? 3 cars under investigation for a full course yellow procedure. That was ages ago. We'll deal with that in a moment, though, because here comes one of the cars under investigation. That is Cedric Fuchs going for 6th position. He gets 6th position, but runs a little bit wide at the exit. No, not enough for Cronin to get through, and you just kind of felt that that one was coming. Cronin could only hold on for so long. Here he comes again, though, back on the inside. Fantastic stuff from Cronin. He will not go down without a fight. They're side by side out of 5, and if he can stay there, we'll have the inside line for 7. The next braking zone, here it is. No, Cedric Fuchs gets into the corner ahead, but again had to sacrifice the apex there, so Cronin is right back with him up the hill.
Meanwhile, coming around the penultimate corner, Charlie Hart will make it a victory in the GT4 Winter Series with Elite, and he'll do so, making it a 1-2 with Harry Reynolds following him home. It's a perfect weekend in the GT4 Winter Series for Elite Motorsport. 3 wins in 3 races, but what's going on for 6th place, I wonder? Is Colin Cronin still ahead of Cedric Fuchs? The answer is no. Fuchs is through. The 111 car remains ahead. Will he stay there? Will there be any last-minute opportunity for Cronin? He certainly had a little jink to the inside at 13 there, but then cost himself some momentum around that corner as a result. Tim Horrell crosses the line to take 5th place, and in doing so, he wins Pro-Am and nets Frederik Zebis the Vice Championship in the GT4 Winter Series. So congratulations to WNS on that achievement, having taken the Vice Championship definitively now. Fuchs in 6th position then, getting the best of Cronin right at the end. Naker in 8th place. Valentin Klus in 9th, and AM winner Joachim Bolting across the line in 10th place, confirmed as the AM champion a little bit earlier today. Coming across the line behind him, Daniel Drexel, one of the 3 cars under investigation for full course yellow procedure, the other one being Alex Wendt. The 12th place car is Mattis Plushkel, who put in a mighty shift at the end of the race by the looks of it. He finished 12th overall ultimately in the BWT Mucca Motorsport Aston Martin to win the club class for out of homologation GT4 cars. Always good to see those older cars getting some use out there. Mark Kempster coming under pressure from Charlie Robertson as they come across the line, and Charlie's pace remained up there in the 51s, I think, all throughout that race. I still don't quite understand how he started dropping away so much towards the end of the race, or towards the... I'll try that again. I don't understand quite what happened with Ravi Ramyi, that he started dropping off the pace quite so significantly, but clearly something was awry in the first stint. However, Charlie Robertson seemingly managing the car well and was on the pace, albeit with a long pit stop and a lot of time lost. All they could manage was 18th overall and 6th in the Pro-Am class. For Elite Motorsport, it is a perfect day of racing, with 2 wins on Sunday and, of course, 3 wins across the weekend. Elite Motorsport have swept their return to the GT4 Winter Series. Mackenzie Cresswell referenced dusting the cobwebs off coming into this weekend, and having now collaborated with Charlie Hart for the first time, and I do not think the last time. I'm very curious to see how this partnership evolves, because clearly Hart and Cresswell synergize very nicely. The 78 machine and the 77 machine pull up in tandem, of course, for Enrico Ferderer. 3rd place will more than do. They won the championship last time out at Motorland Aragon. I think the SR guys still working out quite what Ferderer and Mesh will do in the summer program, but they will be hoping to continue the momentum from this Winter Series championship dominance that they had all through the season, and taking that, of course, into the summertime. Cresswell and Charlie Hart in conversation. In fact, that's Charlie Hart and Harry Reynolds, I believe. And Hart inheriting that lead then in the pit stops, which I don't think we quite noticed in real time. It was the pit stop cycle that granted Charlie Hart the race win. Moreover, it was the fact that both pit stops were 1 minute 43 actually. I thought that Harry Reynolds had a slightly longer pit stop, but not even that. I think Mackenzie Cresswell must have put in a mighty in-lap, and Charlie Hart must have put in a mighty out-lap ultimately, and the 78 car winning the race by 2.2 seconds ultimately. For WNS Motorsport, another Pro-Am win with Tim Horrell. Nets them the overall Vice Championship with Frederik Zebis. Of course, Zebis was not co-driving with Tim at either Aragon or Valencia, where Tim was entirely absent. It's a shame, if anything, that Tim wasn't able to do Valencia, because where would he have been in the Pro-Am Championship consideration up against Robertson and Ramyed had he done all 5 events. But either way, he goes into the summer with a lot of positive momentum as well. He won a race in Porsche Sports Cup Deutschland last year and was performing well in a GT4 European Series cameo as well here at Barcelona at the end of the 2025 season, and that momentum has absolutely carried over into the GT4 Winter Series, where we've of course seen him win multiple races, including a solo race win as an AM driver in one of the sprint races, which is not unheard of per se. We've seen it in the GT Winter Series a few times, but it's certainly a achievement to hang your hat on. So the elite pairs finishing 1-2. Ferderer and Mesh will get to planning their celebrations this evening, I'm sure, now that the season has come to an end. But they will be very much keeping an eye, of course, on the GT Winter Series finale to see what happens with the sister SR car. So let's move over to the pit lane and the podium, where Charlie Hart and Mackenzie Cresswell are with Izzy.
They are indeed alongside me, and they just had a rather sweet photo with all four of the elite drivers. What a weekend for Elite Motorsport, and what a way to bounce back from a difficult race this morning, Mackenzie. Great job.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a huge effort from every member of the team to get the car back out. So a huge thank you to everyone, all the mechanics, all the engineers. Yeah, we didn't think we were going to get out of that, to be honest. But yeah, everyone did a great job. Car was mega. Lap times were really fast. So yeah, really pleased. Happy Mother's Day, Mum.
Had to get that in there. There's your brownie points with your mum. And then Charlie, for you, I mean, the second stint, you took the lead in the pit stops, and then it was just, well, managing the gap to the sister car, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't think we'd come out in the lead, to be honest, considering we came in second. But yeah, I saw that and I was fairly happy. And yeah, we just managed the gap. The car felt strong throughout the stint. The pace was good. So yeah, just managing it like we did yesterday and brought home the win.
And now, I said to Charlie yesterday that you two are quite the formidable duo together. Are we going to see you out racing together in the summer, hopefully?
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. But a perfect weekend for Elite Motorsport.
Poker faces there. Highlights of race 3 then, the finale of the season for the GT4 Winter Series. 60 minutes of racing to conclude the season in the GT4 Winter Series, and it was a good start for Joel Mesh. He led the very earliest stages of the race. However, just behind him was the 77 car, Fred Green for Elite. Frederick Zebis was on the charge. He dove to the inside of his own teammate, Maximilian Schreier, there with a little bit of abandon, I would suggest. Lots of fighting all through the field, of course. Cronin and Pappenberg fighting each other, and that one maybe wouldn't end as positively as one would hope. The 77, Fred Green, threw into the lead, and it wouldn't be too long before the SR Mercedes also followed, or was overtaken by Mackenzie Cresswell in P2. Daniel Blickler in a collision with Daniel Drexel, or rather Matthias Fareisel, I should say, that was in the collision with Blickler. And Blickler's car was running wounded, courtesy of the collision. That car holding on by a thread. The Team VRT number 18 pressing on towards the rear of the pack, but climbing up nicely, having started from last place. Jaden Kelly was on the offensive as well. He moved a good 7 or 8 spots over the course of his stint. Ravi Ramyid, meanwhile, was locking up, and that's interesting. That tells me, if he was locking up, that perhaps the ABS was faulty on that car, because it's not normal to see a GT4 car with its ABS locking up that much, and would maybe explain why Charlie Robertson was able to still extract some pace from the car. Jaden Kelly getting past the number 80 machine, the Muka Motorsport team, and Cronin was getting at it with just about everybody. This was Robert Cronin at the wheel at the time. The Cayman Trophy lead scrap was also interesting. Helge Tam doing his darndest to hold on to the lead in that class. The Cayman Trophy cars, always fun to watch, certainly. Cronin to the inside of Tom Pappenberg. Pappenberg just kind of leaning across there, and a collision between the two of them. I think Cronin came from a way back, but Pappenberg didn't really leave much space. It's a difficult one to read, but certainly the end result was that collision. And as we went back to racing conditions after collecting Tom Pappenberg, it was the 77 ahead of the 78. The 30 and the 31 equally at WNS Motorsport were having debates over their positions as the pit window took place. The 77 was in first for WNS Motorsport. And of course, as always with the pit window, drivers exiting just in the middle of all the pack and all of the racing can be quite interesting. But this was how it stood after the pit stop window. The 78 flying past the 77 over the course of the pit window, and that would hand Charlie Hart the race lead over Harry Reynolds. Matis Pushkel was making his way through the order in the latter part of the race in that club class Aston Martin. As we continued to watch the WS cars formation flying, there was a lot of fun racing between Schreier, Tim Horrell and Frederick Zebis as that race went on, but eventually Schreier would get past Tim Horrell definitively for fourth place. The WNS Porsche Blickler looking rather second-hand, as was the tyre and Matthias Fereisel, whose race went from bad to worse, unfortunately, in the Senkia Motorsport BMW. Not their day in the sun, unfortunately. We had some great racing with Valentin Klus keeping a 3-car picture behind him with the number 80 Mucker machine, the 75 Racelab McLaren, and the 111 of Cedric Fuchs from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum. Robert Cronin would be the first to arrive on his bumper, but he would also be the first to get through. Klus would follow him by, but it was all quite exciting there in that battle for 5th position. And we see lots of exchanges between them. Valentin Klus ultimately losing out to both Fuchs and Cronin. He would then be under pressure from Ryan Naker, although that move would take a little bit longer to come good. Cedric Fuchs was doing everything he could to find his way around Colin Cronin, and eventually the inside beckoned on the run to turn 4. Fairly boilerplate manoeuvre, but it wasn't over yet because Cronin felt the need to fight back, and he got to the inside at turn 5, but Cedric Fuchs had the traction out of the corner and remained a nose ahead. He would eventually finish ahead for 6th overall. But a 1-2 for Elite Motorsport to conclude their weekend. A guest appearance this year. We hope to see more of Elite Motorsport in the GT4 Winter Series 2027. Meanwhile, Enrico Ferderer wrapping up the podium in 3rd position. He and Joel Mesh ending the season with a 3rd place finish, having already, of course, won the championship all the way back in Aragon. So then, Hart from Reynolds from Ferderer, the top 3. Maximilian Schreier in 4th place. Tim Horrell in P5 and Cedric Fuchs in 6th place. Colin Cronin in 7th position ahead of Ryan Naker. Valentin Klus in 9th. Bolting the AM winner in 10th place, and of course Tim Horrell from 5th winning the Pro-Am class, so 2 class winners in that top 10 as well. Daniel Drexel in P11, finishing ahead of Matis Pushkel, the club class BWT Mucker Aston Martin. Santiago Valve, the NM Racing Team, Mercedes-AMG GT4 in 13th. WNS Motorsport Alexander Danza in P14. XR Racing's Paul Hochberger in 15th place to win the Cayman Trophy. Alexander Bobrovs in a hastily brought to the circuit car, a spare machine for Team VRT in 16th. Kempster ahead of Charlie Robertson. Helga Tam in 19th. 20th place for Alex Wendt. Senkia Motorsport's Matthias Fereisel in 21st and 22nd place for Tom Pappenberg, both of whom did not see the checkered flag, unfortunately, after a variety of dramas over the course of that race. Great to have over 20 cars in the GT4 Winter Series for the closing weekend of the season, and we hope to see all of these cars come back to fight for championships in the 2027 edition of the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, before the GT4 Winter Series, there will be the GT Summer Series where GT4s can compete, and I suspect certainly a lot of the drivers and teams that are either in Germany or neighbouring Germany will be weighing up the option of competing in that category. We saw the safety car getting hustled around there, and I believe that might be taxi laps ongoing. I know that there were meant to be some over the lunch break, and our colleague Jan Jürger, who we saw in the GT Winter Series back at Valencia, was supposed to be driving, and I dare suggest that that's exactly what he was doing just there, pushing on. While that's going on the circuit, on the podium, Andy McEwen has our drivers.
Well, the GT4 party has well and truly started in the pit lane. We are about to get our final podium presentation of the season underway with first the race podium, and then we will crown our champions. We start then with the club category for race number 3. The race win goes to BWT Muka Motorsports, Matis Plushkel and Tilo Gus. And onto the top step of the podium they go. Trophy once again ready to go. Big smiles on Matis's face in particular, and Tilo. And they embrace on the top step of the podium, celebrating in this case a race win. We will be having them back on the podium, I believe, in a few moments' time. They pose for the photos. Lots to get through and a huge crowd. It seems like the whole GT4 grid is gathered backstage here this afternoon, ready to have their moment in the sunshine. Cayman Trophy then we move on to next. We've got 2 teams to introduce onto the podium. Second place in the Cayman Trophy in a moment, once the champagne is ready. Don't forget the champagne. It's not a podium party without the champagne after all. Now we're ready to go. Second place in the Cayman Trophy, Marco Reinbold and Paul Hochberger. And finally, out they come, Marco and, just Marco potentially. Marco and Paul, do we have Paul as well? Yes, there we go. I think we've got everyone on the podium in one order or another. Helga Tam is here as well. However we did it, we got 3 Cayman Trophy drivers onto the podium. They are eager to start celebrating. Trophies can be taken out as well. Yes. Right, trophies can go out to our drivers, and possibly a late change. We seem to have Marco and Paul on the top step of the podium for reasons that are unclear, but anyway, trophies are coming out. Everyone gets a trophy on the Cayman Trophy podium, and handshakes there from Florencio from Pirelli, and we've got Manuel Munoz, the chief operating officer of the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. Right, Cayman Trophy podium almost done. They'll gather on the top step of the podium, and we will have, in a moment, maybe a champagne shower, or perhaps they will save that for a little bit later on. Yes, they're going to take that with them to celebrate after the race. So, Cayman Trophy podium complete. Now we move on to the AM category in our Race 3 podium presentation in a moment or two. The AM class, where of course we crowned a champion earlier on in the day. And now we welcome onto the podium for the final time our top 3 finishers in the AM category. Third place finish in the AM class for our final race of the season, Alexander Bobrovs. And the Team VRT squad raising the roof down below. That's by far the loudest cheer we've had all season. Second place goes the way of WNS Motorsports, Alexander Danza and Daniel Blickler. But it's that man again on the top step of the podium. Another victory for WNS Motorsports, star of the AM class. The win goes to Joachim Bolting. And he doffs his cap to the crowd below, and they cheer him on to the top step of the podium, something we've done on several occasions this season. The AM champion, of course, Joachim Bolting, claiming himself another race win, and gets the handshakes from our team of trophy presenters as we continue to rattle through these podiums. 2 more race podiums and then the various class championships to be handed out as well. Thankfully, we've got a bit of a gap in the on-track proceedings now.
Whether by design or not, I'm not sure, but we've got plenty of time to do this. As Team VRT, you'd be forgiven for thinking you'd stumbled into a football stadium right now, the atmosphere down in the pit lane. There are corks coming out of bottles, which is my cue to hide backstage for a moment or two, as our first champagne shower of the weekend is well and truly underway. Joachim Bolting making a beeline for the WNS teammates that he shares the podium with. They clink the bottles, they all have smiles on their faces, and many of them, they've got champagne in their eyes. Well done, Joachim, on the class win, and another big cheer for Alexander Spavrovs. A lot of hard work went into getting that car out on track today after his dramas yesterday. Right, a rather soggy Barcelona podium now awaits the Pro-Am top 3 finishers. 6 bottles of champagne now provided for the 6 drivers who will soon be on the steps of the podium. Starting then with our 3rd place finishers in Pro-Am. Welcome to the podium, Clemens Drexel and Daniel Drexel. In 2nd position in Pro-Am for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau, Cedric Fuchs and Willy Kuhne. Onto the top step of the podium they go, and we will now welcome on our race winners in the Pro-Am category. Another win in Pro-Am for WNS Motorsports, Frederick Zebis and Tim Horrell. And out they come then to the top step of the podium. Frederick looking very cool, calm and collected. It was Tim who had a lot of work to do in the second half of that race. And as always, he never backed down from the fight and is brought up onto the top step of the podium to celebrate the moment with the team. They're in position, the trophies can be handed out. And 6 trophies on their way out to our Pro-Am podium finishers. As again, they bask in the sunshine here on the podium. And congratulations to WNS Motorsport, a really strong season, a really strong end to the season as well for WNS, particularly in the Pro-Am category. Big things to come, I think, from their drivers in the summer season, as that is to come. We don't quite have space for them all on the top step of the podium, so they'll gather as close together as they can and pose for the photos. And what are they going to choose to do with the champagne? Are we going to spray the champagne? Are we taking it with us? We've got more podiums to come, of course, more opportunities to spray from the bottles. Yep, corks are coming out. And no surprise, it's the SR Motorsport squad who are leading that charge as Cedric and Vinny Kuhne get themselves stuck in. Tim Horrell's got the right idea as he bails for cover. And the champagne once again sprays on the Barcelona podium. Well done. So, Pro-Am podium done. One more race podium to be concluded. That, of course, is our Pro class podium. We'll get to that in a moment. As the photographers and videographers take a moment just to clean their equipment on the other side of the podium. I think they were right in the firing line in that one. They'll be happy to see there's more champagne on its way out onto the podium now for our final race celebrations. The Pro class, which once again locked out the front-running positions overall in that race as well. Let's start things off then by welcoming once again SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau onto the podium. 3rd place finish in Pro for Joel Mesch and Enrico Ferreira. And they're still making their way through the crowd backstage. Joel and Enrico can make their way onto the podium anytime they like. There we go, Joel Mesch and Enrico Ferreira, 3rd in the Pro category. They were right in the depths of the podium room behind us. It is an Elite Motorsport 1-2 though in the 3rd and final GT4 race of the weekend. 2nd position goes to Fred Green and Harry Reynolds. Well, there's an electric atmosphere down below. That was a big cheer for the second place squad. Let's see what they've got for our race winners. It's an Elite 1-2, as I said. The top step of the podium shared by Charlie Hart and Mackenzie Creswell. And onto the top step they go. Elite very happy with their afternoon's work so far, and they will be taking plenty of silverware home with them back to the UK after a very successful return to Winter Series competition. 6 drivers looking very happy on the podium. SR Motorsport having to settle for the 3rd step this time around, but there was no stopping the pair of Elite Motorsport McLarens who swapped positions in the pit lane, but they were never more than a second and a half or so apart throughout the entire duration of the race, and they proved a very evenly matched quartet of drivers across the 2 cars. They will once again pose for the photos down below. I'm just going to meander to the back of the podium in case they decide to have some celebrations. Of course, for the Elite drivers, this is their one and only appearance on the podium this afternoon. So no surprise, the corks fly, the champagne sprays, and Elite and SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm celebrate on the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya podium. And a big congratulations to them. Joel Mesh making a beeline for the Elite crew. Mackenzie Creswell bearing the brunt of that from both the SR drivers. And still the champagne keeps on coming. I think it's safe to come back outside as our pro drivers celebrate at the end of a busy day of racing. Congratulations then to our pro drivers. You're all welcome to vacate the podium. We'll have a quick shuffling of the papers and move on next to our champion podiums. A few more photos being posed for by Enrico and Joel. Never wants to shy away from the flashing of cameras. So, we are almost good to go now, I think, with our championship podiums. Just wait till I get the nod from backstage. And we'll go through each of the GT4 categories now and welcome our various champions. Hopefully they've not done a runner and they're all in position backstage. So let's start with our club class champion then. It's been a fan favourite car, a great character to have on the grid. Our club class champion for 2026, Tilo Goss. And Tilo will receive his champion's trophy from Manuel Munoz from the circuit. Tilo looks very happy with that. We should be thanking him really for bringing that fabulous Aston Martin. A couple of them actually he's had out at various points this season, and we do hope that that won't be the last we see of that car in GEDLICH Racing either this year or into the next. I'm pretty sure that will be the case. Tilo is going to save that bottle for later on. Congratulations Tilo on the club class championship. AM class up next, and again just a solo driver going it alone but doing most of the winning in the AM category, and often some giant killing against some of the pros and the pro-ams. It is of course only one man who was ever likely to win the championship, it seemed. The championship in AM goes to Joachim Bolting. And once again, Manel in position to hand the trophy over to Joachim, who smiles and stands atop the top step of the podium. He won more races in the AM class than anyone else, and as I said, very often had the pace to go and fight for, in some cases, overall top 3 and top 5 positions, particularly if it ever got a bit wet. We saw that yesterday, and Joachim Bolting, another character without whom we would not enjoy our Winter Series racing half as much. Thank you, Joachim, for being such a good sport all season long. Right, the Pro-Am Championship, this was one that rumbled on into the final day of competition. It was a nip and tuck thing between 2 teams. It was in the end, though, L'Espace Bienvenue who brought their BMW to the championship. It is the championship in Pro-Am for Ravi Rashid and Charlie Robertson. And out they come on to the top step of the podium. That's nice to see a smile on their faces. They haven't always been having the most fun this weekend, it seemed. They obviously had to deal with the problems with the car in that final race. But Ravi and Charlie are now able to relax, smile on top of the podium and celebrate the Pro-Am Championship. A hard-fought championship that was, and we wish them the very best of luck in their 2026 Summer Series campaign. The corks are coming out of the bottles. Charlie and Ravi, I think, have eyes only for each other. Certainly Charlie has made a beeline for Ravi, who now gets the cork out and gets his own back on his teammate. Those two forming a brilliant partnership a couple of years ago over in British GT, and it's really exciting to see them now achieving great things together on the European stage. Congratulations, Charlie and Ravi. Good job, well done. So we now have our pro champions ready to come out onto the podium. And I can see their team waiting down below to give them a big cheer. The pro championship goes to SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalms, Enrico Ferreira and Joel Mesh. And they once again head to that familiar spot on the top step of the podium. They were third in the race earlier on, and now they receive their champions' trophies from Florencio, from Pirelli. Receive the handshake, the trophies, the bottles of champagne await for our pro class champions in 2026. And Enrico and Joel continue to make big strides forward as well. They've got quicker and quicker. They really haven't made a mistake all season long that I can remember, and they are deserving pro class champions. So once again, corks will come out of the bottles, and Enrico and Joel have had plenty of practice of this over the course of the Winter Series. Out comes the cork, and it almost makes it onto the Formula Winter Series grid. In fact, one of them might have done. I think that might have been a personal competition between the two of them. And again, Emilio, our videographer, gets a good soaking from the SR Motorsport crew. Just to check, are we doing team first and then Tim and Frederick? So congratulations to SR Motorsport. Enrico and Joel once again pose for the photos on the Barcelona podium. We're nearly there. We've got two more trophies to hand out, and we start with our best team for the weekend. I hope we've got a team representative here for SR. We'll find out in a moment or two. Are we bringing the team on with Tim?
Together with them, the team member that is the
Oh,
best
okay.
team.
So we'll do drivers first. So we can welcome now then to the podium our top three in the overall championship and our team's representative as well for the winning team. So we'll start then with the drivers and our W&S Motorsport pairing of Tim Horrell and Frederick Zebis. Well done, guys. Out onto the third and the second step of the podium respectively will step the W&S pairing, who again have proven what giant-killing performance they are capable of by getting up there and claiming top three spots in the championship for the pair of them. And Frederick will head to the second step of the podium. We welcome once again, though, one final time onto the podium, our champions in 2026, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalms, Enrico Ferreira and Joel Mesh. And we should have a team representative. Yes, we do have a team representative from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalms, joining them on the podium as well, as they are your winning team in the 2026 GT4 Winter Series. Handshakes all round, lots more trophies to be brought out, and the bottles of champagne to be sprayed one final time, at least in the GT4s. The great news is we get to do this all over again twice more later in the afternoon. Trophies make their way out then to overall GT4 top three drivers and teams. So, there are still photos to be taken. We do still have racing, though, to get to. I'm conscious of the fact we're going to have cars released from the pit lane in a moment or two. The Formula Winter Series will be up next, and then, of course, GT Winter Series at the end of the day, with the championship still to be decided there. And as the final set of celebrations begin on the GT4 Winter Series podium, we begin our build-up to the final couple of races here in the sunshine at Barcelona. Do not go anywhere, plenty more racing still to come. One last GT4 champagne shower, though. My exit route is blocked, I'm afraid, so I'm going to do my best to hide in the corner as the champagne sprays once again over W&S Motorsport and SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. A final celebration at the end of a hard-fought campaign. So, as Enrico Ferderer well and truly finds himself with nowhere to hide, we can move on to the further racing that we have today. As I said, Formula's up next, GT's to come a little bit later on. And on the subject of GT Winter Series, there's been one car in particular in Cup 2 that's been garnering a lot of attention. And earlier in the weekend, we were able to catch up with Pipo and Felipe Massa. Well, we're back here in the Heroes Arena with two very special guests, Felipe and Pipo Massa. Thank you very much for joining us. Pipo, we'll start with you. This is your very, very early start of your career. You've had a fantastic weekend in Interlagos with 2 rookie wins at the races there. In that early experience of Porsche machinery, has that helped you coming into this weekend?
Yes, I mean, it definitely helped me coming into this weekend, because also Portimao, because I did some tests in the Winter Series of Portimao, which helped me a lot because I never drove in the rain, and it was only my second day in the car, so it helped me a lot coming to Interlagos, because there it rained all the practices, so it helped me a lot. And yeah, the weekend in Interlagos also definitely helped me to today, because now I have more experience in the car. I still don't know this track because it's my first time here, but I'm very happy to be here, and I think that the key is to adapt quick, so you can start and upgrade the car and, you know, get better every out you go.
Absolutely. And your dad's obviously had quite a bit of experience around this track. How has that experience been with having him here to help you sort of guide you around the circuit and get to know and get up to speed with the car and this new circuit for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's very good. It helps me a lot because, you know, every doubt that I have, I can ask him and he'll answer me because he knows this track. You know, he's driven this like his whole life here. So, I mean, it's just very grateful to have him, and it's a big help for me.
Oh, and questions for you, Felipe. Obviously, you've had a stellar career with lots of different disciplines of racing that you've got experience in. How is the transitional period that you're sort of coming into now, where you're taking a step back almost from the driving seat and being a bit of a mentor for your son?
It's very different. It's very tricky to be a father, you know, because you're just wondering that he's doing, first of all, a good job, but then that nothing really happens, you know, in case of an accident, in case of, you know, things that you cannot control. You're just there, you know, watching and hoping that everything goes well. And in the other hand, I can help him with some, you know, experience, you know, about the lines, about what he's doing on the track. And it's also good that they have like a system that you can watch him driving on board live. In the phone or maybe in the computer, and that's also a good help, you know, to understand what he's doing corner by corner. So, but it's much easier to be a driver than to be a dad, you know, watching from outside.
And speaking of, obviously, you have raced Porsche Cup in the Porsche Cup Brazil beforehand. Have you found that experience quite helpful when you're sort of guiding him, getting up to speed with the car?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience on the Porsche because, I mean, I did like 5 years ago, I did like a 3 race in Brazil, in the Brazilian Championship with of the Porsche, but it was like the old car. So this car I really never drove. But I mean, definitely you can help, you know, with the experience you have for racing. And I think he's doing pretty well. I mean, he has like 0 experience, you know, in the motor racing. And then last year he went to Daytona with me, and then he said, I think I like maybe would be nice if I can start like doing some karting or maybe racing. And then last year he did like some karting in Brazil. Not very serious thing, but just a bit. And end of the year, I organized like few testing for him, 3 days with the Formula 4 and 2 days with the Porsche. And then he liked the Porsche. I said, thanks God, you know, that's better. So and then he started the season, you know, he did only 2 races in his career, and he won both. So it was like a good start. Definitely, still a lot to learn. It's still a lot to grow, but I think it was like a good start straight away, you know.
Absolutely. And of course, this weekend you're sharing the car that we've got behind us. As that experience is sort of coming throughout the weekend, have you found it where you're almost disagreeing with the setup with each other? Like, are you sort of wanting to take it in different directions from each other?
Actually, I drove the car, and it was so much understeer for me, you know, that I don't like the car too much understeer. And for him, it was a bit understeer, but less than for me. So I tried to change a lot the car, you know, to be a bit more over, so just to see how he feels. And we didn't find yet the right setup, actually, because of this, you know, balance problem. But maybe we have some you know, 3 sessions of testing today. I hope we find a way to be competitive in the race.
And people, are you sort of under the same agreement that, you know, you're sort of quite on the same page when it comes to the setup, or are you sort of disagreeing a little bit?
I mean, both, you know, because we agree on some things. Maybe like there's some ways because of the driving style is a little bit different, but I think that in the end, yeah, we mostly agree on what we need to get better and make upgrades on the car. But yeah, I think we agree mostly.
And of course, this is your first weekend for both of you in the GT Winter Series. What made this a good championship to come and take part in? Was it a case of you've got some future plans to take part in European motorsport, or was it sort of more about the driver development in these early stages?
Yeah, the idea for him this year is to just get experience, you know, experience in many different types of championships, cars. And here is like a race that you can drive a lot. So it's quite good for his experience as well. In 2 weeks, he has another race in Brazil. So I'm sure it was nice to be part of, you know, this last race of the Winter Series Championship. So, and then we understand, you know, the idea is for him and for us, I mean, to bring him to Europe, to start preparing, you know, him for maybe in the future be able to drive in the WEC, you know, in different championships in the GT categories and maybe also prototypes. So, but this year is like a very experienced year for him to learn and to understand, you know, how is to drive, you know, some different cars as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And people, obviously, with you only starting really racing last year, is it all a bit much, or are you sort of finding it quite okay?
I'm sort of, I mean, mostly enjoying it, you know. Every time I get on track, yeah, you just enjoy it. But I think, I mean, I'm finding it, I mean, it escalated pretty quickly. But, I mean, I'm just enjoying it and letting it, you know, flow. But, yeah, maybe it escalated a little bit too quicker than I expected, but, yeah.
Perfect. And one final question for the both of you. Come the end of the weekend, considering this is a new championship to both of you, where would you consider to be a good result? Come Sunday afternoon, what would you like to have achieved?
Well, the good result definitely is always to win. You know, that's always, you know, the best result you can achieve. Definitely, it's the first time on this track I see some, you know, couple of cars that they know already the track and the setup, so it will be not so easy. But I mean, let's try to. If we can achieve the podium, is already a good result.
People, how about you?
Yeah, I think the same. I think that winning is what everybody wants, but I think that for this weekend, also the thing what my dad said about the setups and everything, I think that, I mean, a podium would be good, but we're going to go for the win.
Absolutely. Well, look forward to seeing it. Thank you very much for joining us both in this arena, and good luck for the weekend as well. Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. That was great to hear from Pipo and Felipe Massa. And we'll see them out sharing the car in the GT Winter Series last race of the season very shortly. But the Formula Winter Series last race of the season is just a few moments away. And I think shortly we should be heading down to Izzy on the grid. I can see, I think, only 3 lights left down there on the gantry. So hopefully we do get to go down there shortly. Haven't heard any indication yet that We are, but we shouldn't be too far away from going down to the grid, hopefully. And Andy, the last Formula One Series race of the season is going to be, I'm sure, an entertaining one.
Well, I mentioned the line last day of school in the GT4 race. I think if ever there was a race that was going to apply to, it would be the race with a grid full of predominantly teenagers. So I think this should be a particularly exciting one with relatively little, I suppose, in a way, still left on the table. We do have the minor placings in the championship still up for grabs. Obviously, the team's championship, as we saw, had gone down to the wire. So that's a storyline we'll be monitoring. Let's get the final thought, shall we, of Izzy Browning on the grid.
Well, yes, indeed, I am down on the grid. Our final Formula Winter Series race just coming up shortly. This is going to be a very quick grid walk. We have already had the 3-minute board, but for the Rodin team, well, the team's title is within their grasp. If Us Racing score a 1-2, Rodin only need 4 points to take the team's title. And the 1-2, well, can Us Racing do it? We'll have to wait and see. The final race of the Formula Winter Series, the team's title within Rodin's grasp.
Team's championship very much within Rodin's grasp. They need to score just 4 points to make sure they win the championship. And that's only if Us Racing do a 1-2 finish. So it is very much in the grasp of the Rodin team. We see there Dries van Langendonk set to start this one from pole position. Arie Banselt there in P2. Rodin Motorsport's Ethan Lennon alongside Thomas Behrman on the second row. And then on row 3 of the grid, it will be AKM Motorsport's George Proudfoot-Nalder riding high from a podium earlier on. Samuel Ifrid looking to try and hold on to try and win second place among the rookies in this race and take that vice championship in the class. Ian Kreling taking 7th on the grid here. He's alongside Levi Arn on row 4. Row 5 is Alfie Slater. Theo Borenstein is lining up in P10. To 11th and 12th place, Leon Headfors and Timo Jungling in the number 94 car. He'll be looking for more points. Ludvico Busso along with Georgi Zazov in 13th and 14th respectively. Oscar Repetto in 15th. Andre Rodriguez alongside him in 16th. Rodriguez was in the top 10 earlier. He'd like to finish in the top 10 this time. Noah Killian and Alexander Chartier 17th and 18th. Vittorio Orsini alongside Alexander Savinkov. 20th place might not be a problem for Alexander, historically speaking. Marcus Silkunas in 21st alongside Pedro Lima, another driver who'll be making his way through, I'd think. Platon Kostin in 23rd. Victor Paulsen in 24th position. Max Kamalander and Chiara Batig sharing row 13 of the grid. Row 14 will be Janevra Panzeri and Eric Paulsen. So Theo Borenstein and Arie Banselt were the two drivers, of course, heavily involved with that collision on the first lap of the race. And I think we saw Arie down there on that grid walk, if I'm not mistaken. There is the 46 car, but I haven't seen Borenstein yet, albeit I would not have had an opportunity to Borenstein. There he is in the 20 car. So both teams have got the cars running again, and perhaps not the biggest surprise for Borenstein because it was mostly the front nose that took the brunt of it, but I suspect that Us Racing will be counting their lucky stars. If indeed it's the same gearbox and engine that was in the car earlier on, then they've got away very lightly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in a single-seater it's not as difficult maybe to remove and replace them, but they haven't had a huge amount of time to do so. So yeah, very impressive stuff from the teams to get both of those cars out there. And Arie Banselt, important because he still has a shot maybe at claiming second place in the championship. He comes into this race 17 points adrift of Thomas Behrman. So that's the battle. He needs to beat Behrman by a fair number of places. Realistically, only a top 2 finish for Banselt will do, and he still needs to hope that Behrman falls out of the points. But in what I suspect might be a fairly elbows-out race, Adam, that's not beyond the realms of possibility. So Arie Banselt will be thanking his Us Racing team for getting him out there and giving him at least half a chance to go fight for the second place spot in the championship.
Yeah, exactly right. So 130 for Ari Bansel coming into this race, 147 for Thomas Behrmann coming into this race. So Behrmann with a strong advantage in the standings. We've got one car very much out of loop. In fact, that is Oscar Repetto trying to cross the circuit. And I don't think you can do a race start at that angle, unfortunately. So what's the next step? It might well be an extra formation lap, mightn't it?
I think they'll have to. I don't see how they can start the race from there. Yes, the yellow lights flashing on the lighting gantry, which suggests to me we're not going racing just yet. And indeed, another green flag lap gets underway. So this is not ideal. I mean, not only did he line up in the wrong grid position, he was on the wrong side of the grid, which is particularly impressive since he was last there all of 2.5 minutes earlier, so short-lived in the memory clearly for him, and Oscar hopefully has now committed to memory that he's on the left-hand side of the road when he rolls around next time by 15 to be precise. Pole position on the outside here when it's a standing start, even though you think the inside line would be the better place to be. Of course, they tend to put pole position on the racing line because that's the grippier side of the road. More rubber laid down, it's more of an advantage to start on pole position if you have a little bit of traction underneath you.
In Oscar's defence, I seem to remember Giancarlo Fisichella doing that a couple of times at Sepang one year. So it's not something you're immune to as a racing driver. Certainly with this many cars on the circuit as well, lots of grid slots to choose from. So Van Langendonk starting from pole position once again. For Ari Bansel, this is going to be a great opportunity to try and end the season on a high. Of course, 2 wins already this year, and going into his second year of Formula 4 racing, he wants to really challenge for championships. At the start of this year, he received a bit of a glowing recommendation, I suppose you could say, some glowing praise from Narain Karthikeyan, who of course was the first Indian racer to make it to Formula 1, and kind of giving the co-sign, giving the backing and a pat on the back to say, yeah, this guy has it if he can keep on the ladder. And that's the thing with any driver from a nation where they maybe haven't had many drivers in F1, there's that, I guess, an extra little bit of pressure there, subconsciously or no. The entire federation will be behind you, the fans in your home country will be behind you, but that is a bit of pressure to consider as well.
Yeah, as if these youngsters aren't under enough pressure already. I mean, there's so much riding on this for them. You know, it's a massive step, probably the biggest step they will make in their racing careers until they, as they hope they will, eventually make it all the way to the very top. And yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these very young shoulders. It always does amaze me when you speak to them. And you know, I've remarked upon this when I've spoken to Dries Van Langendonk, for example, this year. He's such a cool customer. You wouldn't think that he had the expectations of a Formula 1 junior team on his back, and he just sort of takes it all in his stride, as they all do, and just try and perform the best that they possibly can. It is remarkable for drivers of such a young age.
Yeah, and some very fully formed personalities this year as well in the grid, with some of the younger drivers in F4 level. Not all of them have quite found their footing yet, certainly on camera, but quite a few drivers really are quite a lively conversation this season in the Formula Winter Series. Not a conversation to come, but 28 minutes of racing, and it will be 28 minutes owing to that extra formation lap. The lights go out for the final time in 2026 in the Formula Winter Series, and Ari Bansel got a decent start. Van Langendonk not really. Ethan Lennon, the driver with the best start of all. Someone I don't think got off the line because there were some waved yellows on the run down to the first corner, but it's 3 wide for the lead. Van Langendonk on the inside line, Bansel through the middle to lead the race. Lennon's first phase of his start was spectacular. It didn't quite look like he then had the acceleration in the second phase.
Yes, but Van Langendonk fighting back now and getting stuck back in fact, back into the lead. Somehow he was as low as third when they got to the apex at turn 1, but then swept round the outside at 2 and got the inside line for 3. So back through he went. Bansel briefly led, but settles back into second. Ethan Lennon there in third, and then Thomas Behrmann fourth. Fifth is Ifrid, and that's George Proudfoot-Nalder to his outside going for that position as they drop downhill into turn number 5. Clean start, thankfully. They were 5 abreast, I think, in the midfield. Oscar Repetto's start procedures under investigation. I wonder why. We'll wait and see what comes of that, but yeah, clean start. Oh, spoke too soon. 2 cars in the gravel. 40 is one of them.
Pedro Lima and Andre Rodriguez. Yeah. So that's a safety car out on the circuit, unfortunately, with those two cars into the gravel trap, and not a surprise, but not the start certainly I think that Dries van Langendonk would have wanted. Now that he's at the front, he wants to try and hair away from Bansel and Lennon and Behrman behind him. Samuel Ifrid then running in 5th position right now on the track. He was 4th on the grid among the rookies. He's now 3rd among the rookies on the circuit by my reckoning. Now coming into this one in the rookie standings, he had 143 points to Lennon's 133, so he needs to stay up there in the rookie standings. The rookie standings are scored separately from the overall points, so if the first rookie finishes 7th, they still get 25 points, and then if the following rookies go 18, 15, 12, 10, etc, etc, etc. So with Lennon running 2nd rookie at the moment and Ifrid running 3rd rookie at the moment, it would be Ifrid taking that vice championship behind Dries van Langendonk among the rookie competitors. But certainly Ifrid is going to need a clean race in this one, and it's a difficult balance, I think, for Samuel, because he's running 5th overall at the moment, and he has the opportunity to give Cram their best result of the season, and obviously he would love an overall podium. One might argue that an overall podium could do more than 2nd in the rookie class for his hopes, and yeah, I think it's a tough balance. He'll want to get that P2, but he'd also like to move up the field.
Well, and generally the rookies seem to lock out a lot of the top half dozen positions anyway, so
Yes.
If you're going to try and do well in the rookie class, it usually pays well to be as close to the top step of the overall podium as you can be. So I think it's, in a way, a fairly easy decision for him, and actually if he wants to gain any more rookie places, he first has to clear Thomas Behrman, who is not a rookie. So the next rookie that he will chase after is Ethan Lennon, 3rd, and then of course DVL, Dries van Langendonk, leading the way. So yeah, I think Samuel Ifrid has to have his eyes forward, and actually the next 3 cars behind him, all rookies, so if he could put a Thomas Behrman between himself and Levi Arn and George Proudfoot-Nalder and Alfie Slater, then that's not going to go badly for him either. So yeah, I think we'll see him on the attack. He did fade, didn't he, Ifrid, in the second half of the race earlier on today, so hopefully the Cram Motorsport squad have just been able to tweak the setup slightly, give him some more long-run pace, and maybe that's his ticket to the top 3.
Yeah, it could be interesting. Samuel Ifrid, whose best result this season is a P5 finish at Aragon, race 2 at the weekend, and that is also the best finish of the season for Cram as a whole, so they'd love to round this one out with a podium. Of course, we heard from Felipe Massa shortly before this race got started, and Felipe is one of a few Brazilian drivers specifically, actually, to have won championships at Cram. It was Tony Kanaan won a championship with them, Felipe won a championship with them, and their fellow South American, Argentine Jose Maria Lopez, also won a championship with Cram in the 2000s when they were one of the most prominent teams in Formula Renault competition. So good to see, I'm sure, for Cram, get to see one of their old drivers, because there's still quite a lot of personnel left from there, and yeah, a lot going on there in the pack, Andy.
Yeah, there was a tangling of wheels, wasn't there? Rodriguez even was to the inside of Pedro Lima, but they had other cars to their inside as they came out of turn 4, and Rodriguez, I think, was more concerned with what was going on to his right and didn't necessarily realise he had Pedro Lima to his left. They tangled, and Rodriguez's car fired through the air, actually landed in the gravel trap, and of course there was nowhere there for Lima to go. So that was unfortunate, just a tiny tangling of wheels. It's a very wide track, we've mentioned that a few times this weekend, but you can still only fit so many cars side by side to each other at that point, and that was one too many.
Yeah, indeed it was. So, Dries van Langendonk has made a habit of safety car restarts this season, and he's pretty much mastered the art, but Arie Bansel will be studying intently the rear of that car to make sure he doesn't miss an iota of a second to at least try and maybe close in on the main straight. Of course, Dries will try and break that slipstream come what may on the run down the main straight, and he will be hard to get to on the approach to turn 1, but Bansel, I think, will be driving a little bit extra determined, especially when, I imagine, in the immediate aftermath of the accident, he would have got out of the car and looked and gone, don't know if I'm in race 3, but he indeed is in race 3, and I think he'll be very keen to take that opportunity with both hands. We see there Pedro Lima's car being craned away. Andre Rodriguez's car, I think, has already been moved, so I think we're probably one more lap under safety car, but from there it should be time to let that safety car leave us once again and press on with the racing.
Hope so. Yeah, we want to see as much green flag racing as possible because they've really entertained us massively this season, the Formula Winter Series drivers, particularly the last couple of rounds. And the more green flag running we get, I think the more entertainment we will enjoy. So Van Langendonk, Bansel and Lennon, top three. Rolling cars sandwiching the US Racing car, sort of the story of the team's championship, isn't it, really, with the Van Amersfoort Racing car sort of keeping an eye on them but not really fully able to get involved. That has been the story of the team's championship, and the cars then make their way around behind safety car, and yeah, as Adam quite rightly says, I think we'll probably end up with one more lap. Yes, lights still on the safety car, so another lap and then hopefully green flag running again. So Langendonk with a bit more time to think about how he's going to execute this restart and how he's potentially going to take win number 9, I think would be on then, wouldn't we, of the season. He's already on 9 rookie wins and remarkably only missed the rookie podium once all season long, that coming in the the third race of the weekend at Estoril, which was another one of those sort of changeable condition races. Went from a dry track to a wet track, and Dries was just a lap too late on the switch to wet tyres, lost a lot of ground and ended up finishing 22nd in that race, but has only missed the rookie podium on that one occasion, and to be fair, hasn't been off the overall podium all that often. That was his first of only 3 races where he wasn't in the top 3. Had a 7th place finish in the very next race, actually, at Portimao, again a weather-affected race, and then an 8th place finish at Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia, the 3rd race of the weekend. That wasn't weather-affected, in fairness, but that was a rare slip down the order for Dries. He bounced back with a 2nd place in the first race at Aragon and hasn't stopped winning since. Won races 2 and 3 at Motorland Aragon a week ago. Won races 1 and 2 here this weekend. It is now potentially 20 minutes or so away from claiming a 5th win in a row, which is remarkably impressive. So DVL aiming to try and finish the season in really the only suitable way, with a race win for the man who has done the bulk of the winning all season.
I know we're meant to cover this stuff, but I did just run out of the room briefly. This morning when we got into the car, we had to clear a coating of ice from our windscreen. I haven't been out since about 9 in the morning. What has happened? It's gone up by about 15 degrees out there.
They've saved the best weather till the last day of the season, haven't they? I did say on the podium earlier on, it really does feel quite pleasant out there now. Much warmer conditions. And I think that's why in that GT4 race earlier on, and I suspect this might be a talking point in the GT race to follow, tyre management is going to be key. It's not such an issue in these shorter sprint races for the formulas, but if you don't look after the tyres, it's definitely warm enough now that they can go past their best quite quickly, and that could well have an effect in the latter part of the race. So yeah, very pleasant conditions. It finally feels very Spanish, doesn't it, the weather? And I'm all for it, let me tell you.
Yeah, we had a nice weekend in terms of at least the skies and the sunlight at Valencia. Of course, we had some heavy winds on Saturday that curtailed the day's racing, but not our first necessarily lovely warm day, but certainly one of the best we've had all season long, and some pretty unique levels of precipitation that we had this season. So, I mean, obviously in the UK we broke all records for consecutive days with rain, and I think Spain had much the same phenomenon going on, most of continental Europe as a matter of fact. So hopefully that's a one-off, and we can put the Pirelli's wet tyres on the shelves a bit more often in 2027. Yeah, it has been a challenging year certainly, but we heard from Pipo Massa in the interview we aired just before this race, of course, talking about how useful it is to get some wet weather training underneath you, especially as a newcomer driver going into the summertime. I think learning the wet racing is a much more difficult, much more nuanced and applied skill than just racing on a dry, perfect circuit. And the more experience you have of that, the better you're likely to be, and the better judgment you have of the evolving conditions, etc., etc. It's one of the most valuable skill sets around. I think Jenson Button hangs his hat on about a third of his Grand Prix wins courtesy of his wet weather prominence.
Yes, so we should be grateful for the weather that we've had over the course of the winter series then, which is an interesting way of looking at it, but you do have a point, and certainly Formula Winter Series drivers, there are one or two of them who have learned a thing or two about when to switch from one tyre to another. I was mentioning when you did pop your head outside to top up the tan that Dries van Langendonk's only real blot on his copybook this season was that slightly late called change to wets at Estoril, and had it not been for that he would have had a pretty much perfect record, certainly of podiums within the rookie class. So anyway, don't need to worry about that too much right now. We have got perfect conditions, we've got all of the perfect conditions for an entertaining second half of the race. It's a shame the majority of the first half of it has been behind safety car. I did anticipate a restart last time by, that was delayed, but I'm rather more hopeful, indeed I get my wish already, that the lights on the BMW safety car will extinguish and we're going to go racing this time by.
Your sway is incomparable, Andy. All the strings being pulled by Mr. McEwen. Half distance in what would have been the 30-minute race. Of course, we started with 28 minutes plus 1 lap eventually after that extra formation lap. So Dries van Langendonk has some way to go, but he can put himself on the right foot by getting a good start. Arie Bansel watching like a hawk to see when Dries pulls the pin, and he does so now. Getting heat into the tyres before doing so as well. DVL runs through turn 14 and has 1-2 car lengths maybe over Arie Bansel. Bansel not under too much pressure, I think, from Lennon, but Behrman isn't too far away from the gearbox of Ethan Lennon in the third place car. Incidentally, team's championship, yes, Rodin very much in position to win that at the moment. Bansel has really closed in there towards the end of the straight. I thought he'd be too far back to have a look, but no, he was pretty close. The rest of the field make their way through. Levian goes straight across, needs to make sure he doesn't gain an advantage there. Falls behind Proudfoot Nalder. I think we lost time just about there, so he will be A-OK. Van Langendonk, Bansel, Lennon, Behrman remaining in the same order, as does Ifrid behind in P5. But DVL not quite comfortable, I think, there into turn 1.
You've got to have a really sizable lead going onto that straight to not then be under threat at turn 1. It's such a long straight, and the slipstream effect is quite powerful in these cars, so he might now feel that he's starting to get enough of an advantage over Arie Bansel, but certainly didn't on the initial restart. Lots of jockeying for position as always in the midfield. An attempt up the inside there by Arjen Kraling as he tried to gain a position. Oscar Repetto's in this group, and he has just been given a drive-through penalty for causing everyone else the inconvenience of doing an extra formation lap.
Yeah, fair enough, I suppose. Borenstein under huge pressure there from Noah Killian, and trying while he's at it to overtake their Timo Jungling. Too wide there with Killian on his outside line. Borenstein just outside the top dozen at the moment. We're dropping down to 13th if Killian gets the better of this, and it looks like Noah Killian will do now with the inside line for 12, 13 and 14, and Killian, well, rather rudely there, running him a little bit out of road, and that may well drop Borenstein down to 14th, maybe even 15th places as well. So we'll see them across the line. Where will Borenstein be? He's 13th, but Busso and Savinkov are not far behind.
No, they are not. Down towards turn 1 we head again. That's Behrman now peeking to the inside line as we head into the braking zone at turn 1. Not the only one there. A big lunge from Theo Borenstein, and there's a bit of a schmozzle at the first corner. Out wide goes Ludovico Busso, and Alexander Savinkov, I think, lost out in all of that. Not often we see that with Savinkov. When he starts down the order, he normally marches unstoppably towards the front, but losing a little bit of ground there at the first corner. Round turn 4 they head. 62 is Arjen Kraling, who did, I think, make that move stick at turn 1, so position gained for him at the expense, I think, of Levian, and another lunge up the inside. Every braking zone seemingly an opportunity.
Very much so. That was a big lunge there, and maybe leaking positions a little bit at the moment. A lot going on in this midfield, as has been the case all weekend. I think more to the front. Oh, goodness me, the sausage curb really doesn't like a Formula car. Chiara Petit there just about holding on, but was airborne for a moment. But I was going to say the midfield has been the more interesting, hasn't it? At Aragon, it felt like the front end of the field was on shuffle mode, but here it's the mid-pack that's really looking very entertaining. We follow at the moment Silkunas in 20th position, who'd lost out on the previous lap to Batigue, but Batigue has fallen back. So I think Silkunas now up to 19th position. But yeah, side by side between Batigue and I think that'll be Vittorio Orsini. We've got one car coming into the pits there as well. Didn't quite catch who that was. No one in the top 5.
Repetto probably to serve the penalty. Yes, it was.
Yes.
Yep, so Repetto in to serve the drive-through then, as we had heard a lap or so ago. And as the leaders get away now, Langendonk and Bansel, it's really that third place battle that's sort of compressing the rest of the field. That is more like it from Alexander Savinkov going around the outside of Theo Borenstein. That's 13th position, making up for the position that he lost at that corner a lap ago.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's ebb and flow going on there. So then, Langendonk's pace last time by 1:43.796, but Bansel's immediately retaliated by being 2/10 quicker in Sector 1. I'm sure part of that is simply the tow down the main straight, but seems like they are much of a muchness at the moment, and Samuel Ifrid is holding on to the back of Thomas Behrman for 4th and 5th. Again, critical for Ifrid that he finishes 3rd here. Not, well, completely vital to finish 3rd specifically, but he needs a strong rookie result here against Ethan Lennon in order to retain his 2nd place in the Rookies Championship. Leon Hedfors there, he's just been overtaken by Silkunas, who's moved up from 20th to 16th in 1.5 laps. I think Chiara Batigue and co having their little scrap in amongst turn 6, turn 7 a lap ago certainly helped out quite a lot. But still, we are seeing a lot of positions made up by Silkunas, who for Jensa Motorsport I think is yet to claim an overall championship point this season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he has not done it. He's a ways away in 16th place, but he'd certainly like to get a top 10 on the board for the end of the year.
Yeah, well, everyone in front is sort of battling away in a way that might suggest some freebies could come his way if things continue to escalate. Here comes another attempt at a move to the outside, and that is Noah Killian trying to get past Timo Jungling. This is for 10th position, so this is for a spot in the points. Timo Jungling on his debut weekend in the championship is once again holding on to a solid points position. And, as he defends that, of course it brings other people into play as well. Jungling on the inside, right round the outside, attempts to go Killian. Ludovico Busso is next, and as Killian almost gets squeezed off the road, that could be Busso's opportunity to get past his teammate. Pulls to the outside, outbrakes him, and does move by. They've also got Alexander Savinkov here, which is an US Racing team principal's nightmare, isn't it? 3 of them all bottled up behind the Campos car of Jungling. This has got drama written all over it.
Does. We've seen the Rodin cars of Lennon and Slater, of course, earlier today have their moment while trying to run side by side, and they'll be hoping at US Racing that Busso, Savinkov and Noah Killian don't compress too much, and Borenstein is getting involved in this as well. He's just gotten around the 13 car of Killian there. Savinkov and Busso are really hounding the 94. Jungling hasn't quite had that same pace that we saw from him in the first race, which of course was markedly different conditions. I don't think that car's quite as good in the dry as it was in the damp conditions.
Doesn't seem that way, does it? He's been sort of fighting a rearguard action in both of today's races when we've seen him, but learning a lot about defensive drive. We keep Alexander Savinkov at bay. He really is doing something right. That's been a difficult task for any driver, let alone someone with the lack of experience he has. A challenge further up the order, meanwhile. To the outside goes Arjen Kraling now, and Alfie Slater. Does Savinkov get past Jungling? Well, they're still debating it at turn 1. They're still debating it at turn 2, but yes, Savinkov does squeeze through, and that was within inches of front wing colliding with rear tyre there. Thankfully they avoided that, and Savinkov is now into the top 10.
Yeah, that was fairly close run stuff, as we see more and more defensive driving here. This is, again, Borenstein on the charge. Is this still against Killian? No, this is against Busso, and they collide wheel to wheel there. I think both parties' cars are okay, but Borenstein lost a little bit there. He's got Costin now trying to go around his outside, and Costin continues to remain behind Borenstein, but Teo went from fighting Busso to now having to fight to stay ahead of Costin, and Noah Killian has been overtaken by Costin on that lap as well. So Clunas is again continuing his charge forward, still running in 16th for now, but on the back of this queue, he could make up a few positions in short order if things play out a certain way.
Yes, again, drama written all over it. This midfield battle's getting very intense. Defensive line there from Killian, but he's really defending all that well, is he? Slipping down the order slightly, and Marcus Tilkunas getting into this battle as well as they round the right-hander at turn 12. Around to complete another lap. Dries van Langendonk still leads, by the way, by nearly 1.9 seconds now, so I think he's broken away from Harry Bansal, who will likely have to settle for second. Third is pretty close, though, I notice. Only a couple of tenths between Ethan Lennon and Thomas Behrman. In fact, there's less than that now. Behrman pulls to the outside of Lennon for third position. Now, Behrman, at the moment, by my calculations, is doing more than enough to seal second place in the championship, but I don't think he's thinking about that. He wants to get himself back onto the overall podium as they head through 3. And Ethan Lennon doing his best to keep him behind. Then it's Ifrid and Proudfoot Nalder behind the two that I just mentioned. So Lennon defending that third, and Behrman not as of yet able to get through as they head for turn number 5. And, Ethan Lennon with this car's length advantage, if that, over Thomas Behrman, the Van Amersfoort Racing driver, with the narrow advantage. And so, as I said, Thomas Behrman doing more than enough here to hang on to second position in the championship, but he can't really afford to get involved in any tangles here.
No, that's exactly it, isn't it? He can only afford to drop a place or two. 17 points between Bansal and Behrman coming into this race. Thomas Behrman, again, we've alluded to it fairly often this season, that we expect Behrman to try and, well, we expected Behrman to win a race this season, and certainly coming into this weekend we thought it could happen here, but right now, running 4th place, it's ever less likely, especially with the amount of time he's got left. And I think in part that's testament to how Ethan Lennon has been keeping him at bay, and we see here again the weaving up and down the main straight, and I think at this point Behrman's going to do well to even get a podium out of this, because Ethan Lennon's doing a stellar job.
And if they really start scrapping, then George Proudfoot Nalder's not far back. Alexander Savinkov continuing to charge forward past Levy Arn. He's probably been the biggest mover of the season, hasn't he, Alexander Savinkov, even just over the last couple of rounds, gaining so many more positions than I can recall anybody else gaining at any point. And he does now move into 8th place. Has he got time to catch Alfie Slater? That's about 1.5 seconds or so. It's doable, maybe, with a handful of laps still to go. Big lunge up the inside for Crayling, and that is 5th place taken away from George Proudfoot Nalder again. George Proudfoot Nalder, a driver we usually see moving forward rather than backwards, but has maybe had quite the ultimate pace in this one, and does now slip out of the top 5.
Yes, indeed. The 62 and the 55 running in tandem at the moment, so 5th and 6th position. And Proudfoot Nalder, like you said, yeah, just really falling off there, even just visually through that corner. A lot less apex speed, I felt, than Ian Crayling. So Proudfoot Nalder not going to be able to match the heights of his podium finish earlier on. He will still finish 3rd place as it stands in the rookie trophy standings, but Slater's only 2 seconds back, and Proudfoot Nalder really does appear to be struggling, so perhaps Slater can pick off one more position. To reiterate the situations in the rookie championship, Ifrid's still on his way to claiming vice championship status behind Dries van Langendonk there as it stands. Teams championship very much going Rodin's way as things stand, so it looks like no massive surprises championship wise here in the final race of the season, But we'll wait and see until we've crossed the line, of course. So it looks like we've got one car rejoining. Was that Battine, was it? Or was it one of the cars that deceptively looks like a Red Bull? It was Timo Jungling, so the latter.
Yes, Jungling in now. We saw him getting knocked about a bit, didn't we, a few laps ago? So he's made a pit lane visit. That drops him well out of contention for another points finish. This battle, though, still raging on between Lennon and Behrman as Behrman tries to get himself back onto the podium. Thomas Behrman, who is 8 times a podium finisher. 4 of those 8 finishes were second places and 4 were thirds. And I'm sure he'd rather have a couple of first place finishes. He'd trade them in gladly for a couple of those lower podium finishes, but so though that is not going to happen, unfortunately, in the 2026 season. But he's been very consistent, one of the more consistent drivers out there, really. Well, the second most consistent, really, because he's second in the points and only Dries van Langendonk ahead of him. There is a danger, though, here, I think, that Arjen Kraling, having got ahead of George Proudfoot-Nalder, could actually come up to challenge these two. In fact, he is challenging them as they head around turn number 10. So Arjen Kraling there, again, another US Racing driver trying desperately to score as many points as he can for what it's ultimately going to be worth in the Teams Championship, and if nothing else, try and get himself another podium finish before the season's over. And as they round the penultimate turn, it is very much now a 3-way fight for the bottom step of the podium.
Yes, it is, and Kraling will be eyes wide open watching Behrman there run wide coming out of the final corner. He'll say, okay, feeling a little bit pressured, are we? Or perhaps are the Pirellis starting to let go underneath you? Either way, Kraling would like to try and round out this season with the podium. Of course, won the race at Valencia, almost won last time out, of course, at Motorland Aragon in race 3 of the weekend, only to have that snap of oversteer while defending from Thomas Behrman. So I think he'd quite like to get one over on Thomas before the season ends.
Yes, I suspect he won't have forgotten that, and I'd be amazed how long these drivers retain those bits of information, that's for sure. So yeah, a couple of scores to be settled, and the last opportunity to settle them here in this final race of the season. But Behrman is just not quite able to put himself where he needs to be as he closes through the middle part of the lap, but it's not really where you typically do your overtaking, through the fast stuff. He just can't stay with Ethan Lennon, and that means that Ethan doesn't then have to massively defend at the end of the straight, a little bit into turn 1, but elsewhere he's able to just take his racing line. The time has ticked down to 0, so we've got one more lap to go after this one. And Thomas Behrman will be hoping that he can have at least one proper attempt at an overtake before then. Ethan Lennon weaving down the back straight and just keeping Thomas Behrman far enough away that he can't focus on attack. And now he really can't focus 100% on attack because Arjen Kraling is very much with him.
Yeah, Kraling is certainly looming large, but Behrman looks like he's found something on that lap. His sector time through sector 1 was a lot quicker than Lennon's, and that's helped him out as we now go on to the final lap of the race. Lennon is feeling the need to perform the hypnotic weave, and we'll see how close Behrman gets to the gearbox by the time they run towards the first corner. I like that Kraling is just going straight. He's not too worried about it. He'll let them do what they do. Meanwhile, in the back of shot as well, Slater is under pressure from Alexander Savinkov for P7 as well. So a couple of different battles going on there in the same frame, and Savinkov has been pushed out wide there. He rejoins the race pretty much alongside Alfie Slater. So again, 2 for 1 in terms of the battling here on the last lap. Langendonk and Bansal well clear at the front of the field. Who will join them on the third step of the podium? And how far can Alexander Savinkov get up the field?
Yeah, if he'd have made that move there on Slater, I might have thought that George Proudfoot-Nalder's rookie podium was in threat, but I'm not sure Savinkov's quite going to get there now. He's got to repass Slater, and then he's probably going to be the best part of 2 seconds behind Proudfoot-Nalder when all is said and done. So I think George is safe with another podium. George has been remarkably impressive on these 2 debut weekends in the championship, and there you can see him in the background, still quite comfortably ahead of Slater, who is still just ahead of Alexander Savinkov. Down the back straight for the final time, and I just don't see Behrman making this move. He's not close enough into the braking zone at 10, and that realistically is his last opportunity.
Yeah, I think we are almost out of opportunity at this point. It's been a season where just about every opportunity to have landed in this man, Dries van Langendonk's lap, has been taken with both hands. It will be 9 wins and the most dominant championship campaign we've ever seen in the Formula Winter Series from Dries van Langendonk, your champion has won 9 races this year, and with that win will also come the team's championship for Rodin Motorsport. A perfect day in Barcelona for them, even with that little hiccup in race 2 between Slater and Lennon. Arie Bansel takes second. Ethan Lennon does hold on to third in front of Thomas Behrman for 4th place. Kraling takes 5th ahead of Proudfoot Nalda in 6th position. Alfie Slater did hold on to Savinkov as well, and Samuel Ifrid dropped down to 10th position and therefore 6th in the rookie class. Now Lennon with 18 points, with 8 points will be Samuel Ifrid. That is going to be extremely close in the rookie standings. In fact, 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, that is going to be on countback. They're going to be tied on points. It's going to be 151 for Lennon and 151 for Samuel Ifrid. So that is going to go down to a tiebreaker. And what would break the ties? Would it be most first places in class? And if it is, and I believe it would be Samuel Ifrid for vice champion in the rookie standings, because critically, Ifrid has a P1 in rookie, dating back to Ricardo Tormo race number 3 at Valencia. Ethan Lennon has not won a rookie standings classification this year. So to my reckoning, it goes to countback, and the vice championship goes to Samuel Ifrid. He dropped back at the end there, but not enough to lose his vice championship in the rookie standings. But that was certainly close between the two. Meanwhile, Dries van Langendonk with a streak of 9 victories to his name. What a season he has had. Uncharted waters, unprecedented territory for dominance in the Formula Winter Series. Tyre pickup, as you can see on those cars. I think with the temperatures up a little bit, those tyres were seeing quite a lot of usage. Sounds like there's celebrations going on at Rodin. I think they're very well aware that they have got themselves the team's title. And I'm sure this one will be a celebration for Dries, but a celebration for the team at large. Fairly understated there from Dries. There's the team manager. It is the team's championship for Rodin. Of course, they were with us in 2024. Rodin Motorsport claimed a single race victory courtesy of Thomas Strauven, but this today is their first team's championship. Indeed, all of these championships are first for Rodin in the Formula Winter Series. They've had a fantastic season. Ethan Lennon was close to the vice championship, but again, from what I have in front of me, he would be losing out on a tiebreaker decision to Samuel Ifrid, but still finishing on a P3. A overall podium as well as a rookie runner-up is certainly good going for Ethan Lennon. He's had a good year. I found out the other day that they call him John in the Rodin camp, and Ethan Lennon will certainly be having a fun celebration with the rest of the Rodin team as their vice champion, as their team's championship, their overall championship, and their rookie championship all confirmed. A sweep of the big trophies in the Formula Winter Series for Rodin. An incomparable year in the history of this series. Of course, Thomas Behrman will have wrapped up second in the championship with that 4th place finish. Arie Bansel did just about everything he could, really, to try and reclaim second in the points. However, he was not able to do enough, and indeed Thomas Behrman did enough to make sure that no matter what Ari did, it would be a vice championship for the Brit Thomas Behrman, who begins his partnership with Van Amersfoort Racing here in the Formula Winter Series, and we'll see where that goes over the course of the summer. And he is due to compete in the Italian and European F4 Championships, or E4 as the Euro Series is known. It'll certainly be a busy year for young Mr. Behrman and all of our front runners here in the Formula Winter Series, and with any luck they'll have got that leg up from the extra track time, the extra learning at the wheel over the course of this Formula Winter Series season. It's the amount of track time, but also just how quickly the track time happens here in the Formula Winter Series, with 5 rounds, 15 races held in a 2-month span. It means that you can very quickly learn the ropes, and certainly those that come in as rookies aren't rookies by the time they leave the Formula Winter Series. And for our fastest rookie of all, Dries van Langendonk, I don't know that he ever really felt like a rookie with just how prodigious that pace has been. The McLaren Driver Development Program has a few very interesting names coming up at the moment. And certainly young Mr. Van Langendonk will be right up their list of prospects. He is with Izzy now. Let's go down to the champion, Dries van Langendonk.
Oh, there was only one way for him to end this season, wasn't there? The most dominant Formula Winter Series champion we've ever had. And you've ended with a win. Congratulations, Dries. What a way to end the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. I didn't really expect this, but both wet and dry recently, our pace has been really good. I think I'm happy the team got the team's championship. I'm happy I did get some good points for that. And yeah, every single one of the boys deserves it so much, and girls. But yeah, I mean, fantastic job from all of us.
Yeah, you've kind of run out of things to say to me because we've done so many of these winners interviews by now that you've not got anything left to say. But as you say, and as we can see behind the team's title sealed as well, you've done the triple, the rookie championship, the drivers championship, now the team's championship. And as you say, for the boys, boys and girls at Rodin Motorsport, this is a huge achievement. And you've actually been, well, probably the biggest contributor to that achievement. So you've got to feel proud of that too.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of the team obviously contributes to this, my teammates and everyone in the team as well. So yeah, I mean, really grateful for everything. I couldn't have wished for anything better than this. So yeah, really grateful.
Well, your time with us in the Formula Winter Series comes to an end. Of course, we move on now to your Summer Series where you'll be in British F4, and this really does bode well for the series, for the season ahead where, dare I say it, you might have less rain than you've had in the Formula Winter Series.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say considering we go to the UK, but yeah, I mean, we're going to see how it goes. I hope to be doing as good as I was here, but yeah, it's looking like a strong grid, especially this year, so yeah, see how it goes and have some fun.
Well, huge congratulations. You've been phenomenal all season long. Once again, Dries van Langendonk, a winner in the Formula Winter Series. Rodin seal the team's title. What a way to end this season. Dries van Langendonk, remember the name.
After the season we've seen, how could we forget? What a year from Dries van Langendonk in the Formula Winter Series. A 9th win of the season at our final attempt. And now let's look back at the highlights. Race 3 of the weekend started very well for Ethan Lennon. He got a great initial launch and looked like he might be challenging for the lead. Conversely, one of the Yenza cars, I think that was Georgi Zazov, not getting off the line at all, at least initially. Dries van Langendonk briefly losing out to Ari Bansel, but powering around the outside for second place. Further back at the top of shot there, Andre Rodriguez and Pedro Lima making contact. finding the barriers, and unfortunately a safety car as a result of 2 cars stranded at turn 4. Back to racing conditions and DVL at the front. Ari Bansel giving chase. Bansel looked like he was right there on the offensive, but once Dries held off through these early corners, he started building a lead, and the Belgian has done that many a time this season. Theo Borenstein was recovering after that collision, of course, in race 2 that he had with Bansel, and doing so well, fighting up the order, albeit having a bit of a set 2 there with Noah Killian for about 12th position. Lots of side-by-side action in the lower part of the field. We saw plenty of exchanges between the likes of Orsini, Batigue, Headforth, and the number 94 as well of Jungling. There is Jungling, as a matter of fact, holding off not 1, not 2, but 3 US racing cars. Ludovico Busso, Noah Killian and Alexander Savinkov convening. Savinkov would find his way around Timo Jungling and continue his way, forging a path into the top 10. He would eventually finish in 8th position. Chiara Batigue getting past her teammate, the number 92 car, that of course being Leon Headforth. And an off-track moment there for one of the Cram drivers. The number 17, Alexander Savinkov, sneaking by Levian. George Proudfoot-Nalda losing out there right at the end to Ian Kraling. That was for 5th position. Orsini running it very, very wide indeed, and having a great scrap actually with Georgi Zazov. I think this went on for a couple of laps further back in the field. Some side-by-side action here as the 52 on the move again. Georgi Zazov seemingly having a battle all race long. It was Alexander Chartier that he was racing for the lower position. Chartier going rally crossing, and while all of that was going on behind him, Dries van Langendonk had a clear run to the finish. He would win his 9th race of the year, secure his championship that of course he officially won, or mathematically won, back at Aragon. Some off-track excursions further behind, but no excursions other than excursions to the top step of the podium for Dries van Langendonk. Rodin securing the team's title as well. What a season for DVL and Rodin. Dries van Langendonk winning by 3.1 seconds over Ari Bansel. Ethan Lennon in 3rd position. 2nd place among the rookies. In 4th position, Thomas Behrman. Ian Kreling in 5th place. George Proudfoot-Nalda in P6. Alfie Slater, 7th overall, ahead of Alexander Savinkov. Levi Arn in 9th place. And with a tiebreaker, Samuel Ifrid's P6 in the rookie standings in that race should be enough for P2 in the rookie classification for the year. Borenstein in 11th, Platon Kostin in 12th, Marcus Silkunas in 13th, ahead of Chiara Batigue, who won the female trophy. Noah Killian in 15th, Leon Headforth in 16th, Ludovico Busso, Orsini, Zazov and Alexander Chartier rounding out the top 20. Chartier didn't quite get past Zazov, evidently, despite that battle that they had. Max Kamalander in 21st, Panzeri 22nd, Paulson, Repetto and Jungling rounding out the 26 cars that completed the race. Of course, Andre Rodriguez and Pedro Lima not there on the list. They had their incident on the very first lap, and an unfortunate end to both of their seasons where they hoped to end on a high. It will be podiums soon with Andy McEwen, and Dries van Langendonk will once again stride for the top step in the rookie class, in the overall standings as well. And that will be a big celebration at the Rodin tent this evening. They have put in a fantastic effort this year, and well-deserved team's champions, I feel. Us Racing will claim 2nd in the team standings, Van Amersfoort remaining in 3rd place, but quite the luxury to have those 3 superpowers of the F4 level competing together. What other teams might we see in the Formula Winter Series in seasons to come? Typically, it is the entries that or entries of previous seasons that get first refusal on any entry slots into the Formula Winter Series, and therefore we've had a pretty similar cast of characters over the last couple of years teams-wise, because of course no one wants to give up their slot on this grid. There's only 32 places on the grid, and they're fairly sought after. Even more sought after are places on the podium. Andy's got one somehow.
So the Formula Winter Series campaign for 2026 draws to a close here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. We've got 2 podiums to bring you, as again, the race podium and then our champions podium. We'll start with the race podium and we start with the female trophy, where it's another win for Campos Racing's Chiara Batig. And onto the top step of the podium she will go, and a winner's trophy is handed out to her by Matthias from Pirelli on this occasion. We've had a whole assortment of Pirelli team members helping us out, and we thank them for their help and support in Winter Series over the course of 2026. So Chiara Batig celebrates another female trophy win, and we'll be seeing her again in a moment or two. Spoiler alert for the champions podium in a few seconds. Chiara, congratulations, thank you very much. Moving on to the rookie category next then, and it is for the 3rd time this season a rookie podium for the 3rd place finisher, George Proudfoot Nalder. It was, though, another Road in Motorsport 1-2 finish. 2nd position, an 8th rookie podium of the season, Ethan Lennon. It's that man again, though. Our champion for 2026 notches up another rookie class victory. Give it up, everyone, for Dries van Langendonk. On to the top step of the podium he will go. Sprinted, in fact, from the podium room to get with us an 11th rookie win of the year. Again, 14 out of 15 races he was on the rookie class podium. A dominant performance in all regards for Dries van Langendonk. The most dominant performance we've ever had for a champion in Formula Winter Series. And that does bode well, doesn't it, I think, for his future racing endeavours. We'll keep a keen eye on him as we move through 2026 and beyond. Big smiles on the podium then as they pose for the photos, our rookie podium finishers from the final race of the season. Well done, guys. They head backstage and we'll welcome on next our overall top 3 finishers from that final race. And for the 2nd time this afternoon, in fact the 2nd time in recent memory, welcome to the podium our 3rd place finisher, Ethan Lennon. Back onto the podium he comes very quickly, having just vacated the rookie podium. 2nd position, a 3rd podium of the season for a driver who was contending for the championship through the mid part of it. Another podium finish, though, for Ari Bansal. And the US Racing team did a brilliant job to get him out there after that scary start line accident in race 2. It is another win, though, a fitting way to round out his championship winning campaign. One last cheer, everyone, for Dries van Langendonk. Well, I say one last year. Of course, we'll have him out again in a moment or two to receive his Champions Trophy. For now, though, the race win trophy can make its way out to Dries, along with Ethan and Ari. Oh, right in a moment, sorry. National Anthem time for our winning driver. Dries van Langendonk claims the win in the final race of the season. We'll be joined now by his Rodin team representative, Lewis Alexander, for the final part of the podium presentation. Again, we'll have Rodin back out here in a moment or two. Right, now it's time for the trophies. Only 14 times we've done this podium format this season. We'll get there in the end. Out come the trophies for our top 3 drivers and indeed the winning team. And I think Lewis is enjoying himself up here more than his driver is as he celebrates another win for Rodin Motorsport.
So photos will be taken, and for Dries van Langendonk, this is a familiar routine as he celebrates himself a race win, a 9th win of the year, 12th overall podium finish, and Rodin Motorsport, of course, celebrating their success in the Teams Championship as well. They'll get their crowning moment in a few seconds' time. So congratulations then to our overall top 3, and we will now reset the podium, ready for our champion presentations. So we have got 3 champions to crown. I think we are good to go. We haven't lost any drivers in the last few seconds. No, good. So we'll get our first champion of 2026 out onto the podium. Then it is our female trophy champion. We've just seen her claim another race win in the category. The championship at the end of the season goes to Chiara Batig. And she collects her champion's trophy. Consistency really ultimately paying dividends for Chiara. She managed to pick up the championship in the female trophy. And Chiara very pleased with that. Congratulations, Chiara Batig, your female trophy champion in the 2026 Formula Winter Series. Top 3 drivers then in the rookie class. Up next, 3rd position in the rookie championship at the end of a hard-fought season. Rodin Motorsport's Ethan Lennon. Second position at the end of the rookie campaign goes to Cram Motorsport and Samuel Ifrid. And he looks pretty happy with that as well. He might. But for the driver who did most of the winning in the rookies this year, it is a deserved end to the season. The championship in the rookie class goes to DVL Dries van Langendonk. They'll be charging him rent on the Barcelona podium at this rate, I think. He's made so many appearances out here over the course of the weekend. 100% record, I believe, of podiums in this final weekend of the season. He receives his champion's trophy. The handshakes from the GEDLICH and Pirelli staff on hand to help with the presentations. And Dries van Langendonk celebrates his rookie class championship. So Dries van Langendonk then celebrates. We will see him once more. Don't go anywhere, Dries, because we're going to have you back out in a few seconds' time to claim the championship trophy. So the top 3 drivers in the overall championship will welcome out next. 3rd position in the Drivers' Championship, Ari Bansal. Second position, didn't win a race this season, but he was uber consistent. Van Amersfoort Racing will be very pleased with the runners-up spot for Thomas Behrman. A super consistent drive for Thomas. The team were indeed happy with that. No prizes, though, for guessing who's about to be crowned champion. The most wins of any driver, the most podiums of any driver, and by far the most points scored. The champion in the 2026 Formula Winter Series is Dries van Langendonk. And of course, his team claimed the team's championship as well. Welcome to the podium, Richard Legg, representing our winning team, Rodin Motorsport. And the trophies, the final set of Formula Winter Series trophies then can now be presented. Congratulations to Rodin, to Dries van Langendonk, the champion. And he gets not only the trophy, but the champion's banner as well. And that's presented to him by Matthias from Pirelli. Dries van Langendonk, a deserving champion.
He came, he saw, he conquered. He claimed every prize going in the Formula Winter Series that he was eligible for, and he is a deserving champion in both the rookie and overall championship. Dries van Langendonk, your champion in the 2026 Formula Winter Series, and the final set of podium photos will be taken. So the celebrations will begin in earnest now for the formulas. We, though, have more business to attend to. One more race coming your way this afternoon, and it's a big one. The title decider in the GT Winter Series. And based on what we saw earlier on today in race one, this could be a pretty spicy final race of the season. In a moment, we'll head down to the grid for all the pre-race build-up for our final race of the year.
The sounds of V8s, V10s, straight sixes et al. Echo around the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya ahead of what will be the final race of the 2026 Winter Series. How apropos that we end with the series that started it all back in the early stages of the 2020s. And the GT is always the most spectacular of the grids from an auditory perspective, if nothing else. We're delighted to see the full quota of cars rolling down to the grid once again, and all the talk is about the championship battle. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum, Kenneth Heyer and Mo Hurtling, they lead by just 2 points over Orange Racing by JMH. That, of course, being Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange. However, there was a 5-place penalty that was added to the starting position for Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. So they're dropped down to 9th on the grid from the 4th position that they were meant to be starting. So Simon Orange, who will start the car, the number 67, he's got a decent chunk of work to do back there. He's going to have to work hard in the early stages, although Marcus Clutton, I think, in some capacity may have been urging caution to make sure that he's still got a full car to work with in the second phase of the race. Ignazio Zanon will start this race from pole position, so no championship contenders on the front row. It'll be Vincenzo Spiri Racing's Lamborghini starting from pole, Guy Albag starting from second on the grid. Then it's Kenneth Heyer looking to secure another overall championship in the GT Winter Series from third on the grid. Of course, he and Mo Hurtling secured the title together in 2024. Severin Mazur with 4th on the grid. He'll be looking to maybe try and get a podium. He's been fighting hard since Estoril. Missed out on the Portimao season opener, but has been very lively and a big part of watching the action unfold since then. And we look forward to seeing how this race unfolds. I imagine the atmosphere down there for the final race of the season is fairly tense, Izzy.
Yeah, it is tense, but it's also a very, very busy grid. As you can just see, we've got loads of people that have come out for the final grid walk, come down to the grid to see all of these cars, and it is going to be an exciting title decider. Neither of our title contenders, however, are on the front row. Of course, we have the number 66 started by Ignazio Zanon, and the number 64 of Guy Albag. Of course, Guy, a solo driver, and he won a race yesterday. Let's see what he can do today. And as I've been saying all day long, well, they are not in this championship fight, so for them, well, they can just go out there, drive and have fun, but a little bit more pressure on the two cars in the championship fight. And the first of those is this one here, the big green Mercedes, the number 11 of Kenneth Heyer and Mo Hurtling, looking for a second championship together. Of course, they did the same in 2024. Mo has got the door open. Well, Kenneth, here we go. Final race and final chance to take this title. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm pretty good. I'm looking forward. So now we have a little advantage, not so much, but yeah, let's see how it will be. I want to survive the first lap or first 2 laps, because everybody else is just fighting for a single race result. So and after when I have survived the first or second lap, I think then I can do a very smart first open stint.
Yeah, absolutely is going to be the case. I mean, as you rightly say, these people around you don't have a championship to think about. Your championship contender, though, has received a grid drop, so they are quite a few rows back. But do you expect to see them in your mirrors pretty quickly?
Yeah, I think from the speed level, Simon will be fast in 5th or 6th position. So it depends a bit on my start. So yeah, for sure, it will be a fight until the very last lap of the season.
Best of luck, and most importantly, have fun, right? We are going to continue back because I do want to get to that orange racing car, but we are going to have to walk a little bit quickly past a few more cars, and it is a very, very busy grid. All of the GEDLICH Racing staff have come out to see the final grid of the season, but here we are then. A grid drop, an unfortunate weekend it's been so far for the orange team, of course, fighting for this championship. Marcus did a fantastic job earlier and indeed in the qualifying, but unfortunately they have received a grid drop for this race, and this is where they will be starting. If cameraman Herbie just pans back, you can see just how much space there is, just how much real estate there is between these two cars in the championship fight. But I know that both Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton will be fired up and will be hoping that they can take this fight to the bitter end. We will wait and see for that one. This final race of the GT Winter Series, and indeed the final race of the Winter Series 2026 coming up very shortly. We will leave you from the grid for the final time with the view of this car. How quickly can this car get up front? Can this car get up front? And can they take the fight all the way to become the first British champions in the GT Winter Series? Adam, Andy, I can't wait to see what happens over the course of the next hour. A title to be decided.
So then it is race 3 in the GT Winter Series weekend at Barcelona. It's race 15 of the GT Winter Series season. The finale, the last stand. There are 2 points left in the championship battle, or 2 points between them in the championship battle, I should say more accurately. Kenneth Heyer and Mo Hurtling of SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum hold a 2-point advantage over Simon Orange, Marcus Clutton from Orange Racing by JMH. If both of those non-score, by the way, and a Cup 2 win goes the way of Igor Klyer, that could still go his way, but it would require some dramas for both of the GT3 contenders. Not that that's stopped things like that happening before. So, Ignacio Zanon starting this race from pole position, joined on the front row by Guy Albag of Antonelli Motorsport, looking to return to the top step after race 1 earlier in the weekend. Kenneth Heyer starting from 3rd on the grid. Severin Mazur in 4th position. In 5th place, Jaroslav Veselaho in the AF Corsa Ferrari 296 GT3, joined by Marius Aigner, the KTM in the GTX class, having a good grid position, and that car is usually pretty quick in a straight line. Keep an eye. Rudolf Benno in 7th place, Oliver Weitzer in 8th position in the Erla Motorsport Porsche. Then it's Simon Orange, who has a 5-place grid drop from the previous race. You might remember there were still open investigations coming out of race 2. John Lancaster will start from 10th. That one will fly in the first phase of the race. Alejandro Geppert in 11th place in the McLaren from SMC Motorsport, joined on row 6 by Przemysław Bienkowski, who has Matthias Lizowski waiting in the wings. Alfredo Hernandez from 13th on the grid. He's joined by Michael Fischbaum on row 7. Row 8, Florian Schulze, joined by Andre Fernandez. And then we go back to the second half of the grid. Tobias Bill Clausen, the first of the Cup/Proto grid, but expect Jerzy Spinkovic to drag race by on the run to the first corner. Alessio Raffini is next, and I don't think we'll have Peter Matic taking the start, unfortunately, after he was involved in that collision in race 2. Anders Steiner starting from 21st. He's alongside Andrew Rackstraw. I think I did see the high-class Ligier, actually. Pipo Massa, he'll be sharing with his legendary father Felipe in this one. Igor Klaya starts alongside them. 25th and 26th, Di Martin and Jens Richter. Row 14 of the grid will be 27th, 28th, Raffaele Vitali and Pavel Bauschke. And then 29th and 30th, Ulrich Forsberg and Mats Kimby, rounding out a full fat field of GT racing cars and a couple of prototypes mixed in for colour. Are you ready, Andy?
I think so. It's going to be fun, isn't it, this? I have no idea which way this is going to go, but I just don't think we've had the last of the drama, that which I will confidently predict.
Yes, well, let's see what happens here. The GT Winter Series, with its final 55-minute race. This is the biggest GT3 grid, equal biggest GT3 grid we've had in the GT Winter Series. It's a sensational mix of manufacturers, cars, shapes and sounds, and we're about to unleash them past the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya grandstand for the final time in 2026. Keep an eye on the SR Mercedes on Road 2, the black and green machine leading the championship, but there's a long way to go. Zanon fires away, gets a very, very clear run down to the first corner. That's interesting. Guy Albag, I think, got caught napping because Kenneth Hyer's alongside him. Kenneth Hyer is up into second place, and Severin Mazur's on it as well. Jaroslav Veselaho was interested to the inside line. Kenneth Hyer drifts wide at turn 1. He remains in second place. Mazur third, still side by side for fourth. Veselaho on the inside of Guy Albag, and I'd think that he'll get the better of that exchange on the inside line at turn 3. Ignacio Zanon with a comfortable lead. Then it's Hyer, and it will be Veselaho for third even, because he's got himself past Mazur. Mazur now under pressure from Guy Albag as they work through this first lap of the race. We're seeing John Lancaster on the move as well. Simon Orange still there and side by side with John Lancaster right now. He probably shouldn't get really in depth into this fight. The second start has just gotten underway. Here comes Jerzy Spinkovic with the power advantage over the prototype there. In fact, both prototypes are there, which is great news. Spinkovic on the outside line. It will be Tobias Bill Clausen that leads that second pack early doors. The protos will disappear up the road, I think, especially with Andrew Rackstraw starting up. Oh, Igor Klaya, Pipo Massa into the gravel. One of the championship contenders, the distant third championship contender, is off the circuit. And Pipo Massa is gone as well, and with it, unfortunately, might go our chances of seeing Felipe Massa in this race.
Oh, that is heartbreaking, isn't it? It's just a really unfortunate tangle there as they went through turn number 3, and yeah, I suspect neither of those cars likely to be able to continue. That might require a safety car, but maybe not before we've had a change for second place. Look at this. Jaroslav Veselaho at the inside of Kenneth Hyer, who can't really afford to get too stuck into this. He doesn't need at the moment to get too stuck into this, and indeed through will go the Ferrari, so that's Hyer down to third just as the safety car came out. So that was in the nick of time for Veselaho, who will now, of course, bridge a 3.1 second lead or deficit that he had to Ignacio Zanon, the race leader. Simon Orange, by the way, 8th position, so Simon had gained slightly, I believe, out of all of that. Yes, 1 place gain from his 9th place starting slot, and he again will now see this as an opportunity to close in on the cars ahead and hopefully keep himself and his teammate Marcus Clutton in the fight. But a dramatic opening lap, real shame that for Igor Klaya, who, as you say, mathematically was still a title contender, and given the way that the day has gone, you wouldn't really have wanted to count him out fully. Now, though, I fear we must.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be it. Even if he did get the car back out of the gravel trap, he will be a lap down. He would need to have a win, and he would need to have the other drivers not finish in order to have any hope of the championship. So that is it for Igor Klaya. Apparently both Klaya and Massa have gotten out of the cars, which is a shame because we have seen some cars go from the gravel back onto the circuit. But yeah, that's it, unfortunately, for both Igor Klaya and indeed for Pipo Massa. Klaya will win the Cup 2 class regardless, but that is, I'm sure, small consolation. He'd have liked to have ended this season with his traditional run in the pit stop race. I think he would have handed the car over at mid-distance, as he often does, but either way, not what we wanted to see, especially for Pipo Massa, that number 10 car that we were expecting to see Felipe driving. He did drive it on Thursday and Friday and in Saturday practice, but unfortunately not going to be able to join in a race.
That is a shame, but hopefully not too much damage done to that car. It's made contact with the sort of Tech Pro style barrier that they've got there on the outside at turn number 3, so hopefully not done too much damage to the Porsche. I believe maybe the NM Mercedes GT2 of Alberto Di Martini might have had an involvement in that as well. We perhaps can get a replay, but yeah, either way, that has taken certainly the 2 Porsches out of the race. Means we're down to 4 Cup 2 cars, led by Anders Steiner, who, of course, claimed the win in that category earlier on today. It was Pipo Massa who claimed a victory yesterday, so at least Pipo has a bit of silverware to be going home with this weekend, even if he didn't get to actually actively share the car with his dad in race conditions. Here is a replay of what happened, so you can see the white and red Porsche is clear, and no, I don't see the NM car involved. It was there, but that looked like it was Porsche on Porsche, and it's the secondary contact that will have done even more damage and sent them both off into the gravel.
Yeah, that was just clumsy first lap shenanigans, really. No particular outcome. Both of them in the gravel. I mean, what does it matter ultimately? But a shame indeed. For Jaroslav Veselaho, it's an opportunity. Now on the back of Ignacio Zanon, he will be focusing forward and hoping to have his best outing of the season. We ride on board with Kenneth Heyer, and I tell you what, it does feel like a bit of a powder keg behind him. John Lancaster's sneaking up the field very quickly, of course, and that car doesn't take points away from Kenneth Heyer being a GTX entry, but of course if you've got a charging Lancaster, if you've got Mazur and Albag and perhaps even Aigner on your back in this stage of the race, that could get very hairy very quickly for Kenneth Heyer, whose entire objective in this race is to get the car to JMO in a strong position and let the talented youngster do his thing.
Yes, and in a way, what they didn't really want in this first half of the race, SR, were safety cars. This is actually working against them, because if we run green flag, they had the track position advantage over Simon Orange in this first part of the race, and they would have wanted to utilise that to build a bit of a lead over him, so that then when JMO does get in the car, he doesn't have a fired up Marcus Clutton breathing down his neck. But the more safety car intervention we have in the first half of the race, the closer that McLaren is likely to be to them. And of course, I wouldn't put it past Simon Orange to start marching through the order as well. He's another driver who I feel is fairly fired up, and proved last time out at Motorland Aragon that he can overtake amongst the best of them, and of course had a good recovery drive after his spin yesterday. So I'm not convinced this safety car benefits Heyer, really.
No, I agree with you. Still a full course yellow for now, incidentally, but we've been acting full course yellow in safety car all weekend, and that was apparently what was explained in the driver's briefing as well. So one wouldn't expect that to change. We're getting some looks here at some of the race streaming onboards. The race streaming company offering fairly neat solutions to broadcasting live to the world from inside the car. We've seen the adverts for those throughout the season, and great to see some of the footage on our live stream as well. And yeah, good to see Przemysław Bienkowski made it through the first lap untarnished. He'll be hoping to get up into the top 10 and then hand it over to Matthias Lizowski for Lizowski to perform, well, a Lizowski special, I think, is no other way to put it. He's always made a habit, no matter who he's been co-driving with, of just ascending through the order. He did it a few times with Hubert Darmetko, of course, in the Cup 2 Porsche in the last couple of years, and this season has been sharing with Przemysław Bienkowski to great effect. We ride on board with Simon Orange, who, again, visor open, focusing forward. He will be firm concentration mode, and the objective for him will be, again, much like Kenneth Heyer, get the car to the quicker driver. At Aragon, Marcus Clutton advised him to, you know, not do anything crazy, not to try and defend positions hard, but that was when they started further up the field. I wonder what the directive was today. Was he told to take it easy, or was he told to go for it?
in a way, they've nothing to lose by being aggressive, have they? They have to beat the number 11 car. The 11 car is not going to come to them, they're going to have to go to it. So, you know, much as Marcus Clutton, you'd always back Marcus Clutton to gain places in his stint. The closer he is to that number 11 car when he gets in, the better. And Simon, you know, it's a sign of trust, I think, that between Marcus and Simon, that Marcus probably would trust Simon to go and get stuck in and gain some places. He's proven he can do it multiple times in the past. So I don't think they have much of an option but to attack here. They've got to try and get past that handful of cars ahead of them, or indeed hope that Kenneth Heyer continues to lose ground. He's got Severin Mazur behind him. Severin has been quick. Guy Albag, of course, won the race yesterday, and he was in the same race as Kenneth Heyer. He was quite a bit quicker than Kenneth in that one. So, yeah, we would perhaps not necessarily guaranteed to see that number 11 Mercedes stay where it is, and if Simon could pick a position or two up in the meantime, they could well find themselves coming together, hopefully not literally, but at least battling for position, maybe even before the pit stops.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw at Aragon, wasn't it? They were started a little ways apart and found each other eventually. So we'll see if that proves to be the case again here. Kenneth Heyer, interestingly, is massively backed off the top two. I think he has lost time under full course yellow, which is never how it's supposed to work, but I think he has lost a little bit of time to them. We still haven't had the safety car out, incidentally, which in itself is interesting, because you'd want to neutralise the field as quickly as possible if that's what you're going to do anyway. We'll have to see how this is managed. Again, it's been full course yellow into safety car all weekend, and I've been told that's how it was going to be all weekend. So I guess we see what the next steps are.
We will. We will learn at the same time as you, dear viewer, what happens next. But certainly Kenneth Heyer is not on the same pace. His last lap was 3 and nearly 4 seconds slower than the race leader. Yes, I know we're under full course yellow, so it doesn't matter, but it kind of does matter because it means he's dropping away from the leaders when they should all, in theory, be running the same speed. I see no reason why that Mercedes wouldn't be able to run the same speed as everybody else. Yeah, maybe he's just trying to keep things extra cool in this increasing heat, although the way the slower you go, the worse that gets, doesn't it? We shall see. In the classes, GTX led by Marius Eigner, still ahead of John Lancaster, but we do anticipate John will have a good go at getting that class lead before too much long. In the prototypes, it is Tobias Bill-Klausen ahead of Andrew Rackstraw. Again, that could be a fairly entertaining scrap. Cup 2 led by Anders Steiner still. And then you've got Cup 1 and Cup 3, which have only one car in the meet. Raffaele Vitali continuing to do well in the Cup 1 Ferrari, and Jens Richter at the wheel of the McLaren Artura trophy car that is the solo entry in Cup 3. So a couple of intriguing class battles further back. A lot of the attention understandably on the GT3 category, because that is now where the championship will be decided. But some other storylines to be settled, and many of them amongst drivers who don't have a dog in the championship fight, which of course can also prove to have an effect later on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Still under full course yellow then. Will the safety car pick these guys up and perform the remainder of the procedure soon? I don't think it'll be too much longer before the two Cup cars are removed from the gravel on the exit of, or midway around turn number 3. Oh, Simon trying to adjust the helmet there seemingly, or at least I think get himself comfortable. And yeah, fully focused. So you can see how almost unblinking he is at the wheel of the car. He's fully locked in.
Yes, he is, and he'll be chomping at the bit here, I think, to go racing again, and cursing the fact that this is all taking so long, and probably wondering what on earth is the deal with this seemingly slow pace by Kenneth Heyer. He's dropped another 4 seconds on that lap to the leader. They're now 12.5 seconds back from the lead car.
Yeah, and it doesn't help Kenneth to do this, of course, because, I mean, if they were to break procedure and go straight to green, he'd end up getting swamped, basically. They'd have all sorts of cars around him as the race resumed. We should be going to safety car soonish, per the book, but yeah, it's compelling, isn't it? This is a strange situation playing out. And, of course, the longer the full course yellow lasts, I think potentially the longer that the more. I'm not actually sure who it favours. Does it favour Simon? Does it favour Kenneth? I was thinking it maybe favours Simon, but I'm less sure the more I think.
I think it does, for the reason I said. The longer it goes green, the more chance there is for distance to form between those two. We do now eventually go safety cars, so that took, maybe they were just waiting until they had recovery vehicles off the track. The incident has happened in a bit of a blind spot, hasn't it, halfway around turn 3, and I wonder whether there was something going on there that we couldn't see, and they didn't want to have the pack speeding up until that track had been cleared. Who knows? But anyway, it is now safety car procedure. I do still think this favours orange over higher slightly, but then you don't want to be too much into this race distance, because the orange racing by JMH squad need time to gain places, don't they? So tricky really, but they're all in the same boat, and hopefully it won't be too much longer before we do get a resumption to racing, and we'll really start to see who this benefits.
Absolutely. So the safety car, I imagine, will pick them up on the next time by. I don't think we'll be going back to green now. So we will hopefully just do one lap behind safety car and then get racing. The pit window opens with 30 minutes of the race left to go, so 25 minutes into the race. So we'll have to see how many laps we do. Hopefully just that one lap behind the safety car. Zanon and Veselajo will be the first to get there, of course, and Jaroslav Veselajo, I think this is a good opportunity for him, more so than anybody, I think, in the order. He has been given yet another good opportunity. A start can go against you, of course, but it also might have the lead almost fall into his lap, and he'll be hoping firmly for the latter. You went through the class leaders already, and I think that GTX class lead is going to quite quickly change hands. John Lancaster, as vastly experienced as he is in sports cars and GTs, but obviously before that as well at some of the higher levels of junior single-seater racing in the world. He is always one to watch. Marius Eigner, a very solid driver. He's done some impressive stuff in the GT Cup series in Central Europe, and then also cameoed here last year in the GT2 European Series in an MZR KTM. We know he's solid, but John Lancaster is one of those people you have to wake up very early to beat.
Yes, indeed so. And what further progress can John make? And does that then have a bearing on this championship fight? Does he open some doors for Simon Orange maybe to follow him through? That would be the plan for Simon, I'm sure. But good to have the KTMs racing with us this weekend. They're a great looking car, a unique looking car, aren't they? And they do all the right things. They make a good noise. They're pretty quick, as we've seen. They look good fun to drive. And John Lancaster, I'm sure, is hoping that he will have some fun over what's left of this first part of the race. But the MZR teammates, I'm also fairly hopeful, will try and give each other a little bit of room into that first corner, so it shouldn't be too much of a contested pass if Lancaster is quicker. And hopefully that means we'll have a clean restart when we get there. Have we had a notification to say it's in this lap? I don't think we have we?
We haven't, and I did notice that Mats Kimby was just coming down the main straight while these guys are going 6 and 7. And while it's not strictly necessary, I don't think, we have typically waited until everyone's together before restarting. You can see there are cup cars just now arriving to the safety car queue, so hopefully the driver of the BMW has been told slow way down on this straight, but the light's still on. I unfortunately think we're going to have one more lap behind the safety car.
Looks like it, so another lap to go, and another lap where this championship situation doesn't have any chance to sort of develop, which we as neutrals are hoping for. We want to see them race for this, and we will get our wish, I am sure. But yeah, one more lap before that happens, and just another lap for the tension to start to mount for Kenneth Heyer, for Simon Orange. They, as I said, would much rather be racing now, because when you're racing and the adrenaline is pumping, you forget a little bit about all of the pressures that you're under. But sitting behind the safety car, trundling around at this speed, that's all you can think of. That and the fact that you're starting to get a bit hot, and that you're starting to hear funny noises from the car maybe, and you start to overthink every situation. As soon as the safety car peels into the pit lane, all of that goes out of your mind, and you focus on just one thing, and that is racing and getting as far towards the front as you can. And in this case, trying to win a championship.
Yeah, well, the entire field is together now when they come across the start line, but one more lap behind the safety car. It will be the final lap behind the safety car. The bulletin's already out there for one more lap and then the green flag flies. That's going to leave less than 5 minutes before the pit window opens as well, so it's going to be a fairly short second stanza of this race before we get back into the pit lane phase. And well, I expect both Kenneth Heyer and Simon Orange will very quickly make way for Mo Hurtling and Marcus Clutton respectively. That has been the way it works all season long effectively between both outfits. Well, the BMW is now going a bit quicker. I think the driver of that car wants to be off the track as well. He's done enough laps this weekend, to be quite honest. We've had, I think, a bit more safety car participation than the median average this year at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya. And well, given the number of gravel traps, of course, around this circuit, maybe that's not too surprising.
Yes, it's that rare thing, isn't it? It's a modern-day Formula One circuit which actually punishes you for going off the road at most corners, which is good, but it does unfortunately mean that cars, once they go off the road, don't always come back on the road. So the likelihood of safety cars are a little bit higher, but I'm sure the drivers do prefer the challenge of this slightly more old-school style circuit compared to Valencia, for example, where seemingly you could almost leave the circuit completely and still manage to find your way back on fairly much drama-free. Safety car coming in then, and Ignacio Zanon now in charge of the field.
Yes, indeed. So, Zanon, Veselajo, Heyer, your top three. Severin Mazur would like to very much move himself into the podium places before his mandatory stop. Of course, he's a solo driver, so he doesn't much mind anything to do with the pit stop. But let's see what happens next. It is Ignacio Zanon leading them around. Veselajo close, but I don't think close enough. Guy Albag might be close enough to Severin Mazur, however. Heyer looks secure in third place as they come out onto the main straight. It is Lamborghini from Ferrari, from Mercedes, from Lamborghini, and Mercedes again on the top five as they run down to the first corner once again. Keep an eye, incidentally, in this second phase of the race on John Lancaster. Yes, as he moves to the inside here for the GTX lead and just about gets it. But also keep an eye on the orange cars on your timing tower. Keep an eye on the Protos because they should be quicker than the GT3s, and they may well end up being spoilers in the top 10 later on.
And we might have had a change there. I think the high-class car is ahead of the BWT Mucker car. Here, meanwhile, comes Simon Orange on the outside line. Under attack, isn't he, from the 707? That is Alejandro Geppert, and has he been overtaken by the BMW? He has. Rodolfo Beno. Up the inside goes Guy Albag. I thought he'd be on the move. That gets him ahead of Severin Mazur for fourth, but Simon Orange is slipping the wrong way down the order.
Yes, he is. Something doesn't quite look right there. He lost out to the BMW. Now he's on the verge of losing out to the McLaren and potentially the Audi of Florian Schulze as well. That 67 is looking a bit squirrely underneath him.
Yes, and here comes the Audi now to the inside as well, the Attempto car. So this is really starting to unravel slightly for Simon Orange. Kenneth Heyer, though, is not out of the woods. He's got Guy Albag behind him. I thought Guy would be one to watch on the restart. He is proving me right. He's off the track completely there to get up the inside of Kenneth Heyer. That probably will be frowned on by race control. And then he chops across the nose of Severin Mazur. I think Guy Albag wants this third place, and I think he's got ideas of going after the top two.
Yeah, indeed. And let's see how close he is at turn one. Of course, there'll be no perceivable advantage, surely, between the two Mercedes-AMG GT3s on the run down to the first corner. The same 6.2 litre V8 powering both cars. And then Mazur in the Lamborghini behind them. He's going to come under pressure from John Lancaster, who's flashing the headlights. And again, looking under braking. Won't be as quick through the corners, of course, in the GT2 KTM. It is fairly fleet-footed and lightweight, but it doesn't have the downforce that the others have. Orange is now behind Florian Schulze as well. Something seems to be a little bit off with that car upon restart to me.
Yeah, it hasn't fired off in the way that you'd expect it to. Could just be nerves maybe from Simon, but he's an experienced enough driver these days to be able to deal with that, you would imagine. And I'm sure he'll be getting some coaching from Marcus Clutton on the radio. Here comes Kenneth Heyer defending from Albag, who goes right around the outside at turn number 5. Is that going to work? Well, he's still there, and Kenneth doesn't really need to contest this too much. He is contesting it, though, and fights it out in the braking zone. So fair play to Kenneth Heyer. He's not playing the percentages. He wants to try and hold on to the trap position, but at what risk? Albag to the outside. Mazur is buying into this as well, and Guy Albag goes right round the outside at turn 9. Fantastic move.
John Lancaster right on the back of Severin Mazur. Mazur right on the back of Kenneth Heyer as they run down to turn 10. Mazur to the inside line. And goodness me, I thought he might even collect Al back there. He was super late on the brakes, but he made it work for himself. And now Kenneth Heyer is under pressure from the KTM of John Lancaster. Lancaster will have the straight line speed advantage coming onto the straight. He will lose a bit of time though, going through 13 and 14 over the Mercedes-AMG GT3, one would think. Let's see how this works then as they come through turn 14 onto the main straight. Will Heyer remain in 5th position, or will he fall back behind the KTM?
Florian Scholzer, by the way, is ahead now of Rudolf Benno's BMW, I noticed. That's 2 places gained on that lap for the Audi. What's going to happen here? Lancaster flashing the lights at Kenneth Heyer. I don't think he's close enough, though, to do anything into turn number 1. No, he isn't. And so they settle back in line. Looking further down the order, Simon Orange is actually now behind Andrew Rackstraw, your proto, the Orange Racing by JMH garage. We are getting reports that they might be experiencing some sort of issue, but we don't know what exactly. So we will see if we can get Izzy down on the ground, so to speak. Meanwhile, battle's raging on, and to be fair, Aigner staying here largely with Lancaster. Yes, John Lancaster got ahead of Marius Aigner in the battle for the GTX lead, but there's nothing really between them.
No, those KTMs fairly even. Of course, it'll be Hamed Al-Hahabi taking the car over for John Lancaster in the second phase of the race. So we'll see how he does in what will be his second ever circuit race, having done his first ever just a few short hours ago. And you see the protos coming up. Andrew Rackstraw, Porsche Carrera Cup GB champion, of course, from 2025. A very, very talented driver, getting to grips with driving a prototype, Ligier JSP 325. And if you can dispatch some GT3 cars in the next few minutes before the car is handed over, I'm sure he will. Pit stop window is open. Does anybody go at the very first opportunity? Yes, Florian Scholzer does. And I think that was just about it for the front end of the field. No, Kenneth Heyer has come in as well. Yes, he has. Kenneth Heyer, just a few seconds into the window, makes his way into the pits to hand over to Mo Hurtling. Orange Racing by JMH, Simon Orange has done so as well.
Yes, now maybe that will give us a chance to have a look at the McLaren as it comes in. There is Kenneth Heyer in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Mercedes, but I'd really rather see the McLaren, quite frankly, because this car clearly is working well. There is some sort of issue, though, with the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren. There it is, and yes, they're looking at the rear diffuser, so we believe this car might have had some contact in the early part of the race, which has damaged the rear diffuser, and you can see that there. The right rear corner is damaged. Simon Orange trudges away, and he is quite visibly not impressed with how things have gone, and he now hands potentially a slightly wounded car over to Marcus Clutton to do with what he can, but well, is he going to be able to do enough? It may now be that they need another safety car, really, to get back into this. We'll see whether they get their wish. Mo Hurtling is now plugged into the SR Motorsport Mercedes, and as we predicted, both of our title contenders in at the first opportunity.
So diffuser damage, by the sounds of it, on that 67 McLaren, and that will, of course, affect the stint for Marcus Clutton just as much as it will affect the stint for Simon Orange. Clutton very quick off the pit limiter there. He's trying to get himself around Florian Scholzer, and no matter what the result, I suspect Marcus Clutton is about to be the most entertaining man within a 50-kilometre radius of this racing circuit. He might not do it. He's darn sure going to try.
Oh, absolutely. He will not give up until that checkered flag is waved, that's for sure. Race leader is in, by the way. Ignazio Zanon is in the pit lane, so too Jaroslav Veselaia. So Guy Eilbag takes the lead of the race. It's not a massive gap, is it really, between the SR Mercedes and the Orange Racing McLaren? So this ain't over yet. If Clutton can really get his head down, he needs to get past the Audi first, he might have half a chance of chasing down the Mercedes. A very defensive line taken there by Ariel Levy on his outlap from the pits, of course, but Ariel is no slouch. He's a quick driver. This will not be an easy pass.
That's the point I was about to make. Levy is going to be very hard work for Marcus Clutton in a slightly wounded McLaren. This is not going to be easy. Of course, Ariel Levy made his debut in GT3 competition with us in the Portimao 6 Hour in February, but before that he was a solid front runner fairly consistently in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland and indeed in Super Cup. Here comes Clutton to the inside at turn 10. Can't get it done there, but may have scared Levy off just a little bit. Contact between the two of them. They can't afford to do that too often. Levy now knows he's in a fight, a bar brawl rather than a battle for position, I would suggest, as they come towards turn 13. Kick up of gravel there from Ariel Levy. Clutton trying to hold on through the dirty air at 13 into 14 for the optimal run down the main straight. I don't think he's going to be close enough. He gets a decent run out of the corner, in fairness. Didn't drop back too far. Some carbon flying off the back of the Audi. Not sure Clutton's going to be close enough into turn 1, but they will have traffic coming up to speed ahead of them.
Yeah, KTM exiting the pit lane, and that is going to potentially have an impact on this. Marcus Clutton, though, does not have the luxury of politeness here, does he? He's got to make the move, and he is, I think, willing to do pretty much whatever it takes to make that move. Just needs to get back within striking range. I had a feeling he'd have a pop at turn 10. He just wasn't quite close enough.
And among the litany of reasons why this needs to be done quickly, Matthias Lizowski directly behind him, and behind that as well, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo being driven by Richard Gonda, who we haven't seen this year, but he is a jolly quick pro driver as well, with some great results behind him in series like the International GT Open. Last thing that Clutton needs is to be stuck behind Levy with those two coming.
Yes, and yeah, if he loses any more track position, you feel he really won't have much chance of getting it back. How does this KTM factor into all of this then, I wonder? Is that going to be an opportunity for Clutton to make the move? This is where he tried it a lap ago. He's not as close as he was a lap ago into turn 10, and so I think he's going to have to stay on the racing line and just bide his time. Hope that this race, that this opportunity to overtake comes to him, but it's not just one overtake. He's got quite a few passes to make and a gap to bridge. He's on the inside of Levy, who again left the door invitingly open but got the better exit, only to then get the roadblock of the KTM in front of him. Dirty air that really affected Ariel Levy through the penultimate corner. The same will be true at the final turn. Is this Clutton's chance?
It could well be. I think he tried to back out of it slightly into the final corner to get a better run, but I'm not sure it really worked. The KTM has legs in a straight line, of course, but then again, through turns 1, 2, 3, it's going to be quite tricky now. In fact, no, Marius Egner gets out of the way, but that might get him in the way of the 67 McLaren. Clutton is going to go around the outside here, I think, at turn 3. Matthias Lizowski getting involved in this one as well. There is Mo Hurtling, clearer and clearer away from all of this going on behind. Clutton is well off the circuit. He's ahead now of Egner, that is, for position, and he has Matthias Lizowski right with him. So now he has to worry more about, at least immediately, he has to worry more about what's going on behind than in front. He's going to catch up to Ariel Levy, but he's also going to worry about the number 27 Mercedes behind him, and that damage to me looks like it may have gotten worse on the rear of that car. I don't know if there was a slight rub somewhere else around the circuit.
It could be that the tape they've applied is coming loose. Hopefully that's all it is. It's nothing more significant. Driver change in the pit lane meanwhile.
That's the 34 car, so that is John Lancaster's car, having John ripped out of it and having Ahmad Al-Haibi put into the car. So that's, again, an exciting thing to see how he performs on just his second race in car racing, circuit racing, after some 30-plus years of off-road competition. Around the outside sweeps Marcus Clutton. Ariel Levy about a second clear of him, and less than that between Clutton and Lizowski behind. This is going to be a very intense run to the checkered flag. Richard Gonda is now trying to find his way around the 119. These two familiar with each other from the GT Cup Central European Series, where they both compete fairly regularly.
Oh, Levy did not get through the last corner well there, did he? This is Clutton up alongside him. There's a lapped car, which I think Clutton will try and use as a pick, and he absolutely nailed that. Brilliant stuff that from Clutton. He used the Artura leaving the pit lane as a bit of a blocker to prevent Levy from coming through, and that is Clutton ahead. So that's one place gained. He needs quite a bit more than that, but that was crucial.
And in the meantime, Severin Mazur has fallen past Mo Hurtling as well. So Hurtling now has a buffer behind him once again. Albag is the next target for Mo. The timing screen is still doing flips and tricks at the moment, but I think it will be a little gap between Hurtling and Guy Albag per my interpretation of what I'm seeing. We'll wait and see what the intervals are, but certainly Clutton's day is only going to get harder from here on out, and he's going to hope at the very least that Maciej Lizowski does him the service of keeping Ariel Levy busy for a couple of laps.
Yes, he doesn't really want Lizowski to make the move quickly though, does he? Because then he'll be right back onto his tail. He really wants to build a buffer, and yes, hope that these two start getting into it a little bit. We're on board with Lizowski, or we were briefly, who thinks about the inside at 10, but Ariel Levy just about managed to get over to the inside to cover the move. At the beginning of the lap then, Levy was 6.3 seconds behind Mo Hurtling. Obviously that is now Marcus Clutton, the next car, or not actually the next car anymore behind Hurtling, but Clutton ahead of Levy. They'll have lost a bit of time in the battling. That's probably going to be in the region of a 7-second deficit now that Clutton has to make up. His lap times initially in this stint weren't far off Mo Hurtling's pace, and he was in traffic. What has he now got in clean air?
Yeah, we'll see. Clutton's previous lap then was a 1:43.3, which isn't bad going, but it's a long way off the likes of Mattia Michelotto, who's doing 1:41s out there, which again tells me that car is not A1 by any stretch of the imagination. There's Hurtling, there's Mazur, and there is a car that's just come out actually of the pit lane in the form of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. So that's another car fighting for position. That's another obstacle effectively for Marcus Clutton.
Yes, and another pacey driver as well in JB Simonauer, so that's not going to be an easy pass either. It's just all working against them, isn't it, really, in the Orange Racing by JMH squad. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelheim are laughing all the way because everything's fallen into their lap seemingly, and they now have just about got one hand on the championship trophy, baby. They just need to stay out of trouble in the final stint of the race. There is Jaroslav Veselaho, and I reckon a net second then, don't we? With Albag a net third, and Hurtling essentially fourth position once all is said and done. We've got the top three cars in now, Rackstraw, Spinkovic and Raffini, all of whom we expect to drop behind this group, although in Rackstraw's case, not that far behind actually, because that car had been clawing its way into the overall top 10 before the pits.
Yeah, Hove will take that car over, we believe, and his pace in testing was a bit back from GT3, so he might end up falling back down the field, and who knows what that might do to all of the circumstances in this championship picture. What are you seeing there, Andy?
I think that was Clutton up alongside Simonauer, wasn't it, in the background? Here they come. He is still behind him, but they were briefly overlapping, and of course this is bringing Ariel Levy and Lizowski back into play. Clutton to the inside at turn 1, and in the end his McLaren stablemate sort of didn't make that too difficult, and then on the inside goes Levy as well, so that was not a major delay for Clutton at least, and another important pass.
To remind you of the situation coming into this race, 2 points between SR Motorsport by Schnitzelheim and Orange Racing by JMH in favour of the SR Motorsport team. So with Mo Hurtling running 4th overall, Clutton running 6th overall, the championship will go to Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer as things stand. If it's tied coming out of this one, it would also go to Hurtling and Heyer. So in effect, what Clutton needs to do is finish 2 places clear of Hurtling and Heyer.
Yes, that's a good point actually. It's not just getting there that matters, he's got to get through. There's something almost flapping underneath the McLaren there. Yeah, that might just be that diffuser. It looked for a moment like it was the front splitter, but possibly coming from the back of the car. It's not slowing him down massively though. He's closing in on Severin Mazur now for what would be 5th position. That would put him, if he could get through, just 1 position behind his championship rival Mo Hurtling, as Lizowski has ideas of attacking Ariel Levy.
Yes, he does. I think he's had the idea for a while. It's the execution that he's struggling with at the moment. Severin Mazur being rapidly closed in on here by the driver of the 67, Marcus Clutton. Mazur's last lap a 1:46, and Clutton was a 44.1 with a little bit of disturbance going on ahead of him. So no surprises that he's on the go. Half a second between them as they approach the first corner. Severin Mazur is a feisty driver at all times, so this won't be easy, even though he's the quicker driver by some way, Clutton. He's got to have his eyes on stalks here.
Yeah, and he just can't get into clean air, so he's losing about a second a lap or more to Mo Hurtling at the moment. That gap's going to getting off for about 10 seconds now, and that's before he gets past the Sendon Racing Team Lamborghini, which is straying wide over the white line there as it comes out of turn number 3. Car 47 has a penalty, 10 seconds for failing to rejoin in turn 1. We've heard that somewhere already today. 47 is the Team Steiner Racing car, now in the hands of Mats Kimby in Cup 2, a class led now by Marcus Nervi in the number 43 car.
Yeah, Team Steiner Racing having a good weekend here, and Anders Steiner handing over to Marcus Nervi, who's never announced on the entry list, but he's been driving with them pretty much all season long. Nervi, a very quick driver, with a good record in racing in Carrera Cup in Scandinavia and the like. Very familiar with Porsche Cup cars. Clutton may well seem be familiar with the side of a Lamborghini if he decides to go for a lunge. Lizovski's gone for the lunge on Ariel Levy, and Clutton's seen the door open. He's got him past Severin Mazur. It's still side by side behind between Lizovski and Levy. Levy holding on by a fingernail, if anything. Just bouncing across the gravel there with the left rear tyre. You've got to be worried about that, of course. Can't do it more and more. I've seen him do it twice, and the tyre could get cut down in that situation. But look at Clutton. He's disappeared off from Severin Mazur. What's the gap between himself and Mo Hurtling? It's 9.1 seconds. A 43.2 was the last lap from Mo Hurtling. We haven't seen anything better than a 43.3 from either driver in the orange JMH McLaren. There goes Levy past Severin Mazur. Mazur falling through this battle now. Lizovski wants to make short work of the Polish racer, his fellow Polish racer, to continue chasing Levy.
Yeah, what Clutton needs is a safety car, with the next words coming out of my mouth, and off goes the 49 car. That is Andrew, still showing as Andrew Rackstraw in the 49 car. There is a double yellow flag at turn 10. Is that going to give us, surely not, a safety car and a 10-minute or so sprint to the flag? Lizovski, meanwhile, still racing for now as we head down into turn number 5. He's going round the outside line, and we are being told to prepare for a full course yellow. Surely not, Adam.
Well, what was it that Izzy Browning said this morning about writing good scripts? Well, whoever's penmanship this is, bravo. This is going to be an almighty run to the flag. Kieran Mogg is alongside us. It's a shame you don't have a third headset in a way, because he's looking as stunned as anybody. It was Milos Pavlovic into the side of the high-class racing car. Is Michael Hove at the wheel, as I somewhat anticipated, but to your point, Andrew was still being displayed. And unfortunately, that 49 car has had a pretty rough day in the office.
Now, it won't be a lengthy recovery, this, will it? So I'm almost tempted to say they could just deal with it under full course yellow, but that has not been the procedure at any point this weekend. So it should be that we go from a full course yellow to a safety car, and we then will have Marcus Clutton lining up, I think, directly behind Mo Hurtling. I didn't see any traffic between the two of them, and so it should be that they will be nose to tail. And do you think Marcus Clutton is going to A, bide his time and wait for a clear and safe opportunity, or B, make something happen?
Well, we'll have to see. I somehow doubt that Marcus is going to be biding any time in this one. I will say, with no disrespect to any driver on this grid, Veselaho and Albag, I would expect to be a step behind Mo Hurtling as well. That's what we've seen this weekend. That's what we've seen on previous weekends where they've shared tracks. I would expect Mo to be kind of stuck behind those cars, which again puts him in the firing line of Marcus Clutton, assuming we go to safety car. And again, to your point, we have done that, full course yellow to safety car every single time. It was the precedent set in the race control briefing as well, so it has to be that way. It would be lovely to just go from full course yellow to green, because that would give us more time racing, but you have to stand by your own precedents.
I'm not going to disagree with that, and I know a few other people up and down the pit lane who will be saying exactly the same thing. This all matters relatively little, really, to Mattia Michelotto, though, because he had a massive lead, quite frankly, certainly a comfortable lead at the time that the full course yellow came out, and he's got a few back markers between himself and Jaroslav Veselaho. It's looking good for VSR. Easy, isn't it, sometimes in these championship deciding races to forget about some of the other storylines. Michael Hove's car is back in the pit lane, by the way, so it was a quick recovery for that car, and the proto machine is in the pits, the Ligier, and that means the track is clear. There'll be a bit of sweeping to be done, I'm sure, and we still await confirmation from race control as to what is going to happen next. But all we can do is tell you what has happened before, and we'll react to whatever appears in front of us. But I do hope, from a neutral perspective, I really wouldn't say no to putting that McLaren right behind the Mercedes and giving them 10 minutes to sort it out.
Exactly right. I think that would be the most incredible run to a checkered flag that we've ever had in the GT Winter Series, and I can think of some fun ones. Back in 2023, we had a brilliant dice between who was at the wheel. It was Mikael Jus and one of the Huber drivers. I think it could have been nope, I'm not even going to guess because I don't remember the lineup. But it was a brilliant run between two identical GT3 spec Porsches that year. One of the most spectacular races I've seen. And I suspect we're in for another very interesting one here. Mattia Michelotto, our race leader, will be hoping that nothing goes on behind him, of course, because he wants to lift that trophy. There is the safety car coming out onto the circuit. Now, it's a fairly spread out field, of course, being this deep into a pit stop race. So whether we can get the field compacted together in one lap is a big question mark. Indeed, just looking at it here, they're going to have to let the Muka Motorsport prototype pass and then pick up Michelotto, and then those cars have to be released to do a full lap at racing speeds or close to it to get back around. Frankly, I think it will be 2 laps behind the safety car.
Yes, I tend to agree with you. It was before, I think, wasn't it? And they weren't really this spread out then. So 2 laps, it's going to be an even shorter sprint to the flag. It might all be decided in one corner, quite frankly, when we do go racing. I don't think it'll take long for the blue touch paper to be lit, and I think we're going to have action aplenty, and we do really need to focus on those championship contenders who I'm fairly certain will be nose to tail, and as Adam made the point, are now going to be stacked up behind some other pretty feisty GT3 drivers. Their look is Vesselaiho, the black Ferrari, he is second. The blue Mercedes Albag is third. The black and green Mercedes Hire is fourth, and currently in position to win the championship. And right behind him, Marcus Clutton in what's left of his blue and orange McLaren, well and truly up for the fight.
Yeah, I was checking the tracker just now before we saw that shot to see if there was traffic between Clutton and Hurtling. The answer is no, and that makes things a layer of extra, a level extra compelling. Now, there is also lap traffic there, a couple of lap traffic, 2 Porsches between the leader and second place, and then second, well, down effectively the rest of the top 10 in the GT3 class are all together behind it. That's the 87 car Senkia Motorsport, Pavel Bushka and Ulrich Forsberg, I believe, is the other party there. Yes, it is. Now, those two in the Cup 2 Porsches, just by the nature of their cars, aren't going to be able to take the last couple of corners at the speed that the GT3s will. So for one thing, Michelotto is going to probably have a good 2 or 3 seconds, so he can focus on trying to win his race. But of course, Vesselaiho into Albag, into Hurtling, into Clutton, they all compact together behind the Porsches.
And into Levy and into Lizowski and into Mazur as well. They're all together, in fact, all the way back to 10th position, are absolutely nose to tail. Oh, and by the way, they are all GT3 cars, so any position gained or lost by either Clutton or Hurtling amongst that group will have championship ramifications. Remember, it's not enough for Clutton to just get past Hurtling. There must be a car between them in order for Orange Racing by JMH to snatch the title away from them. So he's got to be 2 places ahead, and that will rather rely on who else buys into it. But there are plenty of other potential drivers to get involved in this battle, aren't there? So it certainly ain't off the table yet.
By no means is it off the table. What is on the table in front of us is a very compelling book that you absolutely should not put down. The last page may have a twist or two. Mattia Michelotto in the 66 car leading the way, coming into what will be a grandstand finish, frankly, probably not involving the VSR Lamborghini. he will be in a strong position to win the race, but I think the cameras will be trained in other places for quite a lot of the closing stanza of this race. With 7 minutes and 45 to go as they cross the line there, safety car lap around 3 minutes. It's going to be sub 5 to go when the green flag flies. This is going to be a roughly 3-lap dash to the checkered flag to determine the championship battle. If you are Mo Hurtling, you need to get some positions between, some cars between yourself and Clutton pretty quickly, I feel. He wants to get past Guy Albag and then make sure that Guy Albag remains behind him.
Yeah, they've both got to be on the attack. I don't think Hurtling can just rely on defending, because if Clutton does get past him, there's a very good chance he won't be the only one, because they're so close together, as we've documented. If you get knocked out of line, then you're likely going to lose multiple positions. So I think Mo has to go on the attack, but if he attempts a move that doesn't work, that could be the thing that allows Clutton to have a go at him. So talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Mo Hurtling. What would you do if you were in his position? For Clutton, it's easy. Attack, attack, attack. Nothing to lose. But Hurtling does have a bit more to lose. He is currently 6 minutes and 40 seconds away from claiming the championship. And whether they do claim the championship depends, I think, fully on how he handles this restart.
In the 2024 season, it was a fairly clear run to the championship for Hurtling and Haya. In 2026, they have their work cut out for them. The team's championship, incidentally, which is also still up for grabs, is most likely going to SR Motorsport by Schnitzelauern, because obviously they've had the 111 car out a couple of times this year, and on a couple of occasions that car scored more points than the 11. They're on course to win that championship, just to make you aware. Now let's focus on the one that everybody clearly cares about the most right now, and that is the overall driver's title in the 2026 GT Winter Series. What does Mattia Michelotto do with this restart? If I were him, I'd certainly punch it as soon as possible to allow myself a nice buffer granted to me by 2 Porsche Cup cars behind. The 78 and the 87 are in unenviable positions and waters I would not much want to paddle. There goes Mattia Michelotto through turn 12. He's already pulled the pin. No one can do any overtaking until they come across the start-finish line. Clutton has the carrot dangling. The carrot is green and black, but he'll bite into it anyway if he gets half an opportunity. Veselaho's stacking up there, I think, trying to get a good run to go past the Porsche Cup cars. We go across the line for Michelotto. He leads comfortably. Veselaho comes across the line second place, but right in the mirrors of Mo Hurtling is Marcus Clutton, and Guy Albag is under threat from Mo Hurtling. Hurtling off the track. That is a very low percentage move, but he gets it done on Guy Albag, or does he? No, Albag not going down without a fight. Clutton is right there with him as well. On the grass there, I think, was Mo Hurtling on turn-in for turn 3. In what order do they exit? Michelotto is well clear. It's still fourth for Mo Hurtling, and it's still Marcus Clutton on the offensive behind. But Ariel Levy wants a piece of this. Matthias Lizowski wants a piece of this, and they have every right to fight.
Oh, absolutely. No one's backing out of this one. Lapped car in the way. Clutton to the inside. Couldn't get alongside Hurtling. Elbows aside the Cup 2 Porsche, but Mo is wide. Here comes Marcus Clutton for the potentially a crucial move in his quest for a championship. Couldn't quite get the overlap into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, but he is asking all the right questions of Mo Hurtling, who is up the curb. Slides the Mercedes. Clutton now will be alongside, but it's the outside line into 9. Surely not. Right round the outside, there's almost inevitably going to be contact. Clutton through the gravel, and Levy sees his chance to buy into it.
Yeah, Clutton's going to be defenceless here against Lizowski and Levy. That was always going to be risky, being on the outside. Hurtling left him enough space to survive, but not to thrive on the exit of turn 9. It's 3 wide through turn 12. Clutton on the far extremities of the outside, and he seems to find camber that no one else has. But he realises that Levy was going to squeeze him out. He tapped the brakes there, but it was too little too late. He's lost 2 places, and now the mountain he had to climb has grown to space. Marcus Clutton is going to have to go to the moon to win this championship.
This is not over, though. I think Levy and Lizowski might have the pace to close in on Hurtling. He's only a second or so up the road, and we know those two have been very, very quick, although they are busy battling each other into the braking zone at turn 1. Ariel Levy there defending from Lizowski, and Marcus Clutton, well, he had to go for it. He had to try something, just ended up getting levered aside. I don't actually think there was contact contact between the two of them at turn 9. He just ran out of space, got through the gravel, and that killed his momentum down the straight. He's fighting back valiantly here against Lizovsky as they head for turn number 4, but I fear now that the Orange Racing by JMH Squad's championship hopes lie largely out of their hands. This is all now down to whether somehow Mo Hurtling comes back to them before the time of the checkered flag, and that checkered flag will be waved in only 2.5 minutes' time.
We're running out of laps here. It's going to be 2 to go this time by. Michelotto will break the beam just in time to give us 2 more laps of racing, 2 more opportunities for the 67. But with every passing corner that he's stuck behind Lizovsky and Levy, and Hurtling doesn't really come any closer to the Audi, it's another opportunity gone. Now, Guy Albag, I think probably on balance, has the least pace of anyone in this little queue right now. He's getting closed up upon by Mo Hurtling, and if I were Hurtling, I'd be trying desperately not to get to the rear of that Merc too quickly, because then will come the Audi, there will become your Mercedes, definitely not ally in Matthias Lizovsky. He's got his own race to consider, and then of course it's Marcus Clutton. Yeah, the pressure's on Hurtling now not to make a misstep. He doesn't need to get involved in a battle with Guy Albag. He can settle for 4th. That is enough for the championship. The McLaren is falling apart, quite frankly, as he heads down the straight, but this is the championship picture. Guy Albag is going to end up defending here, I think, from Mo Hurtling. What does that mean for Mo? Does it leave him vulnerable to attack? Yeah, might just to remind you, as it stands, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau will win this championship. It is going to be narrow margins in it, but it will go their way. It would need Clutton to be ahead of Hurtling and a car to be between them for the championship to go to Orange Racing by JMH, whose car is disintegrating, quite frankly, around Marcus Clutton, and I think the pace is starting to drop off as a result. Guy Albag there was under immense pressure from Mo Hurtling. That's the important battle right now. Hurtling, I wouldn't be so forthcoming as to try and make the move, except he would have to he may lose positions if he just waits behind Guy Albag. It really is rock and hard play stuff. Mattia Michelotto is going to cross the line with about 5 seconds left to go, so it will be the final lap next time by. Albag throws dust into the face of Mo Hurtling. Will Hurtling have the opportunity to move through? Not at turn 10, he won't, although Albag is wide, and that might force Mo Hurtling's hand. He's up the inside. That becomes the outside for the next corner at 12. Where is Ariel Levy? He's not there, but there's contact! There's contact! Around goes Guy Albag. He's collected by both Lizovsky and by Levy. Clutton got through, but that was definitely contact between the number 11 car and Guy Albag in the Antonelli Motorsport Mercedes. Clutton has benefited from that, but that takes a lot of those cars out of the equation that he needed between himself and Mo Hurtling. It also gives Mo, of course, that significant margin. And it was Ariel Levy that then ripped the rear off of that Mercedes of Guy Albag, so Levy's dropped well down the order. I think he may well be in the gravel still even. Yellow flags at turn 11, turn 12. Hurtling with a bit of a bump and run there. In my eyes, that could well be something that gets litigated after this race. There is one position between Hurtling and Clutton at the moment. As it stands, as they will cross the line, it will be Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer to win this championship. But you have to think that this is going to be looked into. Was there actually contact there, Andy? It was fractional. It was so hard to tell whether Albag was sliding before the contact or after. I do think there was a touch, but was he already sideways in front of Hurtling? Did Hurtling have anywhere to go? Only the drivers from there, and indeed race control with use of the onboard cameras, will be able to tell, but from that view, so difficult to tell. Mattia Michelotto is a couple of corners away from winning. The incident has been noted between cars 11 and 64. With the title on the line, you can't afford to at least not look into it and take every angle you can. Mattia Michelotto is going to win the race. Jaroslav Veselaho will come through in second position, and rounding out the podium, at least provisionally, will be Mo Hurtling. Michelotto crosses the line to win for VSR Vincenzo Sospiri Racing. Here comes Veselaho, but Mo Hurtling coming to the line now for third position around the final corner, and it will be, as it stands, a championship for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Racing. It's 2024 take 2 for Hurtling and Heyer. They are going to be the champions of the GT Winter Series as they finish across the line. But that incident on the penultimate lap has already been noted, and so we're not going to know too much until they fully weigh in up at race control. Marcus Clutton takes 4th position, an admirable fight from him. Jerzy Spinkovic has crossed the line already to win the Cup 4 class. Marcus Aigner has won the GTX class in the 119 MZR KTM. Cup 2 going to Marcus Enervi. Igor Klyer will still have done enough to win in that class. We ride on board with Hurtling. I don't know. I think there was already some rotation before the lightest of touches. But that's a very hard one to read from the onboard. I kind of need to see that external shot again, if anything, to really grasp it. But certainly that was a dramatic conclusion to the title fight. The 11 car of Mo Hurtling is provisionally at least going to come across as champion. Now we're going to get one more look here at the moment from the outside. So I think there is a tiny touch there. Oh, and no, I think, quite frankly, Guy Albag overcooked that on corner entry. I can only calls it like I sees it. And while there was contact on the run towards the corner, there was then a moment of oversteer from Albag. If there was a secondary touch off the initial contact between the turns, it came after Albag had already started rotating. To me, I'm not entirely sure what else Mo Hurtling could have done to avoid that. Hurtling and Haya will be celebrating the championship. They will be keeping half an eye on the bulletin board to make sure that nothing goes against them from race control. But as I see that incident and as we saw that race, it will be Hurtling and Haya for the championship in 2026, just as it was in 2024. Of course, in 2025, it was Kenneth Haya along with Moritz Viskirchen winning the GT3 class, but not the overall championship. Discussing everything really in the background here as we await the confirmation. In 2024, the title was won early by Haya and Hurtling. You may remember the first races at Barcelona in 2024 were sodden, extremely wet, and they won the race after a half point. In a half-point situation in a very wet race that was largely held under safety car. There's Michelotto celebrating his win. VSR look elated with that. And with a rev of the big V8, Joel Mesh among those bowing down, Enrico Ferderer, the GT4 champions, among those celebrating. But as far as we know it, it is a championship for those two, Mo Hurtling, Kenneth Haya. So, Haya and Hurtling will celebrate, and I think Kenneth says, and now we relax. I don't think he thinks there's too much to worry about from that incident. Again, it's not actually been formally noted as an investigation. It's merely been, well, noted. Cars 11 and 64 in turn 12 noted. It's not formally under investigation. And you can see there the Orange Racing by JMH crew there to shake hands as well. So that's a nice gesture to see. The team manager was there shaking hands with Mo Hurtling. Clearly they feel that they did all they could do. And moreover, that it's a justified and fair victory for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. If that does become an investigation rather than simply a noting of an incident, we will of course tell you ASAP, but it is, as of this writing, or as of this speaking, Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Haya, the champions of the GT Winter Series in 2026, and that will be the mother of all SR parties. And you know what we said last week, that there ain't quite no party like an SR party. It's going to be a long night in Barcelona with 2 championships and 2 trophies in the awning. Third place will have never felt so sweet for Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Haya. But it was what they needed on this day. We must give a doff of the cap to Marcus Clutton and to Simon Orange. They really hit their stride in Valencia with that first win of the season and have been a huge challenge for Hurtling and Haya in the latter stages of the season. Incidentally, had the Orange Racing by JMH car kept hold of that race win that they got on the road in race 2, they'd have ended up tied on points, and it still would have been Hurtling and Haya to win. So no matter what you think of that 10-second penalty that was applied in race, and certainly I didn't maybe see what the penalty was there, you can't argue, because ultimately, even with them finishing the other way round in race 2, with this result in race 3, it still would have been Hurtling and Haya as champions. Across the season, there have been lows for the pairing from SR Motorsport. Remember Kenneth Haya spinning at the first race of the season at Portimao. But they've had plenty of high points as well, and in a season where we've had some of the biggest competition of all in the GT3 class. The GT3 class of the GT Winter Series has never been more competitive than this. And in a season like this, it has been a really thrilling thing to see our regulars, our full season entrants, taking it to them, often winning, and giving us a fabulous title battle. We can go down to Izzy now to get some reactions.
We certainly can. For the second time together, GT Winter Series champions, Mo Hurtling, Kenneth Haya, congratulations. I mean, first of all, how's the heart rate? Because the last couple of laps were pretty nervy.
The last couple of laps was very, very hard. I was fighting until the last millisecond, until the last second. Kenneth did a very, very great job at the beginning. Some Fulcus yellow, some safety cars. But in the end, I think it worked, some contacts, but that's racing until in the end it was very good. Yeah, we're a champion, and now we're celebrating it.
Yeah, you fought till the very end. I mean, Kenneth, we spoke this morning. You had all the pressure coming into today. I mean, to come in on equal points, it's more hard fought than the one in 2024 was. That's got to feel so sweet.
Yeah, for sure. The whole season, when you collect all the races together, which little mistakes the team did, we as drivers sometimes, then the McLaren was a real enemy for the whole season. So very fair, very good, very intense. So yeah, it feels great. I think it's a big honor. We built these rockets in that team, and yeah, he really deserved it. And yeah, it was a great pleasure to share the car again with the kids. And yeah, great. GT4 champions, GT3 champions, can't be better.
Yeah, it's been a good year for the team. Mo, you said to me this morning, yes, your family is here, but this is also your second family. And Kenneth had some really nice words to say about you earlier. He's been quite the mentor for you, hasn't he?
Yeah, he is. So also the team is very, very mental health and help. Yeah, incredible. a big thanks to the team, to Kenneth, to all the guys around for the help, for the work, and for the sleepless nights.
Well, I think there's going to be a few more sleepless nights definitely tonight. How are you guys going to celebrate?
As you may know and hear in the box, after every day of work, we are the loudest, and I think today it will be even more. So when you want to come to join us in the pits, you are welcome. Will be tough for everybody.
Well, our provisional GT Winter Series champions, ain't no party like an SR party.
Because an SR party goes all night long. What a race in the GT Winter Series. What a decider. Breathless action. How on earth did we summarise that into highlights? Let's look. Race 3 of the season, the title decider in the GT Winter Series, with Ignacio Zanon starting from pole position, the VSR Lamborghini with a great launch, Kenneth Heyer in an early second position in a race where he needed to finish the race and finish it well, more importantly finish it ahead of that, the Orange Racing JMH McLaren. The Cup class got started fairly cleanly as well, and the Cup 4 battle was quite interesting all through the race, actually. Alessio Ruffini was never far away from Jerzy Spinkovic, although Spinkovic would come out on top of that one. Some argy-bargy, some battling early on. Turn 3 was where the first chaos really happened, though. Igor Klyer tagged into a spin. Pipo Massa was the instigator, and unfortunately neither car went any further. That also unfortunately robbed us of seeing Felipe Massa in the GT Winter Series, but hopefully they decide to come back in future seasons, or perhaps even in the upcoming GT Summer Series. It was a flying restart from Mattia Michelotto. Meanwhile, the GTX lead exchanged hands. That was John Lancaster getting through into the GTX lead, though Marius Egner would eventually get that position back. Guy Albag getting past Severin Mazur as the field started shuffling around after the safety car period. Everyone compacted together, and we saw some great racing as a result. Albag side by side with Heyer, and Heyer doing a lot of work to keep him behind, but the young Charger in the Antonelli Mercedes would eventually find his way by. It was a great side-by-side sequence all through this part of the race, but eventually I think Kenneth Heyer realised, okay, enough's enough. Mo Hurtling took the car over, launched back into the race knowing his objective. So did Marcus Clutton. He came back out right there with Ariel Levy. They made contact on their outlap together, and they were fighting for many laps thereafter. Michael Hove was getting into it around the field as well in the number 49. Ligier in the proto class, making up positions, but then unfortunately a bit later on he'd end up being tagged and end up with a visit to the gravel and a safety car as a result. We saw there Ariel Levy losing out to Marcus Clutton with a little intervention from McLaren Artura Trophy car coming back out of the pit lane. The 707 McLaren allowed both parties through as well. I don't think particularly wanted to be involved in that fight. Clutton's next target, therefore, was Severin Mazur. After Mazur, it would be Mo Hurtling. So Clutton was eager to make it work, and make it work he did, moving up into what was 4th position. Lots of physical racing as well. Matthias Lizowski on the back there of Ariel Levy as those two came to blows. Milos Pavlovic and Michael Hove were close together. I'm not actually sure that Pavlovic made contact with Hove. Either way, Hove ended up in the gravel. There was no choice but to have a full course yellow and then a safety car. We went back to green flag with less than 10 minutes left on the clock. In fact, roughly 5 minutes left on the clock. And Mo Hurtling braving 2 wheels on the grass to get past Guy Albag, which he couldn't do initially. Albag was holding strong, holding his ground and fighting hard. Mo Hurtling with Marcus Clutton in the mirrors in the closing stanza of this motor race. They went either side of the Senkia Motorsport Porsche. Not a seat I would have liked to occupy. Clutton with an opportunity to the inside and then to the outside of the 11 car, but then Mo Hurtling squeezed Marcus Clutton out, and that allowed Levy and then Matthias Lizowski to get through, and that would be the buffer that Mo needed for some safety. However, he was on the back of Guy Albag, and then Albag spun. Was there a push? To me it didn't look like it, but Guy Albag definitely over-rotated the car. I don't think there was contact there. Guy Albag spinning out and unfortunately collecting Ariel Levy. And Mo Hurtling would continue on unencumbered for third position to win the championship. The 34 car involved in battles further back, but at the front of the field it was a walk-home win for Mattia Michelotto. Jaroslav Veselaho came home second in the Ferrari 296 GT3, but the champions across the line in third place. It was Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer to win the title. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange falling just short after a spectacular 2026 campaign. What a race, what a conclusion to a fabulous season in the GT Winter Series. Mattia Michelotto does it in the 66 along with Ignazio Zanon. Jaroslav Veselaho soloing it to second in the AF Corsa Ferrari. Mo Hurtling along with Kenneth Heyer winning the championship provisionally at least in third position. Marcus Clutton and Simon Orange in fourth position. Matthias Lizowski taking fifth place ahead of Richard Gonda up to sixth place. Jerzy Spinkovic in seventh position winning Cup 4. A great return to racing for Spinkovic. Marius Aigner in eighth place. Nicola Di Marco in ninth position and Milos Pavlovic rounding out the overall top 10. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in 11th place, then Alessio Raffini in 12th. Guy Albag ultimately did cross the line in 13th place with his wounded car. Mads Kjeldal Larsen in 14th. Severin Mazur in 15th place. He fell back late on. Angelo Fontana in 16th. Manuel Laus 17th. Then Hernandez, Al-Wahabi and Oliver Witzer at the tail end of the top 20. Marcus Anervi winning Cup 2 on behalf of himself and Anders Steiner. Levy, Buschke, Forsberg, Greiling, Kimby and Mikael Hove, who unfortunately did not finish the race at the end of a dramatic occurrence, a dramatic day in the GT Winter Series. That one will live long in the memories, and these celebrations will go long into the night. Here to kick them off, Andy McEwen.
Well, we promised you a championship showdown to remember in the GT Winter Series. I think it's fair to say we have delivered. What a final race of the season. We're going to get our race podiums done first and then move on to crowning our champions. So let's get straight to it with the GTX class. Third position in GTX, John Lancaster and Hamad Al-Wahabi. Off to the third step of the podium they go. It's second position for Autosport Racing's Mikael Fischbaum and Milos Pavlovic. But the race win with a second car on the podium for MZR goes the way of Marius Aigner. And he gets a great reception from the team down below. He shakes the hands of his fellow GTX podium finishers, and now the trophies can be presented. We've got Oleg from Pirelli. We have got a couple of the circuit staff as well. I think that is Ignazio Armagnol, the managing director of the circuit, here to help with the presentations. And the first of many presentations that we have to get through in the next 15 minutes or so. Absolutely delighted Marius Aigner celebrates on the top step. He is rather pleased with that. It was a proper battle in GTX and he managed to come out with the race victory. So a very happy GTX set of podium drivers. There's a big crowd down below with their cameras pointed at you guys as well. And as I said, the MZR team particularly pleased with the end result. They're going to save their champagne. No, they're not. Marius Aigner and John Lancaster are going to indulge in a bit of spraying of the champagne. They cool each other and the crowd down below off quite nicely in celebration of a cracking race in GTX, and Marius Aigner particularly pleased with that win. Congratulations on that. So, Cup 4 will be up next. We were down to 2 cars for Cup 4, but it was still a class that provided close competition. And again, the quickest Cup 4 cars able to get up there and mix it amongst the GT3s by the end. Second position then in Cup 4 for Autosport Racing, Alessio Raffini.
And he is already undoing the cork on his bottle. I think I know what's coming next. The race win, though, in Cup 4 once again goes the way of Jerzy Spinkovic. And he heads to the top step. Trophy will be heading his way. And I think we know, as I said, what's coming in a moment or two. Jerzy Spinkovic, what a return to racing that was, though, after that nasty accident last year. Fairly serious injury that he's had to bounce back from. And he is very, very pleased to have taken home some race wins and some silverware here this weekend. Right, off they go. They're actually going to save the drink till later. Congratulations, guys. Jerzy Spinkovic then getting a brace of wins here at Barcelona. Cup 3 podium up next. Just the 2 bottles of champagne placed on the top step of the podium because it's the MS Racing pair once again who are up here celebrating the victory in Cup 3. Your Cup 3 winners, Jens Richter and Andrea Skreiling. And congratulations to our Cup 3 winners, Andreas Greiling and Jens Richter. And the handshakes and trophies dished out to our winners. Again, the only entrant in the class, but they still managed to get a trio of trouble-free races. And that is something well worth celebrating, as they do on the top step of the podium. And I think they might be saving the drinks for the after party as well. Yes, they are. Congratulations to the MS Racing pairing. And we now turn our attention to Cup 2. Well, this was a class full of drama. 2 of the pre-race favourites, of course, crashing out on the opening lap together with Igor Klyer, the Cup 2 champion, and outside bet still for the championship, getting involved in that lap 1 skirmish. So Cup 2 up next. And we start then with our 3rd place finisher in Cup 2, Ulrich Forsberg. And out comes Ulrich onto the 3rd step of the podium, does a little dance on his way. Oop, careful Ulrich, there's a step there. 2nd position in Cup 2 to Pavel Bushka. The race win, though, in Cup 2, not for the first time this weekend, goes to Team Steiner Racing, to Anders Steiner and Marcus Anervi. And we get some more very good dancing moves there, courtesy of Marcus, as he makes his way out onto the top step of the podium. The trophies now can be taken out. And we've got our very own Kieran Mogg, who has managed to infiltrate the podium somehow. I'm not entirely sure how we let that happen, but Kieran, part of our presenting team this weekend, getting in on the action on the podium. And he managed to give the trophy to the right driver. Well done, Kieran. That is our Cup 2 trophies handed out, and photos taken as always. And Cup 2, what a dramatic battle that's been. It's been nice to have so many Cup 2 cars this weekend as well. It's not always been the most well-populated class, but this weekend it certainly was. We're getting a champagne spray this time. Anders Steiner decided that the rest of them had no choice. And so the champagne sprays on the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya podium. And the Cup 2 drivers putting on a show for us. Well done, guys. I think it's safe to come back out. The spray still lingering in the air. So Anders Steiner and Marcus Anervi pose for just a few more photos on the podium. Oh, hang on, Ulrich Forsberg had us all fooled. We thought it was safe to come back outside. Ulrich Forsberg had other ideas, and he gets a big, big round of applause from the crowd in the pit lane. So I'll wipe the champagne out of my eye and see if I can still read the sheet in front of me. It is our next class, the Cup 1 class that we're up to next. And again, just the one to welcome Rosso Corsa claiming another win with Raffaele Vitali and Nicola Di Marco.
And they already have received their winners' trophies then at the end of what's been a successful and largely drama-free weekend for that pairing, who once again smile for the cameras, and they're going to take their drinks with them. Thank goodness for that. My exit route into the podium room is rather blocked at the moment, so we're quite grateful for a couple of champagne-free podiums. GT2 up next, and again, it's just the NM Racing pair that we'll be welcoming out here in a moment or two. Another class victory in GT2 for Manel Lau and Alberto De Martin. And they embrace on the top step of the podium. That's nice to see. They are very pleased with how their weekend's gone. Lots to learn. Every opportunity to head on track is an opportunity to learn about the car. They'll be driving through the summer series season even to come later on. Summer series on the mind this weekend, with lots of GEDLICH conversations regarding that exciting new prospect in the summer. Right then, GT3 up next. Quite a lot to talk about here, but let's get our drivers out onto the podium first, shall we? The championship going right down to the wire, not only within GT3, but of course for the overall title as well. We definitely need some champagne here. I think a few of these GT3 drivers are ready to let off some steam. And I think the champagne is on its way out now. The podium clear and ready to go. 5 bottles we need. Keep one aside for me if there's one going spare. It's been a long old day this, but a very, very exciting one. Championships being decided, and of course the GT3 cars very much at the centre of that. Third position then in class in the race. They'll be a couple of steps higher on the championship podium in a few minutes. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm's Kenneth Heyer and Mo Hurtling. And I think the team are quite happy about that. Second position goes to AF Corsa's Jaroslav Veselayo. But it is another appearance on the podium and another win in what's been a successful part-season campaign for the VSR pairing. Another race win in GT3 for Ignazio Zanon and Mattia Michelotto. Congratulations to our GT3 podium finishers at the end of what was at times an all-out brawl in GT3. That was a proper championship decider. There were drivers who weren't in the championship conversation very much playing a part in that. But all of this going on behind the VSR pairing of Ignazio Zanon and Mattia Michelotto, who hold their trophies aloft and celebrate another win in the GT Winter Series. Ignazio and Mattia, a very strong pairing. It is largely the SR Motorsport crowd, I'm not going to lie, who are leading the celebrations down below, but VSR are in there somewhere, I'm sure. The same for AF Corsa, celebrating Jaroslav's second-placed finish. So, more photos. Already Jamo's got his eyes on the bottles at his feet. I think we're going to get another champagne shower, or are they going to save it for the championship podium? No, they're uncorking. I am leaving. And Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer are very much going to be enjoying this moment on the Barcelona podium again. SR Motorsport, by far the furthest distance that they can pop their corks. Another one made it onto the grid markings, I think, there. Notice Enrico Ferder and Joel Mesh have taken refuge in the starters gantry with a prime view of the podium here above the pit lane. Congratulations to our GT3 podium finishers then, and we'll be seeing again at least a couple of them back out here in a moment or two. One more podium to go then in the race podium. That is, of course, the prototype class. I don't think we've got our second place finishes here. High Class Racing's Andrew Rackstraw and Michael Hove. So instead we move straight on to the race winners. BWT Mucker Motorsports, Mads Larsen and Tobias Bill Clausen.
Congratulations to Tobias and Mads, who were well inside the top 10 at one point, I seem to recall, in that race. The prototype going very well in the first part of that final race of the season. Congratulations to those guys. Some more trophies heading their way. Right, a brief pause, and we will then be on to our championship podium momentarily. So, we are ready to go then with our championship podium, and a familiar face about to be welcomed onto the podium here this afternoon, because we're starting with Cup 5, and the champion in Cup 5 for Equipe Vitesse is Jan Jurger. And I did wonder why Jan was in his race suit when I walked past him downstairs. It hadn't occurred to me that he would be claiming the championship in Cup 5. Stefan has arrived next to me. Are we sharing a drink, Stefan, or is this a treat for your colleague maybe coming up? I think that might be the case. In fact, the whole GEDLICH crew are here, including Marcus GEDLICH, who has the honour of handing the Champions Trophy over to Jan, who I'm afraid is about to be ambushed by the rest of the GEDLICH crew. And Jan, if he didn't see that coming, then he needs a new pair of glasses. Not that he can see a lot through the glasses that he was wearing anymore, as the GEDLICH crew were on hand to just cool him down at the end of what I'm sure has been a very busy day in the GEDLICH office. Now, Cup 4 is up next, and I'm particularly happy to say that we have our Cup 4 champion here, because it's been a bruising day for the driver of the Autosport Racing Lamborghini. But today aside, it's been a really, really solid season for our Cup 4 champion, Petar Matic. And that is a huge relief, I have to say, as he understandably quite tentatively makes his way to the top step of the podium after that sizable accident at the beginning of race 2. But he's back at the circuit and he is celebrating the championship. He spotted his team, I think, further down the pit lane. That is really lovely to see after what was some scary moments earlier in the afternoon. Congratulations, Petar, on the championship in Cup 4. More trophies, more champagne at the ready. Cup 3 is where we head to next to crown our next champion. And Mark from GEDLICH doing a superb job, as always, of dressing the podium. Cup 3 champions then for MS Racing, Andreas Greiling and Jens Richter. And they're already uncorking the bottles. I don't think Mark wants them to do that just yet. He's got the small matter of handing a trophy over to them to do. It's like it's their first time on the podium, but we know that's not the case. They're very eager to celebrate. Already the cork has gone. The trophy, I think, has gone flying as well. And I think they had one thing very much on their mind there, letting off a bit of steam at the end of a busy weekend. Congratulations to Andreas and Jens, who celebrate the championship in Cup 3, along with quite a bit of individual race success this weekend as well. Well done, guys. That's Cup 3 done. We move to Cup 2 next. And, of course, this was a driver who was in contention for the outright championship even until the final race of the season. Unfortunately, ended that race in the gravel trap early doors. But it's been a really dominant performance in Cup 2 for your Cup 2 champion, PTT Racing Team's Igor Klyer. And Igor with a smile on his face. I'm sure he didn't have a smile on his face an hour ago, but he realised then that the Cup 2 championship was pretty much wrapped up. And he will end up, I suspect, third in the overall championship as well. Really well done. So 4 more podiums to get through by my reckoning. We're getting there, everyone. Cup 1 is next. And we have, I believe, got our Cup 1 champions on hand, or we've got at least a team representative for the team, because, of course, it was Yes, they're not here this weekend. Josh Steed and Sean Rand, the champions. But we do have an AF Corsa representative here to claim the championship on behalf of Josh Steed and Sean Rand, represented by Ugo Maseratini. And he gets a big cheer from the AF Corsa crew down below. Sean and Josh not competing this weekend, but they do have Ugo on hand to pick up the trophies, and he looks happier than most drivers have done so far. And there are 2 bottles of champagne there for you if you want to take them. I'm sure the team would thank you for that. Is he going to leave them? No, yes, I thought he'd take them. Off he goes. There's a party at AF Corsa tonight, and we're all invited, I hope. Congratulations to Josh and Sean and Ugo collecting the trophies on their behalf. GT2 is our next championship podium. And we should be nearly ready to go with that one, I think. Again, just the 2 trophies, I think, needed. And out come the 2 bottles of champagne, because it's NM Racing who are celebrating another championship success here in the GT2 category, with Alberto De Martin joined by Neil Montserrat. Congratulations then to NM Racing, Alberto and Neil, celebrating their championship success in GT2. And spare a thought for our photographers and videographers, whose arms must be fairly tired by this point. They've taken goodness only knows how many photos on the podium alone, and they're nearly there. Couple more podiums, we can get there, everyone. GT3 is up next. This, of course, is also the team that claimed our overall championship, but they'll get a separate moment in the spotlight for that in a couple of minutes' time. It's the GT3 championship that they're going to be crowned with first. And I think we all know the team in question. They have been a force to be reckoned with in GT Winter Series competition for quite some time. They came into the season arguably as the favourites, and they come out of it as champions. Your GT3 champions, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhaus, Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer. And they are very happy to be back out here. They're certainly not bored of celebrating on the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya podium. They received the trophy from Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH, and they hold them into the air. Not the last bit of silverware they'll be collecting here this afternoon. They've got 1 more trophy apiece still to be claimed. Yeah. So congratulations then to Kenneth and Jamie, who I think we're waiting for my cue to spray the champagne. You do what you like, guys. You've been here before. Oh, they've broken a trophy, I think. J-Mo is positioning himself tactically here. Out goes the cork, and out does not yet go the champagne. Now it does. And they both have eyes only for each other as they drain their bottles. Kenneth Heyer and Mo Hurtling celebrating the GT3 Class Championship. And very keen, I think, to include the team in the next one, but that champagne shower was a moment for the 2 of them, and rightly so. They've worked incredibly hard towards that GT3 title, and as we said, the overall title going their way as well. So after all that, it's the overall championship top 3 that we need to crown. Our last podium of the season. It went down to the last lap, really, of the last race of the championship. And we've got our top 3 teams to be welcomed onto the podium momentarily. Mark just placing the last bottles of champagne. Struggling to walk now on this increasingly sticky podium. Hopefully we'll be able to get our drivers to the podium, starting with our 3rd place driver for PTT Racing Team, the Cup 2 champion and 3rd place overall, Igor Klaya. Igor celebrates 3rd in the championship, 2nd place in the championship, just a handful of points short in the end. Well, Orange Racing by JMH's Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton. Well, Simon and Marcus head to the second step of the podium, but I'm afraid for them, the top step is once again reserved for SR Motorsport. They will be very pleased, though. A well-deserved championship victory, not only in GT3, but overall, for Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer. And a really nice moment there as Mo and Kenneth embraced with Simon and Marcus, who all have smiles on their faces. It's been a hard-fought championship campaign. There can only ultimately be one winning team, but they all put on a great show, and we massively appreciate their effort. Marcus, again, is waiting for my cue for the champagne. I think there are photographs being taken, but Marcus has gone early anyway. Off he goes into the face of SR Motorsport, and in a moment we can welcome out their team representative as well. Out comes the team representative for SR Motorsport. God, it's safe to exit now onto the podium. Marcus was looking at me with that look in his eye that it wasn't safe to come through the door yet. But out does now come the SR Motorsport team representative. Trophies coming out after the champagne has sprayed. We're making things up as we go along on this final podium. And Marcus GEDLICH even getting a face full of the fizzy stuff there on the podium. He hands the trophies out then, and our Champions Trophy to Mo Hurtling and Kenneth Heyer. Well-deserved champions in the GT Winter Series for 2026. What a season, perhaps the most competitive we've ever had, and we have all massively, massively enjoyed ourselves. For now, from myself on the podium, that is it. Down below, though, Adam and Izzy have plenty to unpack at the end of a fabulous day and season of racing.
We certainly do, and I think Adam and I need to be a little bit careful not to get sprayed by any of the champagne from the celebrations that are continuing. But my word, what a season we've had. What a day to finish the season. Have you caught your breath yet?
Yeah, and by my estimation, that champagne's already flat, so we're at free will to talk. What a day that was for Rodin. They ended their season in almost the perfect fashion, race 2 notwithstanding, with that little collision. The GTs, though, my word, what a finale. The script writers earned their pay.
Yeah, they certainly did, and we have had so much fun covering it. As the celebrations continue, let's start with the Formula Winter Series then, because they did the triple. Rodin Motorsport, the driver's title with Dries van Langendonk, the rookie title with Dries van Langendonk, and of course the team's title for that Rodin team. For team manager Dick, who is fairly new to being a team manager, that is quite the achievement.
Unprecedented success for Rodin, for Dries van Langendonk as an individual as well. We've never had a rookie win a championship overall. We've never had someone win 9 races in a season. We barely got halfway there in 2023 with Kasper Stuka. He has been incredible, and never have I been more confident, and I got to commentate on Antonelli a few years ago, I've never been more confident that I'm going to see someone move up the ladder very, very quickly.
Yeah, I said it a couple of times this season, Dries van Langendonk, remember the name, and we certainly will do. Well, Andy's joined us straight from the podium. I mean, my word, what a day for you as well, with all of those celebrations going on. Did you end up getting sprayed by any champagne?
Just a tiny bit, yes, but honestly, it's been the warmest day of the season so far. At all, so I'm actually quite happy to have been cooled down. Rather sticky up there now on the podium, I have to say, but it's an absolute privilege to be up there sharing that moment with the teams, especially at this final round. It's been 2 years since I've had the honour of doing that, and it's such a special atmosphere. There were times over some of the podiums earlier in the day where it felt like I was in a football stadium. There was a huge crowd down below. They were screaming for their drivers. Everyone's pretty happy, and even at the end there was some good camaraderie between Orange and SR. That was really nice to see, given what a contentious at times, but always exciting championship battle that was.
Yeah, certainly so. Right, let's talk about the GT4s. Of course, the title wrapped up last weekend in Aragon by SR. I mean, what a season it's been for SR. But this weekend, it was all about Elite Motorsport. They came in and they won all 3 races at the, first time of asking.
Yeah, those cobwebs that Mackenzie talked about, they weren't particularly evident. I mean, he made the error at the start of race 2, but otherwise it was a perfect weekend from Elite in just about every measurement you can find. Those Arturas look so well hooked up for them, and I mean, they're putting Europe on notice. We're coming back, and best believe we'll be fighting for a championship.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Right, let's finish then with the GT Winter Series because, of course, that is, well, still celebrations going on behind us. I think those celebrations are going to be going on long into the night, maybe even into tomorrow morning, maybe even the next day, we don't know. But wow, I mean, J-Mo and Kenneth, champions once again, but this time so much sweeter because of the way it was earned.
I thought they had it quite easy, really. What did I miss? What a final race. What a season. I mean, it's been nip and tuck between the pair of them, certainly since Aragon. That non-finish for J-Mo in, I think, the middle race at Aragon changed everything. It brought Orange right onto their tail, and from then on, it was just 2 points here, 2 points there. It was 2 points between them into the final race, and even into the final lap or so, we just didn't know how that was going to pan out. A foot either way, as Guy Albag spun up at turn 12, could have sent the championship hurtling in the other direction. So, you know, that's how we like it as neutrals. I'm sure there were a few nervous faces up and down the pit lane, but I wouldn't have it any other way. That's how we won a championship decided. Good, hard racing. And as I said, they were all friends on the podium, which was particularly nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was so much respect between those two teams. You know, both of them saying to me that, you know, with the DNFs that some of them had, the issues that some of them had, they wanted it to be decided on the road. Right, guys, we do come to the end of the season. You two have worked with me for 2 years now, 3 years now. You should know what's coming. Highlight of the season, please.
So tempted to throw that right back at you and ask, but no, it's difficult to say really, isn't it? For me, I think I'm going to have to steal the obvious one from Andy immediately and say that I don't remember a better GT Win Series race than that one. The formulas have delivered the best racing across the season. The GT4s have been a spectacle at times. But my heart lays with the big GTs, and when we have a race like that with the GT3s and the Cup cars, I'm going to remember it for a while.
Yeah, we certainly will do. Andy, what about you?
Well, I'm going to go down the Formula Winter Series route, I think. I've always been a fan of the Formula Winter Series, and we've had some fantastic racing this year. That race at Aragon, very exciting, but the moment for me was Dries's first win, right back at the start of the season, sort of to the point Adam was making as I arrived down here earlier on. You get this feeling sometimes of a young driver in single-seat racing who is just going to be a name to remember, and I just had this feeling as he won that race that was going to be significant, and I think everything he's proven since then really backs that up. So being there to see him get that first winner's trophy was very special.
Yeah, well, I'm glad in a way that you said that, because I thought you might steal mine, which is going to be, of course, the race where Dries sealed the title. I mean, he didn't need to be making some of the moves that he was, but he wanted to win it in style, didn't he? And boy, did he win it in style. I mean, it does bring us, though, to the end of the season. We have had an absolutely fantastic season, and he's been with us for all of the rounds this year, which we've been delighted to have him with us, and we've been delighted to have your company all season long as well. A couple of thank yous, of course, to the GEDLICH Racing team for putting this all together, for Alpha Live, for all of the coverage that you've been watching all season long, including a special shout out to Herbie behind the camera right now, who's been with me on the grid in the pit lane in Parc Ferme all season long, and of course to Will, who has been our director all season long as well. A special shout out as well to Kieran Mogg, who's also just standing behind the camera, for jumping in on the presenting this weekend with the Heroes Arena, and also to all of our videographers, photographers, everybody who has helped make this season so special, including, of course, all our teams and drivers. It has been so amazing to have your company this season. Don't miss next season. We will be back. See you in 2027.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already